Hello, hello. I'm going to move this microphone up here so you guys can catch everything in case I go off on a rant. I may go off on a rant. All right. Whoa. I just got attacked with some habanero tamales. Man, it's crazy. The locals. Merry Christmas. Go to biting in those things. I feel like I just chewed on some battery acid. Good thing it just cleared my nasal. I just ate them 10 minutes ago. Yeah, I had to chug. Finally, I had to go eat something I don't even eat. I don't even eat cookies. I don't even mess with cookies. But I crammed 3 of them in my throat and started chewing on those, just try to get that battery acid out of my mouth. But my head feels clear now. Man. Yeah, man. I know what it is. Come give me some tamales. Merry Christmas, Wedo. Go giggling when they walk away. So it's all good. It's all part of the game. They got me in the throat chakra. Yeah, no doubt. So apparently my audio was excellent. Awesome. Carolina Reapers. I have banana peppers, the long yellow peppers in my garden. I have banana peppers, the little blue, like they're not habaneros or something else. They got a bite to them. Jalapenos, they grow year round in Texas. And they're actually good. It's it makes them hot as concentrated vitamin C. It's good shit. Hitting that Texas whiskey, bro. I hear you, man. That's Fort Hood right there. But no, it's too early to drink. Was it 3:09? Yeah, I normally don't drink this early at all. At least I don't even buy anything like, Captain Morgan Spice Rum, or I have a collection. I got all kinds of stuff. But bourbon, whiskeys, blended whiskeys. I have brandy. Couple other things, but one scotch. I'm normally a bourbon guy, but it's got to be in the evening, and when I'm in a secure location around friends or family, or at home. And I don't even get drunk. Everybody knows me. There's so many people that can verify that, who have been traveling with me, who have been to my home, that just know I have a fail safe. I have a little fail safe in me where once I get close to buzzing, I just stop. So Merry Christmas, Happy New Year coming. We'll probably do something special for New Year's as well. I have been going off. You got 4 videos today. I told you what we were going to be doing. I told you that I wasn't lying to you. I told you in November that get ready. In December, I am launching a whole new playlist. But that playlist are videos that many of you need to see. Some of you Archaix veterans need to see some of them because you need to be reminded. So a lot of this, none of this chronological data has changed. Nothing in 6 years. The chronological data, our interpretations of what happens, of the patterning, may have been altered with new data, but the chronology is fixed. But the new playlist, Archaix Intel Drops, is from the very first Archaix videos in the order they were released, edited down, taking all the stuff off the front, all the stuff off the back, just the core material, so we don't waste any of your time. Believe me, time management is one of my areas of expertise. I get a lot done in a single day. So I'm not trying to waste your time. You want to go see the original videos? You want to see all the just me champing at the bit about stuff, and there's a lot of small talk that has nothing to do with what the video was about. And at the end of the video, I ramble and I advertise like thumb drives and things that were for sale way back then. But yeah, you can become a member of the Archaix channel, and you can see 100% of all the videos and the members only, all the old stuff that's been taken off the public deal. But I don't want anybody thinking that you're missing out. So this new playlist is just the edited down versions called Archaix Intel Drops. And you got 54 or 55 of them just in December, and we're not done. There's still many more scheduled to drop. 4 of them dropped today. And then it's back to 2 a day tomorrow, all the way till the 1st. John, Big John and Cole both have files. They're on their projects too. They're already working on the live videos. I'm doing all the uploads, where I was just uploading everything because my first 300 videos, only about 40 of them were live videos. I was doing just trying to get the information out there, and nobody was listening to me. I was small. I was a small fry. My, has the social media experience changed in the past 5.5 years since I started uploading all my content? Man, if we were just to go back down memory lane and remember what YouTube was like in 2018 and 2019, 2020, even in 2021, just remember what YouTube was like. And then how many genuine channels actually began to modify their content the more and more they became aware of the Archaix chronological data. A lot of them did. Kudos to them. But also, it's become real noticeable, the ones that have doubled down, and those channels that have become super toxic. I'm talking about, and it's always the ex-cons. Oh my God. My biggest attackers are always other ex-cons. What is going on? I don't understand. So crazy. So yeah, it's amazing since 2019 and 2020 how social media, how YouTube channels have they've just, some of them have really grown. Others are trapped in those feedback loops of disinformation, and they can't get out of it. And then a lot of people trying to wake up, they take the wrong turn, and they go straight into the ancient apocalypse, ancient aliens, the forbidden knowledge, the bright insight deal, which is specifically set there for them to fall into. It's a trap. What is Jason talking about? Is he just hating on all these guys? No, it's a trap. It's very, very, very noticeable that those who get to go on Joe Rogan and these huge podcasts, like Ben David, whatever the hell his name is, I don't even care. Lex Friedman, you guys know all these mega powerhouse podcasts, all these, I mean, they're all Jewish. They all know each other, every single one of them. And they're all, and like Joe Rogan, 42 to 45% of all his guests are Jewish. A lot of times, if they're not Jewish, you're talking about Judeo-Christian things or reinforcing that paradigm. But the common denominator, think about this. The common denominator between all these people who get to promote to the mainstream platforms their wild theories, their unusual theories about Atlantis or aliens or anything, every single one of them share one common trait. And that trait is they're still pushing the uniformitarian model. 2 traits. They're still pushing the uniformitarian model, and they're still pushing the we're on a rock 93 million miles from the sun, traveling at hundreds of thousands of miles an hour through space, and everything is so perfectly synced that even with all of these tidal forces and all these different variant velocities, the moon still keeps perfect sync and rolls so perfectly that we never see the backside through all this. as it takes 28 point something days to get around us as we're moving this, and no one in the world has ever seen the backside. The moon is so perfect in its movement. It's all such BS when you really just process this whole heliocentric model. It's another reason why I'm a simulationist. Well, the picture show in the sky is a little too perfect. But as long as you're pushing that model, and as long as you're willing to concede that you may be descended from an ape, you're more than willing to come on any mainstream program and push whatever psychobabble you want to push. So, yeah, man, Gaia's the same way, man. It's so crazy, so crazy. I'm having fun with it because I can't say it on YouTube because there are enemies entrenched in Archaix who because I'm very vocal about my moves because I'm an immortal. I have an informed field that allows me to know when I'm in danger, allows me to know when people are plotting against me. It allows me to understand, sense, and feel these things that are in the field working against me. And at the same time, I'm also able to step outside of myself and ask the oversoul for help and say, hey, man, I don't know what's going on, but I feel it. There's something not resonating. And then all of a sudden a series of attacks will come and I'll get it. And I'm reading the field, but I read the field so good because I'm always deferring to source because I can't do everything. I don't know everything. I'm not that strong. I borrow everything from something else. And this is how I have always lived. This is how I survived so many years in prison. This is how I survived 9 years being free. Yeah, this is how I survived so many attacks, so many personal and professional attacks, so many attempts to steal from me. Yeah, man. I've navigated through all that. Even personal relationships that collapsed and then ended up being super toxic battlefronts that were one-sided because I didn't engage. The other side just launched multiple disinformation campaigns and all kinds of stuff. And I never did anything harmful to that individual and didn't even fight back after the fact because I'm always listening to source. Yeah, man, I get aggressive. That's my nature. But I also understand that there's nothing I'm able to do alone. If it wasn't for the oversoul and being moored to something greater than myself and understanding that I am more than I suppose myself to be, without these revelations that I am actually greater than anything that can happen to me, without understanding this, I'd have fallen a long time ago. So I have big plans, but I also, for the first time, I've also internally just vibrated with the knowledge that, Jason, this time you just need to hold back and you need to unleash without giving the public any warning what you're about to do. I've always telescoped and telegraphed my moves because I have no fear. Every project I've ever embarked on, my travels and all that, I've told you guys in advance, and then I did it. So, but I do have some big plans for 2026. But at the same time, Source is hammering me with this idea that in this instance, just tell people to get ready. 2026 is going to get real interesting, but I'm not telegraphing what I'm doing this time. I've gone beyond that point. Archaix in the past 90 days has become something it wasn't before. We can thank Big John. We can thank Allie. We can thank Jasmine. We can thank Jonathan, Krusty. We can thank my coder for PSYFR. There's a lot going on, guys, in the Archaix community and in the PSYFR community. And there's a lot of people to thank for the things that they have put together. But we are now networked to a degree we've never been networked. We even have a private group now where all the Facebook Archaix groups, Telegram, every moderator and admin in the Archaix universe, all over the world, in all multiple platforms, are all now together in one group. And if you're not in that group, it's because we haven't got to you. But I know Allie and Jasmine and others have been reaching out to all the platforms, to anybody who has any type of Archaix related group, and getting them in here. We've been vetting people and getting them in here because this is the start of something great. It's the start of something awesome. And it was done by the Archaix community, not by me. So I'm pretty humbled by that. But I also see a lot more I see a lot of things operating and unfolding that they're not for me. Something else, something's helping, not just me, but helping those who are in love with the community, those who have the best interests of the community at heart. And it seems like things are just coming together. It's pretty awesome. So if I have moderators that are right here in the YouTube, you need to get with Jasmine and Allie, because they have been corralling all the ads and mods, not just for YouTube, but for everywhere. BitChute, Odyssey, everywhere there's Archaix, anywhere. Been getting you all in the same group. I even did an announcement. It's an excellent way to communicate. So in just a couple of hours, if I have something important to say just to my admins and mods, I'm able to do it, and it goes out through the entire world to everything Archaix. And that's very impressive. It's very impressive. So I'm gonna look at my chat here, see if I need to single anybody out. I will post the link in a little while. And man, we got a lot of time. There is absolutely no hurry. This is 100% a freestyle. I have nothing prepared whatsoever. I can go on my desktop. I can go on all my drives. I can pull out whatever y'all want to talk about, whatever. Or I can just drop the link and you guys can come on the screen. We can do whatever. We can do whatever. Yeah, Jay Hart, old friend of mine. She said, my Archaix meetup group was destroyed by toxic members. Yep. I get it. It's happened to a lot. It's happened to a lot. We were attacked. We were attacked in the PSYFR group. We were attacked in the Office group on Telegram. Bad attack too. Total misinformation. Absolutely all lies. And now the people who actually believed all that BS are feeling pretty stupid because we've made amazing headway. Amazing headway. And the group is now 3 times bigger than it was. So it was like a caterpillar. It was like necessary. Let that group die. And we navigated it and then vetted those who needed to be vetted. Next thing you know, we're on top of it. Yeah, these are necessary. These little setbacks. They're aggravating. There's no doubt, but they're necessary, because if something is going to be real, then it's going to survive everything that comes up against it. So if something like just being attacked is enough to collapse whatever it is you've built, then you didn't build anything of worth to begin with. So that's the way I see it. That's the way I see it. Let's see. Kathy Garvin, PSYFR still open, but just another price hike. Yeah, you know what? You're lucky it's Christmas. I ordinarily would have blocked you for even phrasing that. Your syntax is offensive. But you know what? I'm going to let you make it. PSYFR is $500, and we have no problem charging that compared to what we're doing. So, yeah, I'm not even going to entertain that. I'm going to let you make it. But yeah, tomorrow, yeah, that price is over with. Yo, I'll be taking breaks. I got some video clips to show you guys. So I'll be taking breaks to get food, get coffee, maybe get Modelo. The habanero seems to be gone now. Oh my God. But I will. I'll definitely be taking breaks. because 8 hours is a long time. I have no idea what direction we're going to go, who's going to get on the screen with me, what we're going to talk about. So I will show 5 and 6 minute little videos. I got some Jimmy Corsetti songs. Jimmy, it's nothing personal. It's nothing personal, man. But that Rishak structure, you need to quit that shit, man. You just need to quit. It's funny about Jimmy, though. Because same thing with Billy Carson. Man, I attacked Billy Carson so much. Finally, the Christians took him down. And now, I spend so much time attacking Randall Carlson and Graham Hancock. It's become humorous that Randall Carlson, Graham Hancock, and Billy Carson are now a thing. Yeah, they're doing conventions together now. Oh my God. Oh my God. I would be so embarrassed to be caught in a room with Billy Carson. I would absolutely think that you guys can't possibly be taking me serious if you're letting me speak at a venue with a guy like Billy Carson who's also speaking at that venue. You can't be serious. No, you can't appreciate the minutia of the Archaix material if I'm just another guest aside. There's no way. Yeah, I can't associate. That's why I can't go on Rogan. I can't go on Rogan because then I'm going to be in a line of a whole lot of shills. I can't do it, man. I just can't do it. That doesn't mean everybody who's been on Rogan is a shill. He's had some really interesting people. I'm talking about the genre of material that we cover in Archaix. I'm not talking about all these other people who talk about socio-political things and all this other stuff. I'm talking about the Graham Hancock type research, ancient apocalypse, ancient aliens, all this stuff. That's what I'm referring to. That's a pretty good question. Jay Collins, hey Jason, can you talk about the role of luck in the construct? How one can boost one's field with luck? Absolutely I can. I'm not even Irish. I can tell you about some luck. The luck of the Irish. So I'm not really big into karmic stuff in the karmic field and all that. I'm just not really big into those teachings, but it doesn't mean they're not true. It just means it's not something I really focus on. But I'm gonna default back to what I know the best, and that is that the spirit, the personality, possesses an informed field. That informed field contains every bit of information that the sensorial apparatus through the agency of the avatar has ever perceived, felt, heard, touched, anything in the field since it entered in this incarnation. Your avatar has an informed field. That informed field possesses everything that's seen, heard, smelled, tasted, touched, experienced, and even thought, theorized, suspected. Everything is in that informed field. Animals read these informed fields, and this is why many wild animals are absolutely, they demonstrate no fear around you. This is why some animals can even come to certain humans and get their help. They just don't fear them. This is also why dogs will growl and bark at certain individuals, and they don't do that to other people. It's because they're reading the field. They know something's very wrong with that individual. So I think among the domesticated animals that have been given to humanity as guardians, like dogs and cats, I kind of suspect that cats are probably the most hypersensitive, with the abilities to read not only the field, but even fields that we, not just the informed field, but even the fields of other animals, insects, and phenomena. Cats are really interesting, their ability to do these, but that's a whole nother subject matter. You're asking me about luck, so I'm going to give you my personal opinion. My personal opinion is that throughout the course of your life, you have done really good things for people by virtue of your nature. Nobody convinced you. You weren't educated to do it. It's just something you saw and it needed to be done. And you realized no one else was going to do it. And you did it, and you required no reward. You didn't require any slaps on the back. You have done things in your personal and private life that affected others profoundly. And the beauty of it is that we've all done it, some more than others. But it's what you do in private when no one's watching This is when you gain the greatest spiritual value, because nothing that you're doing in private is going to be public. You're not going to get that public applause. You're not going to get that accolade. Therefore, what you're doing is a genuinely a part of you. It's altruistic, but you don't always get the reward. That your day just goes on. We really don't live. There's no fundament operative here in our reality where we get a reward as soon as we do something that merits a reward. That's not the reality we live in. But it kind of is if you entertain collapse discontinuities. We've talked about this in Archaix. These are timelines that apparently stop. And you would think that's the full timeline and it's gone. But it's a collapse discontinuity, meaning the phenomena is still measurable, but in a different order of arithmetic. It's moving on the other side, away from our perceptive apparatus. The arithmetic never dies. It is a continuum. It is out, but it's moving outside of a dimension that we can perceive. It continues. When it pops back in, we call it coincidence. It's like, oh man, it's coincidence or deja vu. But the arithmetic never stopped. We just were unable to follow it through in the other dimension that it was moving through until it popped back into our awareness. So that's where this karmic energy comes in, that we can attach to luck. You can imagine your informed field as a reservoir. It records everything you've done for other souls in the construct, and not just humans, but even animals. The things that you have done, and things you have even done situational in the construct just to better something, not even knowing if it was going to cause somebody injury or damage. You saw something in the construct that needed to be corrected, so you correct it, not even knowing if that correction was ever going to save somebody some hassle in the future, or if it was ever really a true obstruction to begin with. But you did it. Didn't even tell anybody you did it. You just did it. It's a part of your nature. The reason I'm giving these examples is because I believe that it is acts like these that build up that energy that you called luck, that you just called luck. And this stays in your informed field. And it's there to be discharged when you need it, not when you deserve it, because we're talking about luck. Luck isn't deserved. We're talking about when you need it. It may be a dark time in your life when nothing's going right. And 4 or 5 days, it's only gotten worse and worse and worse. And you haven't done anything to deserve a boon. You haven't done anything. And then on the 6th day, you're walking around, and it just so happens that you find a wallet on the ground. Again, it's the ultimate test. You're curious. We're all curious. So you go through the wallet, find out who it is, look in there and say, oh my God, the dude's got $3,200 cash in his wallet, fat wallet. But even though you're down on your luck and you're doing all, and you're still abiding by the strictures of character that you've always abided by, and you go ahead and you hunt the guy down, call him up, whatever, give him his wallet. You didn't touch any money. You said, hey man, this is where I found it. This is where evidently it was dropped or whatever. And the dude is so appreciative of wedding pictures that were in his wallet. He's so appreciative of a certain credit card or who knows, a Venetian Bet Center debit card that's got about $8,000 on it, whatever. He's so appreciative that $3,400 doesn't mean shit to him. And he just pulls that out and gives it to you, and doesn't even say thank you. And just, he's so happy he's got his wallet. Gets in his Lotus and drives away. It's luck. Luck is a discharge. Luck is a discharge of energy. It is deeds. It is actions. It is things that you already put in motion for other souls that's discharged back to you when you need it. When you need it, or maybe you don't need it. Maybe because the way you've been living your life, luck isn't something that you really need, but it doesn't mean the energy isn't built up. Yeah, energy is not meant to be stored at all. Energy is meant to flow, just like money. Money is not to be saved. Money is designed to flow. That's why it's called a currency. And those people who have the most amount of money know the secret to maintaining wealth is a constant flow of that money. Yeah, it doesn't mean giving it all away. It means keeping it in motion. So I hope that answers your question. It's just my opinion, but I really believe that luck is a spiritual phenomenon. And most of the times when we really get lucky and something happens that we think we didn't deserve, it's really something we do deserve. We just don't remember when we did the very deeds that built up that karmic boon. Golden rule is the only rule. That's right. The golden rule is the only rule. Absolutely. I'm just cherry picking what I see out of the comment section. So happy that habanero's out of my throat. Oh my God, it had me tearing up. My dog Bella took a sniff. No, ain't no tamale she's gonna eat. Let's see. I'm just going through here. Abel Matthew, PSYFR being a prediction modeler. Can we get a little I can pull PSYFR up on the screen for you. Yeah. We can do that later. But not just on sports. Yeah, man. You know what? Just because you asked, I'll do a personal prediction for you right now, Abel Matthew. As long as you got 2 or 3 dates. I'm telling you, what I tell you, you take to the bank. I will run a prediction for you right now, but you got to have 2 or 3 dates. Let's see. Jay the Range. Hello, Victoria. Yep, doing the right thing when nobody's looking. So when I drop the link, who is that? Abel Matthew? Yeah, when I drop the link for you guys to join me on screen, if you got 2 or 3 dates, the only rule that applies here is this is a relativity-based model system, meaning the dates must be relative in some way. Like you can't, like in sports predictions, you can't take 3 or 4 times that Dallas beat Buffalo and put them in the software and then add two times that Buffalo beat Dallas or Dallas beat other teams. They're not relative. They're not relative at all. But you can take like the last 3, 4, 6, or 9 times Dallas beat anybody. That's relative. That's Dallas winning. You can take, it's a relativity-based model. You can take the last 4 times that Dallas won at home. If you're running a prediction on another time that Dallas is playing at home. So there's all different ways to use the software, but sports predictions is only a small part of it. There are guys in our group that are crypto gurus, and I do not understand what they're doing, but they have found ways. Well, we're not talking about something primitive. This software now is very advanced. I mean, it's people are using it on Windows. We have downloadable versions for Windows, for Mac. I heard that this week the downloadable version in the 10th iteration of the software, the most advanced is in Linux. So, I mean, it's in all 3. It's not just Linux. They're available in all 3. So you have to understand, I designed a mathematical construct based off my belief that the history of the world unfolded in cycles and epicycles that have predictive value. Chronicon was the result of that research. But I also noticed what applies for the years of world history, these cycles and epicycles, these beautiful patterns that unfold with predictive value, also applies to the days of a man's life. So it got me to researching the diurnal system. In researching the diurnal system, I discovered all these day count models, that all these ancient calendars in the world were day count models. And we have had a massive misunderstanding applying yugas of hundreds of thousands of years and Sumerian king lists of seven independent kings ruling for over 240,000 years. Didn't make sense. So once I started doing deep dives on research, I started reading. Holy crap. These ancient authors all told us these were days. Then I read accounts about Callisthenes, and Callisthenes was the scholar and friend of Alexander the Great until Alexander had him killed. But that's another story. But Callisthenes was told by chronographers in Babylon how far back they watched the stars. And they had told him it was 450,000 shars. So Callistheny, we know for a fact that even the ancient Greeks knew that these were day count systems. How do we know? Because the Babylonian priest told Callisthenes 450,000 shars back is how far we've been studying the stars. In Callisthenes' calculations, that was only 19 or so centuries. The only way that's possible is if Callisthenes divided that number by 360. It's the only way. It means it was a day count system. He's not the only one. We find other references in Diodorus. We find other references in Berosus and Manetho. And we have many historians in the 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th century that also said the same thing. All these long impossible numbers were all lunar phases or months or day count systems. So that's what the software is basically honoring. It is honoring that what is true for events in the field in measured in years is equally true for events in the field that are measured in days. So your dates must be, and you can give me those dates when I drop the link for you guys to join me on screen. But in a relativity-based model, the dates must be relative. So if you are going to give me a date about you looking for a job, then it would be something like one of the dates that would be relative would be the decision to get another job. Another one is a date that you actually actively did something in the field to try and get another job. Whether you got it or not, it's still relevant. That's 2 dates right there, and that's all you need. That's all you need, because we're going to have to add a third date. But still, that's all you're going to need. But you can hone it in even better if you had a third date or a fourth date and a fifth date to add to that too, which would be dates you actually went on a job interview. Here's a date that you filled out an online whatever they're called. I can't remember. It's been so long since I applied for a job. I can't remember. Job application. Yeah. So yeah, you could give me all those dates and I can run those dates for you. And I'm going to tell you now, PSYFR is doing the photo negative of what you think it's doing. It is not predicting the future. It is removing from the field all future dates that are conceptually, geometrically, and mathematically unconnected from the very dates you gave me. And it's providing the few dates in the future where nature is moving with you to accomplish whatever it is you're trying to do. Yeah, we can do some of those when I drop the link. Oh, this chat. I'm never going to catch up with this chat. Yeah, I saw your emails coming in for PSYFR though. They're not going to be ignored, guys. They're not going to be ignored. Just because I'm going to be taking breaks. I got some little video clips. Oh, Jimmy, you know the 2 Jimmy songs I got, the Shar song. I got some clips to show while I go make some coffee or grab a Modelo or whatever. I don't know what a kookaburra is. What is a kookaburra? Adson Jetson. The kookaburras at my home laugh every time I have an anxious consideration. Kookaburras. You're in Australia. Is that New Zealand or in Australia? Are those marsupials? Here I have squirrels. I got squirrels and they all know me. They know when it's feeding time. They try to fight off the birds because the birds swoop in and get some of that stuff too. Clay's Pigeon, did I miss a question? I see people talking to you. I don't know what the question was. I saw something about blocking informed field. Oh, here it is. At 3:34. So if you're trying to draw my attention to a question or something, that's the best time. Show me just mention what time it was. Clay's question was at 3:34. Is it possible for someone to cast a spell on another that could negatively impact them? Would a highly informed field shield one from the spell? Okay, I have talked about this before, and I am aware that spell casting is a very real thing. I have had people try to attack me. Maybe sometimes they may have been successful, but yes, An informed field is everything that you believe to be true. It's attached to each part of your soul. It's part of the immortal connection you have with Source. And if that material, this belief that your informed field is an armor and that you are greater than anything that can happen to you, then that protection, I believe I talked about this in a video called Armor of the Oversoul. Also, another video called Be the Ephesian Knight. In these two videos, I was talking about how to armor yourself from about anything in the world, because it's a reverse of polarity. If you believe that you can be subject to something, the oversoul and the construct themselves will make sure that your belief is justified, and you will be subject to whatever it is you believe yourself subject to be. This is the danger. This is really the danger of being a highly informed, it's the danger of freedom. And by freedom, I mean, I know people like to think you're on a slave planet, and some people think that this whole thing's a soul trap and all that, and these beliefs themselves are toxifying. People believe that we're enslaved by all kinds of different things, and in a way our avatars are, but true spirituality is freedom. And we often use our freedom to forge new chains. It's an old quote from Wicked Jester back in the 90s. But it's true. He said, free all men, and they will use their freedom to forge new chains. But if we transpose that on the spiritual, what is really happening here is that we are so free that even when we assume the negative to be true, the negative we have assumed to be true becomes the truth. That's how free we are. We are equally free to believe that we are immune from anything that could happen to us. And that belief becomes an armor. There is a scripture that kind of touches into that about, what is that? By your words you will be justified, and by your words you will be condemned. It is the exact same principle. But yeah, I believe you can be immune from witchcraft easily. I also believe that many of the things in magic and ritual, they don't come to pass in the ways that the practitioner wants. And this is it's the exact same phenomena that happens when someone who is an immortal being in the construct really wants a certain object, really wants this object. I'm talking about fascinates over it. This is an object of obsession. That's also tainted with anxiety. Anxiety is going to provide the exact opposite of what is wanted. Anxiety is a negative emotion. It's going to repel that which is desired. So this individual, 2 or 3 weeks later, 2 or 3 months later, and maybe 10 months later, this individual then finds that someone close to them, who they instantly default into, that person doesn't deserve that. I'm supposed to get that. It happens in our lives all the time. When we see someone else in our inner circle, or even on the perimeter, somebody that we know, somebody that for some reason we've also obsessed about, either been angry over, or agitated, or envious and jealous over, or somebody we had a crush on, whatever. There's energy there that hasn't been expended. It's just there. It's in the field between you and that individual, and it comes out in a most unusual way because you're obsessing on this object over here. And because this individual has not obsessed on that object, and there's been absolutely no anxiety about not having that object, In your life, you get to experience watching that individual receive the very object that you've been obsessing about, and you're the one that made it happen. It was 100% of your making. You did that. You blessed that individual with that. That person didn't deserve it, but they got it. Both of them are extensions of your thought and emotion misused. This is why in Awaken the Immortal Within, I also have examples where I tell you guys the greatest thing to ever do is the mind, the co-creator relationship requires cognition. The mind is the architect. It builds the idea and the concept of what is wanted. Then there has to be a way of introducing the idea and concept. There must be a conduit into the construct. That conduit is your avatar, but if your avatar isn't doing anything in the direction of fulfilling that concept, that idea, that dream, that wish, that goal, then the construct can't absorb that in any way, and it won't. The co-creator relationship requires that the mental must be transmuted into the physical through the avatar. So like if you want a new car, I've given this example too. If you want a new car, you don't have the money for a new car. You know you don't have any money for a new car, and you know that there's no way that the money that you make will ever be able to allow you to afford a new car with all the bills you've got. But despite that, you put that out there. You say it out loud. You tell the oversoul, man, you know what? I want a new car. And I don't want just any new car. I want a real nice Cadillac sedan or whatever. And then you actually go to a Cadillac dealership. You just put that in. You just forge that thought, that concept into the field. You went to the Cadillac dealership. So what? You're window shopping. You talk to people. You even found a car that you really want. You put that into the field. The reason most people never get it is because they don't know how to discharge. They don't know how to distance themselves from the very things they desire. That is the key to everything that you want in life. When you put a price on something, the construct will reciprocate. And what I mean is the price for that Cadillac is a bunch of anxiety that you're now shedding spiritually. It's spiritual. You're shedding this anxiety into the construct. The construct's going to reciprocate. It's because you've made that thing so inaccessible from shedding all that anxiety, the construct's going to make sure it's pushed further and further and further away from you because you didn't let go. Remember, one of my most popular videos is called Letting Go is the Only Way to Get It. That's one of my most popular videos. When I say most popular, I'm not talking about views. I'm talking about watch hours. Because the difference is this. A view, no matter how many times you watch a video, it only counts as one view to YouTube. The public only sees one view. But with Archaix videos, the reason that my channel has become so popular is because people watch the same video 3 to 20 times, and it's recorded in the watch hours. Yeah, some of my videos, you guys know. I'm talking to y'all. You already know how many videos you've watched over, or you've listened to over and over and over and over. Well, that's one of my most listened to videos. That letting go is the only way you'll get it. So the construct's not doing anything but what you want it to do. It's reading your field, and if your field is full of anxiety toward. If it's anxiety toward the deal, well, you don't have that. Therefore, the construct pushes it further away. Same thing applies to, let's see. Yeah, because you haven't let go. Letting go is necessary because this isn't done by you. This is a co-creator relationship. And if you don't let go, you're not giving the oversoul any action. And if the oversoul can't do something for you in the construct in a father-son, father-daughter type relationship, then it's no deal. It's no deal. It's not you're here to learn trust. And anybody who's feeling super anxious about something they do not possess is not a trusting individual. So, I hope I answered that for you as best I could. But yeah, those are some videos you might want to go check back on. I'm going to scroll down here. Oh, I'm never going to catch up with this chat. Not even going to try. Not even going to try. Yeah, the Wheel Mortals playlist is the most listened to playlist ever in watch hours. Not in views, but in watch hours it is. Yeah, but it can be, if you have, here's one that some girls can associate with real easy. Guys too, really, because it applies to both. But this is how the phenomenon operates in our lives. We just never recognize it when it happens. We get pissed. So a female really likes this guy. This girl really likes this guy. Almost, got a crushing on this guy, obsessing on him or whatever. And he is on her mind continually. Now, female has a really good friend, not a best friend, but a really good friend she hangs out with once or twice a week. And they talk, and she really likes her friend, getting to know her friend, talking and comes to appreciate her friend and all that. Her and her friend talk about the guy every once in a while. So, are you thinking about dating anybody or what? No, I'm still thinking about that guy. But you've really taken no actions. And your friend has chimed in on it. Oh, you need to go ask him out. Don't wait for him to ask you out. Just go over there and ask him out. Go ask him to hang out or whatever. Take you bowling or something, whatever. So, and you don't really do anything about it. And then one day you do. One day you decide. You know what? I'm gonna look him up. Listen, there's a lot of things happening. There's an exchange of information here. You're not gonna like it, but because you hesitated, and because you introduced another soul into this thought field, a lot of times that girl, on the day she finally gets brave enough to actually go to where the guy hangs out or go with it, is going to find her friend with that guy. It's the same with guys liking girls, and we like to say, oh, it's treacherous. Oh, you screwed me over, man. You knew I liked that guy and all that stuff. But a lot of times it's you did that. You put that in the field because the mental energy and emotion expended on obsessing over that guy, you shared with another soul, a female. She starts thinking about that guy. She's listening to you, trying to give you encouragement to go talk to the guy. Weeks go by, you haven't made a move. The energy has to be expended. It's got to be expended in some way. And when you don't forge the necessary connections to what you want because you haven't moved your avatar in that direction to begin the co-creator relationship, the construct itself will knit together circumstances that will expend that energy. That energy gets expended with her and that guy together doing all kinds of things that you wanted to do, but your inaction prevented it from happening. So it's the same. Human relationships, guys, it's all about energy. Every bit of it is about energy. Oh, how do you say jokiats? I do not know that word. Happy holidays, girl. Jokiats. Yeah, man. Jay Collins, can you talk about how our assumptions shape our reality? Absolutely. I mean, I've talked about that so much. I'm surprised you want to hear about it now. I've talked about that in a lot of videos. Yeah. What you assume to be true becomes true. It becomes your truth. And just because something is true for you does not make it true for everybody else. Because you guys know I say this a lot too. We may live in the same world, but we're not living in the same universe. I can walk into a room and I can feel it's palpable. I can feel when there are people threatened by my presence. Their walls go up, but walls are energy. I can also, walk into a room and scan it, and I can see, we all have the ability. We all have the ability, but I can also basically do threat assessments, and I can see which people, male or female, are probably the most dangerous individuals in here. I can also look around the room and just concentrate and I know that I'm going to make eye contact with the most compatible souls. And I don't mean compatible as far as sexual. I'm going to make eye contact with females that I know I'm probably going to develop an awesome friendship or something more with, and males that I'm going to develop a friendship with, or I could develop one with. Because kindred souls identify each other in spirit before they ever do an avatar. You've done this over and over and just didn't know what was happening. But in public, you often make eye contact at the exact same time. It's not like somebody was staring at you or you were staring at somebody else and then all of a sudden they looked at you. How many times has it been instantaneous where you and someone else just made eye contact? And then you look away because it's kind of weird. Well, there's a lot more going on here. Kindred souls, those who are most comfortable with each other in spirit, yeah, their avatars will recognize that. The avatar will follow through with an involuntary look. This happens all the time. Happens all the time. So yeah, if you go into any enterprise assuming something is going to happen, ordinarily the construct's not going to make you a liar. So you're not surprised when that something happens. And then you're able to fall back and then play victim and then tell everybody, see, I told you guys, man, that I was gonna slip up and stutter, and I messed that whole speech up, and I lost this contract for us, and that company's not going to do business with us. I told you this was going to happen. But you wrote that into your existence. The construct didn't do anything but reciprocate. It honored the energy that you put out, and that's what it does. And if people would just start understanding that this is the relationship you have with reality, they'll change their lives overnight. Once you understand that the construct is an extension of the oversoul, and the oversoul itself is going to honor you, it doesn't want you to be a liar. It doesn't want you to be a liar. It's going to honor you. So what you assume to be true will always come true. It will always come true. This is why Nike actually has the best mantra ever. There's nothing better than the logo for Nike. Just do it. Because just doing it, act as if you are, and you will be. When you just do it, there is absolutely no negative energy attached to that. So there's a parable of Jesus that plays into this, and it's a deep concept. I know some people won't accept it. That's fine, but Jesus was explaining about complainers, about somebody who, which one will God honor most? The individual who is toxic and says they will not perform an act and will not do it and will not fulfill an oath or an obligation, but does it anyway. No matter what they said, they still did it anyway, as opposed to the individual who, when God asked them something, they said, yeah, I'll do it. Absolutely. I'm on it. Say no more. I'm going to do it. And they never follow through. Which one would God honor more? The one who would willingly perform the act without resistance but didn't do it? Or the one who instantly resisted, didn't like the idea, wasn't on board with the shit, but still did it anyway? The construct treats us in the exact same manner. It's in the exact same manner. What? I hate cars with 100 buttons. All right, I don't know what you guys are talking about in the chat. Get yourself that fancy coffee. Thank you, Smashton. That's a good name. Yeah, it's yeah, assumptions. You've heard the old adage, assumption makes an ass of you and me. Just play on words on the deal. Oh, Michael Masek, I see your picture there. Thank you. So if we enter into enterprise assuming something to be true, then it's going to be true for us. It's absolutely going to be true for us. I deal with my own professional adversaries in the same way. I mean, not to Dr. Juan Forfar, I got your email, and absolutely, I'll be entertaining you when we drop this link. So, like, I mean, I know some of you get tickled and stuff about my call outs and all that, but I do it for a reason. I even said it on X the other day. I told the absolute truth because somebody told me, hey man, just do you. Quit worrying about Graham Hancock and all that. So I just told the truth. And I told the truth. I just told the guy, I says, listen, man, I know for a fact that Graham Hancock, Jimmy Corsetti, Billy Carson, all these guys that I'm always calling out will never, ever get caught in a room with me. They will not debate. I know this for a fact. I don't do the call outs to draw them out. They have already told me basically what they're going to do, which is nothing. I says, that's not why the call outs are necessary. The call outs are because there are so many people in their own communities that are baffled why these guys won't debate. That's why I do the call outs. I do the call outs for the sheep, not the false shepherds. I don't care about the false shepherds. They're going to continue to do what they do. It's not even about them. But I say this with the utmost confidence. When I'm saying these things on Twitter, I'm often going off on tirades. I'm saying it factually because it is a fact. It is a fact they will never come to the table. It is a fact that they will never debate. It is a fact that if they ever chose to debate or even picked a hero to debate, that they would be dissected, publicly humiliated, and probably never recover professionally from such a debate, because I am not going to hold back. I say these factually because they are facts. I've written that into the field, and I have absolutely no assumption that any of those men will ever overturn those facts. So yeah, you have to write your own code, and you can do it small or you can do it big. But you're talking to somebody who came out of a prison cell, talking to somebody who has already survived many attempts on his life. Yeah, some of my Archaix veterans remember my older videos. There's been attempts, not just by, I'm not talking about just by prisoners. There were attempts by prison officials to take me out once. There were attempts by state officials to take me out. Oh yeah, they gave me my original clothes back. Took me to Austin, Texas, over 100 and something miles out of the way from where they were transporting me, and put me under a tree on University of Texas, right by the library at the University of Texas, and then quit watching me. And one of the guys walked 4 blocks to the jail to go get another prisoner, took the handcuffs and the shackles off of me, put me under the tree, and the guy in the passenger side never once turned his head to see if I was going to stay in that underneath that tree. And that tree was directly in front of an alley between 2 red brick buildings that went straight to the university lawns. And there's nothing but kids my age out there. Yeah. I've told this story on YouTube, one or two of my earlier videos. They were trying to kill me. And my story is incredible, guys. One of these days you're going to get the whole thing. But they tried to take me out in 1993 on the way to the Texas prison system. Yeah, they tried to remove me from the count. It was just such a bizarre scenario. I used to smoke back then. They told me to stand under the tree, gave me a cigarette lighter and all that. But I just knew something was telling me, stand down. I was a runner too, but telling me don't run. Don't run, man. This is a trap. I knew it was a trap. I felt it was a trap. I just didn't have any evidence it was a trap other than their behavior. One walking 4 blocks out of the distance and the other one never even looking at me. And I was so far away from the car to begin with, and I'm so close to the university grounds, and there's so many buildings and alleys and hundreds of kids out here. So, yeah. Something just told me to turn around, just look down that alley, and I caught a law enforcement officer pull his head back. That's all I had to see. I saw his full badge, everything. He pulled his head back. They were hiding behind the alley. And anytime you have a runner, they shoot first. That's all they're going to do is shoot. So it was a perfect, elaborate setup. Why they wanted to take me out, why they chose me, I have suspicions, but I don't know. I just don't know. But it's just one of the times in my life. So I'm just saying we have this informed field. We have this ability to be immune from everything in the world, all plots in the world, all machinations, everything people try, like the witchcraft you were talking about, casting spells, voodoo. And oftentimes when these so-called magicians or witches, these rituals are done against people who have very strong spiritual armor, it backfires on those individuals. This is the danger of playing with these type of energies, because there's no such thing as a static energy. It doesn't exist. Energy is in motion. It's got to go somewhere. It's not going to hang around. So if someone's sending something very, very negative your way, and you're assuming it to be true, that you're absolutely immune from anything that can harm you, that individual is going to have to deal with the expenditure of that energy. Because if you're not going to assume it into your life, that individual now has to deal with it. So, yeah, witchcraft is absolutely real. Yeah, you do not walk around my area of Texas trying to tell those little brown-eyed, dark-haired girls. They do love potions. They do all kinds of stuff. But there's also, if they think that you're a real spiritual guy, they'll tell you straight up, "Oh, my mama's in, she practices a San Judas Tadeo, but if you real godly, man, she won't." Yeah, they know. It's for the collective. They get the spells cast on them, like the media. Yeah, it's the collective that are trapped in feedback loops of dungeon programming and all these false belief systems. They're the individuals that fall prey to the black magic and all that stuff, and the rituals and the voodoo and even it doesn't even have to be black magic. It can just be pure hatred, because hatred is an energy unto itself. The only problem with hatred is that it's highly intrinsically personal to the informed field of the individual who is emitting the hatred. And if the focus of that hatred is immune to that energy, the very individual emitting it has a problem. That problem is going to manifest in a series of ways. Some of you might find this very, very unbelievable, but that's okay. Half of you think I'm crazy anyway. But if you focus on another individual with a whole bunch of negative energy, and you're always thinking of them in a very negative way, if that individual isn't accepting that for whatever's going on in their life, they're remaining immune to it. They're not this energy. They don't see the evil eye coming from you. Therefore, they're not suspecting it. And they're not thinking about it, which would open up a door to receiving some of it. They're just totally immune for whatever reason. Yeah. That's when the shit starts manifesting in your body, because energy that you emitted into the field will be reabsorbed into the avatar in negative ways. And you can take from that whatever you want. I don't want to sit here and start naming all the different ailments and shit and all that, because it's very real. We are extremely powerful beings, and we don't even know that many of the things that we suffer were caused directly by us in our interpersonal relationships, because we expended energy in a very negative way that we shouldn't have done, and we never discharged it. Remember, I tell you all the time, I said, this is another thing I say a lot. I said, the selfless act of an instant can undo a lifetime of guilt. if there's somebody in your personal life that you have always detested, they just get under your skin, and this has been going on for a long period of time, but you're the one suffering all kinds of things in your body, it might be time to discharge that. There's got to be some forgiveness in there. And you're going to be really surprised how fast the avatar can heal once the source of the negativity is dealt with. Man, I hit a car 60 miles an hour, flew 60 yards, and could see it all. I did the same thing on a motorcycle. Wow, almost 1,200 people with me on Christmas. I thought it was going to be a small group. Man, I'll be damned. I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. Hope a bunch of you want to come on screen. I might have wore the wrong shirt for Christmas. I just saw a gray shirt and I pulled it out and threw it and got it. I moved my black light. It might be a little too close. That's why it looks like I'm shining. Let's see. Pamela Swan. Mainstream MSM says we now return to our regular scheduled programming, y'all. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. So assuming something to be true is a lot more than mental and emotional. I think this is still Clay's Pigeon's question. Who I've met in Asheville, good guy. He came up to me the second time. I met him before that too. Came up to me the second time in Asheville. Just admit it. You don't remember my name. Yeah, man. All right, Clay. Let's see. Anyway, so let's talk about what an assumption is, because it's not a suspicion. If you assume something to be true, then there is no room for doubt whatsoever that the opposite could be true as well. If you assume that it's going to rain, it's raining outside, then it is raining outside. I mean, this is what you know. It's just exactly what you know. It's not what I'm just trying to divide it from suspect. If you assume that someone has it out for you, that's the danger. Because if they didn't have it out for you and you've misread the signs and the signals, and you assume they have it out for you, you will begin broadcasting energy as if it was true that this individual has it out for you. And the construct itself is going to start creating situations while that individual receiving this energy from you is going to now start experiencing things that is going to cause this person to start looking at you as the source of the problem. Yeah, the construct is always going to reciprocate. If you assume this individual has it out for you, the construct is going to create the situation to make that assumption true. Whether that person ever had anything, against you or not at all. Absolutely. Assumptions are dangerous, but assumptions are also creative, because we're really playing semantics. Assumption is no different than a belief. A belief is not a suspicion. You believe something to be true, then the construct will begin creating the necessary phenomena to make it true for you. It may not be true for anybody else, but it's going to be true for you. Yeah. All right, Clay. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with Christians. Christians are good people too. They're just searching for the truth. Unfortunately, they have fallen for all the same BS everybody else is falling for. Yeah, man. Pull some people up in here. Actually, I'm going to go make me a cup of coffee. I'm going to play this video, and then I'm going to drop this link. Well, let me drop the link first. I'm going to drop the link so you guys can join me on screen. I know Dr. Farfor had a question first. He emailed me with. So here is the studio link. Oh, I'm not going to drop the studio link. No, I'm not doing that. I almost tripped out. So I have a special email. Here it is. archaixlive@gmail.com. If my moderators would repost this from time to time, archaixlive@gmail.com. You can email me right now. I'll see your emails start coming in. And Doctor, go ahead and email me too. There's the email right there. And I will drop the link for you guys to join me on the screen. But meanwhile, let's go ahead and check out a song while I go make me a cup of coffee real fast, because we're going to be here for a long time. Let me see what we got in here. I tell you what. We'll do a song later.
Safe. We block all those who claim we are censoring content. We are not harvesting your data, creating dossiers on the public, and selling your info. Why would we do such a thing?
Seeing the Easter Island pictures of art next to the Göbekli Tepe art is all I had to see. As a chief legislator, that's all a trier of fact needs to see to know Göbekli Tepe is nowhere near as old as they are claiming.
That Jason showed that the zodiac isn't even old, that the Greeks invented it, blew my mind. I'm a Christian now, and our scriptures tell us that stuff's evil.
Jason was publishing about the Mayan long count not ending in 2012, way back before 2012. This dude is shaking the nest. His discoveries on calendars and ancient moon and day count calendars is putting some of these guys to shame.
Remember, we are actors. We are paid to lie. We are rich because we are good at what we do.
Anyone at this point who can't see that the Jews copied Babylonian tablets to write Genesis is blind. Jason's Dark Scriptures playlist shows this perfectly.
That the New Testament is a collection of forged texts put together centuries after the events they depict.
This guy has called the entire ancient aliens community to debate. Like Tyson, they ain't getting in the ring.
Jason says one who is properly informed is not easily deceived. I would like to see Jimmy Corsetti or Matthew LaCroix debate Jason about this Atlantis dating issue. No one's realty interested in Bill Carson's opinion anymore.
His findings on the procession hoax, the change of the year from 360 days to 365, man, this changes everything in archaeoastronomy.
You know, I'm not a doctor. I have no medical background. I'm an actor. And even I know Atlantis was the 13th century BC.
Jason has dropped massive data sets on the Old Testament, not even being old, but from the Greek era.
You think we took you for a ride? Wait till the new Christian Reich takes control. It won't be American, and it sure ain't Christian.
I couldn't believe it. I mean, you know, when Jason showed that the Jewish calendar was completely made up, I mean, you know, damned, how are we going to know what year it is now?
Yeah, the Shar being a day and not a year totally murders a lot of books out there. That's the reason these guys don't want to talk. Jason killed their little pet theories.
It all came true. Jason said I was going to be a part of fake news, just like Billy Carson.
I tried to sniff Jason one time, but Big John stopped me. I think Jason would have been into it, though.
Don't forget, we are actors. We are paid to lie. We are rich because we are good at what we do.
I wasn't so sure about this Archaix thing, but AIX is certainly worth looking into.
I'm most impressed that Jason is not going to tell you something. He's going to show you.
Archaix shows us if you record enough facts, the answers just stare you in the face.
A man who knows the facts is unafraid to joust with contrary opinions. That's Jason.
I can't have that dude on my show. You know how many guys I've had on here who are running from that dude? Be a mess.
Jason says being wrong gets us closer to being right.
You got to break free or die trying, guys.
Archaix showed me how to see if there was a tater in them onions.
Listen, Archaix isn't one guy against the Matrix that's dumb. No, it's a family of souls waking up.
If I've learned anything since finding Archaix, if something is true somewhere, it's probably true everywhere.
Jason said if it's true, we can see it from multiple different vantage points.
So I broke pattern and went up there and slapped that guy. Total pattern break.
If you get stumped, you got to break pattern.
Jason says you don't need to know how to read, you need to know how to think. I think that's where I went wrong.
Jason figured it out. People are smart and they can decide for themselves if something is true or not.
No, I don't have anything to hide. I just don't want Jason anywhere near my accounting files.
There's a bunch of us who don't listen to Archaix. We signed a different deal. I think it's AIX or something.
Come on, Billy. Everyone knows Atlantis wasn't 12,000 years ago. It was in the 1800s or something.
Atlantis 10,000 years ago? Even I'm not that dumb.
Come on, G, you can't contain this. You're going to sink like Atlantis.
Billy Carson is fake news, the fakest news. Jason has proven that.
After careful analysis of Jason's data sets, I agree with you, Billy. Don't debate him.
The cat's out of the bag, Billy. Jason's data set proves you're wrong about Atlantis.
Billy, even I can see that the Atlantis narrative isn't dated correctly. Hear Jason out, man.
Hey bro, you running from this debate isn't a good look for your research. Just debate him already.
Billy, don't be scared to debate, man. I'll have you guys on the podcast.
Cat's out of the bag, Billy. Man, it's so fun doing those little skits. I was taking a break, Lacey. All right. Let's check this email, see who wants to come on board. Oh, I do have a file of pictures I want to show you guys from when I got out of prison. Some of these I've never showed. What I looked like the month I got out. See here. Open up this email. Yeah, don't worry, man. I see your PSYFR emails. I'll get to them. Maybe during a break. Another little video. I got several little songs set up. All right, so oh, that's the wrong email. I'm going to Archaix Live. Okay, we got them popping in already. All right. So Dr. Juan emailed me this afternoon. I'm gonna bring him on first. There we go. All right. Hang tight, guys. I'll bring you in. Dr. Juan, I sent that invite link to you. See, you know what? I haven't been doing this feature lately, man, but I gotta. Yeah, I'll do that. I forgot about this. Putting people's comments on the screen. I keep forgetting I can do that. Jay the Rage Redwood. I bet they hate those skits. Of course they do. They hate my guts. I don't even care. It's funny though. Yeah. Hey, some of you complaining about your comments getting deleted. That's not my mods. My mods and admins, they're not the ones often deleting your stuff. I have a long list of words that are auto delete if you put those words in my comments. I keep a very, very clean comment section. Very clean. All right, Dr. Warren, I sent that link to you. When you hit that link, you'll pop up in my backstage. Until then, I'm going to drop the link to other people. Okay, so I'm going to, it's like Kathy Garvin. I'm going to send you a link too. There you go. Now, Kelly Duran, you can pick up here. You can always catch up later. All right. So maybe he's not paying attention. So Max Maximus, huh? Max Maximus. It's a hell of a name there. I'm going to drop you a link. All right. So I'm going to drop. I'm going to drop the link to a few people. Jason, turn on your jellyfish. Uh-oh. It'd help if I turn that device on. All right. Oh, I got me a taker. I got somebody backstage. Oh, I see Keith Andrews back there. I'm dropping more links in real quick. Trying to get everybody on. Everybody on. We got a lot of time, guys. Don't get frustrated. It's Christmas. Look, I'll even flirt. I'm not past flirting right now. So let's see. Just one joke, please. You want to tell a joke? Oh man, you're gonna get me in trouble. You're gonna get me in trouble. So who is this? Maximilian. You got a famous name.
What's up? How you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm blessed.
Awesome.
Just kicking back. Is that a fishing pole?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, I'm in Western North Carolina. Flood.
Yep. I was not far away when that happened.
Yeah, I'm sitting beside my flooded out house in my travel trailer.
Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. I got some good friends that are out there in that area around Asheville.
Yeah, it's been a rough go. Hey, I can see the chat over here on my screen.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, wow, it was weird. I had a lot of looters. I had a lot of people come claim they were going to help and did nothing but steal. And then finally I met up with a group called Mountain Assistance Project, and met up with a great group of people, and they came and helped me clean out my house. Well, I was battling cancer, aggressive throat cancer, so I wasn't very well. I was really weak, and they helped me through the winter, and great group of people. And the reason I'm leading up to this, man, oh man, this is the loneliest freaking Christmas I've spent in a long time. I lost my son, my wife, my dog, my other dog, oh man, it's just crazy. And then my house, and then I got cancer, and it's weird. Anyway, I went and volunteered at a kitchen where we feed the homeless and the lonely and whatnot, and I had a blast today. So I'm on the cloud nine.
Oh, so you did that today?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Listen, I'm gonna tell you now, what you're feeling, that euphoric state. I know I know people, they don't like to have their world dissected. They don't want to know the inner workings of what's going on, but you did come on my channel and you mentioned it. So I have so many people listening. So I kind of want to explain this phenomenon, this euphoria, that this happiness that wells up inside you. Listen, thinking about feeding the homeless would have never brought that euphoria to you. The act of actually going out and doing it did it. But the difference is that by doing it, there was a discharge of a bunch of negative stuff that was attached to your soul. Just doing that, that's where that euphoria comes from. Because if you just kick back and think about feeding the homeless, you don't feel it. But if you actually go out and do it, and you're a part of something, the camaraderie, seeing other souls in the construct that don't really have it good, and you're a part of blessing them, and you feel their appreciation, and this exchange of information between informed fields, between souls, what you're feeling, that euphoria, is actual negative energy that has been long attached to you, and it was discharged. It's just discharged. That's what it is, man. It's real simple.
I want to tell you this, Jason. I was really struggling. And you said, man, break pattern. This was 6 months ago. I'm like, wow, I got to break pattern. Okay, what do I do? Okay, I get up and I make coffee. Okay, I'm making tea. So I made me some ginger tea. And then I'm going out of my driveway. Well, which way do I go? Left? Nope, right. And man, that's when I met these people.
Wow, just like that.
Yeah, just like that. My life turned around. And then I fell into, well, I've got a lot of grief. You can imagine I've lost my son, my wife, my house, my hell, you name it. Anyway, where was I going with that? I'm wanting to help people with this. Okay.
Right.
I was in the anger state, and I was running everybody off. And they taught me into going into grief counseling. I'm not one for counseling, I'm not, I'm an alpha male. I'm not into that crap. Anyway,
I get it.
Wow, dude. I had to do it again. I thought of you. And I was speaking to, gosh darn, what's her name? Michelle Gibson, maybe? No, I wasn't speaking to her. I was listening. Anyway, they said, you got to change pattern. Boom. I thought, I got to do it again. And I did. And, well, tiny home. Were they Amish?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Mennonites. Yeah, a Mennonite man showed up. Max, how you doing, Bo? I've been sent. Wow, dude.
15 Mennonite men can build you a house in 2 days. Yeah. These guys are awesome.
They brought me a tiny home. And then they told me, and they're getting it hooked up for me so I can get out of this damn trailer. It's cold, man, when the wind blows, and this trailer rocks. And I went through a hurricane. I got PTSD, so whatever.
Wow.
It's kind of weird. Anyway, man, these people have been so beautiful, dude. I'm sorry.
That's okay, man. It's not, I'm going to tell you now that it's not coincidence that was brought to you. A real good exercise that you can do. Do you have a laptop?
Yeah.
A real good exercise that you could do to understand when things happen to you. There's no better clarity a man can have than when he's at 35,000 feet elevation and you see the world and how big it is and realize how tiny you are as a little speck on the surface. So you can imagine the whole area of Asheville and all the people that are spread out, all the areas that are flood affected and damaged. And if you were to be at high elevation, like on Google Maps, and just look down, satellite pictures of Asheville and just start blowing it up, and you would actually see how tiny you really are in the whole full scheme of things. And yet still, you came across the exact people who brought you the exact thing you needed. That's pretty compelling.
I've actually done that. Shortly after the flood, I knew they were lying. because a lot of my neighbors weren't around. I'm like, where's my neighbors? I was looking. My house stayed. I don't know. People were like, how in the hell did your house stay? I don't know how it stayed. My dog and I were in the loft when we survived. Anyways, yeah, so I go on. I wanted to look at it, man. Dude, I'm 80 miles from Asheville. 40 miles from here, I started smelling. Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. I know I heard stories about the cleanup.
It was a blender. You have to understand, with that much trash in that water, it's a blender. You're not going to find people. But yeah, it was, wow. Hell of a damn good. And now they're doing it in the Northwest.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. It is crazy. But you know what? We're sitting here talking about it. And if we're talking about it, then no matter what happens, and no matter what's happened in my 52 years of life, every bit of it is as inconsequential as the very moment I'm experiencing right now because I'm talking about it.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, man. The one thing I learned, wow, enjoy every moment. All right. They tell us, pursue your happiness. Let me tell you something. Your happiness can be yanked away from you in one night. It happened to me. Yes, sir.
Yeah, man.
But I can't take my joy, And what is my joy? Raising birds, taking care of creatures. Here, let me show you. Here's one of my feral little kittens I caught the other day. She's mad.
Oh, yeah, man.
Yeah. There's a mama and 3 kittens, 2 girls and a boy, and they're feral. They were feral, and they were dirty as they could be. And I trapped them and brought them up, and I've been able to tame the little boy and one of the girls, and the other 2 are out there mousing for me. I raised fowl, so when you feed fowl, you're going to have mice. So I've got me a couple of mousers out there that I saved from the big city. Brought up to.
I got a possum trap because I'm trying to catch a possum because I have a lot of decking on my property, and I want to catch the possum, not to kill it. They eat ticks, they do good things for them, but I got a lot of ranch land around me, and I can release that possum somewhere else. I can't have the possum on my property because my dogs will do it evil, and when they catch it. So I'll put a possum trap out, but I can't never get that possum. Instead, I get cats. Cats go in there and try to cats get into everything.
I'm not sure what was put in there to get a possum in there instead of a cat.
I don't know, man. I let the cats go, but yeah, I'll wake up in the morning, go check the trap, and there's a cat in there just staring at me. Like, you gonna open this thing or what?
Okay, all right. So your dogs are fenced in, right?
Yeah, they're fenced in.
Well, if you put the possum's food outside of the fence, it won't go in the fence.
You know what? Possums are pretty much wild. They just found my decking somewhere awesome to live under. But yeah, I can't stop them from coming and going. You seen a possum climb over a fence? They do it in seconds.
Well, yeah. Well, I used to have a white-faced mama possum that I fed on my front porch all the time, and I just fed her whatever was left over every night. At the end, I just throw my pot was full of the trash, and
right.
Put her food out there away from the dogs, and she'll be fine.
Right. So
they're a lot smarter.
Without being specific, I appreciate you telling us about the cancer and all that. And the reason I don't really talk about it a lot is because it's one of the social media pet peeves. It's one of the things. They can really mess with channels about talking about medical stuff. So, but the truth of the matter is, Dr. 144, Ron, I see both of y'all backstage. I'll get to you in a minute. So, I just want to be clear. There's new people who haven't heard this story before, but it doesn't matter if we're talking about cancer or if we're talking about tuberculosis. It doesn't matter what we're talking about. It's the highly intuned, informed field, which is your spirit attached to source, has the ability to override anything that's afflicting the avatar. And it can do it even at the most advanced stages. And I saw this personally. I lived through it. I smelled it. I almost wanted to throw up. It was so disgusting. But I was on the cell block with men who were basically, they were going to die. I mean, once they had gotten to that acute stage of tuberculosis, they weren't They were destined to go to a cell block, which would have been a death sentence. And I remember one guy who came back from medical, and he was like from Guatemala or Honduras. So he's from Honduras, and he just came back and he refused the diagnosis. He knew something was wrong with him, and he was turning yellow. And he had acute tuberculosis, and in prison they don't catch things fast at all. You don't get checkups. You go to infirmary when you need to go to the infirmary, when it's become an emergency. So this guy here was going to check out, and he had got his walking papers, so he knew in the next couple of days they were going to send him on a medical transport to a special cell block where everybody there is dying from tuberculosis. So this is how the Texas prison system deals with people. You get sent to the blocks where of terminal, where everybody's there dying from whatever, and that's what they do to you. Yeah, they give you painkillers. Yeah, they give you some modicum of medical care and all that, but it's not like the free world. So these guys, I watch this, and it's always affected me. This guy's faith, and he had prayed that night, and he had basically told God straight up, "Oh, it's not my time. I still got his family out there." He didn't have a long prison sentence at all, and he says, "Not my time. I'm not going to go out like this. I'm not." So he blessed his water and turned it in his mind. He turned it into holy water because he had prayed over it. So this is an act of charging the field. Even water carries field. Water is a part of the field. So he had changed the structure of that water in some way by belief. And he drank that water and went to sleep. And he had the worst night any man I've ever seen have. He was trembling. He was in convulsions. He had vomited. He had pissed and shit all over himself. And all night long, his skin was exuding this yellow-green pus. And his buddies, other Latino guys, came in and they literally picked him up, sponged bathed him, got all that crud off of him, and it stank to high hell. And they took care of him and laid him back down. And he would drink more. He would get up and drink more water. He would pass out. He would be completely in a mindless state of just trembling. And sometimes he would sleep peacefully. And then all night long, this guy went through this shit. And in the morning, he had lost weight, but they had soil. They had a black trash bag full of multiple sheets, towels, rags. It was rancid, stunk the whole cell block up. They had bagged all that stuff up, washed him off again, and he slept the next 2 or 3 days. And that guy survived. And when he was tested, he did not have tuberculosis. And they were claiming it was a misdiagnosis, but it wasn't. I was there for that. So, there is no difference in the field between cancer and tuberculosis at all.
I thoroughly believe that my belief in RSO saved my life.
So you're gonna have to educate me. What is RSO?
Rick Simpson's oil.
Say that again.
Rick Simpson's oil.
Oh, Rick Simpson's oil. Okay, I'm not familiar with that. I'm not familiar with that at all.
It's cannabis oil.
Okay, yeah. Well, I'm in Texas. Everybody's on cannabis here in some form or fashion.
Well,
be it oils or in papers, rolled up, inhaled, or in pills. Everybody's got it here.
I literally use the oil. I keep a still going all the time. So white lightning and cannabis, and then bring it down to the oil, and then eat it. No smoking, none of that. I have throat cancer. Now, the one thing my cancer doctor got mad at, he said, "Max, you can't continue to smoke cigars and battle throat cancer." I'm like, "Watch me." And I'm a year cancer-free.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
My cigars, but I eat my cannabis oil like nobody's business.
Cool. Wow. RSO is also nicknamed Phoenix Tears. That's badass.
That's correct.
Thank you, Steven Segura. Always full of little factoids.
Yep.
Nice.
Yep.
Nice.
Yep. I learned about that 25 years ago, and I've been an advocate for a long time. And then I always told my daughter, I always said, you know what? One day, I wonder if one day I'm going to have to, how you say, do what the hell I've been saying. And sure
Yeah,
enough,
absolutely.
I did, and she's proud of me.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna also offer you this. I know we like to focus on the negative. We like to focus on the things that we have been through, as opposed to our present state, where we are right now.
Now, Jason, everything I'm telling you is positive. Now, this is all positive, man. I'm rising like a phoenix.
I agree with you. I agree with you. But a lot of times when I'm speaking about a situation, I'm also taking into consideration of all the people that are listening, not just directly talking to you.
Right.
And you started this conversation with all the stuff that you have made it through. You have survived. You have gone through this stuff. And I try to remind my community all the time that we're always focused on the negatives, and we're always focused on, we're always impacted in the negative before anything. Let me give you an example. It's just a fundamental of human psychology. We do this all the time. We don't even know we're doing it. But I might get on Amazon and go through there. I'm looking for a micro charger that also has something like a battery charger, that's also a trickle charger, that's also a air pump, for something I can just leave in my glove compartment if there's an emergency with the vehicle. So I'm looking for a micro version of this, the smallest one I can, that has the greatest PSI. And as I'm going on Amazon and I'm excited about it, I find it, I locate it, I buy it, I wait for it, and then Amazon brings it, I open it up, I'm excited, I check it out, I read all the stats, because that's what I like to do. I go through all the material on the deal, and then I roll it all up and I put it in my glove compartment, and the entire affair has affected me negatively. It's almost like a little tiny piece of depression kicks in once I receive the very thing that I've been wanting for a long time. And this is what happens to all of us. You obviously recognize the blessings you've got, and you're happy and you're euphoric about it. But we often stop blessings from coming to us by this attitude, by allowing things to affect us in the negative. When that euphoria, when that feeling of magic is lost, it's almost as if the construct reciprocates and stops situations from happening in our lives that continue that euphoric state.
I can attest to that. Red Cross, I just couldn't bring myself to get this shit together that they needed to give me a 4,500, and they finally got tired of dealing with it. And it was just all that negative energy. Just, I couldn't deal with it. And again,
I get it.
My Greek counselor, I've got to give her credit. Wow, is that an incredibly smart woman? Yeah. Between you tell that, man, I got to give you all the credit in the world. When I made that ride out of my driveway, it made all the lot more. When you told me, what was it? Change your situation. Do something different, man. Wow. And then again, I thought, well, what did Jason tell me to do last time when shit got crooked? Change your damn stuff. So I changed it up again. Boom, happening. Wow.
Absolutely. You look at it from the perspective of the construct. We have an objective overseer. By objective, I mean it has a function, and that it's not personal. And that function is to keep things moving. So we have all kinds of feedback loops called belief systems that many souls in the construct participate in. And the participation alone is action in the field. Well, action in the field creates energy. So energy is created only in the feedback loop and only toward the feedback loop. So therefore, the construct saves energy by corralling more souls into those activities. But then there's a soul that goes another way. You didn't go left this time, you went right.
Yep.
Now the construct, though, from the construct's perspective, it's like it has a duty. It has a duty to keep things moving. It has a duty to follow the law of conservation of energy. It has a duty to make sure that everything is still running fluidly. You are an errant. You have now gone a totally different way. What is the construct going to do? It's going to build for you a whole nother reality. Evidently, what you were doing wasn't working, so you broke pattern.
Broke pattern.
The act of breaking pattern automatically creates a whole new world for you, whether you recognize it or not. If you move forward in the new direction, you're going to be experiencing new personalities, new souls in the construct, new situational modifiers. All kinds of new things will be knit into your experiences on a daily basis as the construct tries to figure out what exactly it is that you need to be corralled into another one of these feedback loops. So this is the magic of the breaking pattern phenomenon. Once you've broke pattern, where are you going to go from there? Once you recognize that the act of breaking out of a mold has actually blessed you, now what are you going to do with that newfound blessing? Because that's going to create more patterns that are going to echo into your reality as well.
I chose to go volunteer at a kitchen.
Yes, you did. Now, when you say that, was that a singular event, or is this going to be something you're going to be doing routinely?
Oh, no. Next week, we got to clean the place up. We're going to start, next year, we're going to start serving breakfast as well.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
you have no idea what other souls you're going to meet while you're doing this.
I love to cook. I love to help. Yeah, I'm a damn good cook. I've got nothing else to do. I'm retired.
Yeah.
My volunteers are coming here and putting my stuff back together, so I'll do what I can do. See, I'm not physically capable of rebuilding my home anymore. I'm old, and I've got some messed up spinal problems, but I can cook. So there you go.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, you put that into the field, you might find out that your cooking is going to open up doors for people who ain't got nothing better to do to come hang out on your property and just start slowly putting things back together. You never know what direction things are going to take.
Isn't that the truth?
And, never know.
Man, they taught me into going to grief counseling. And I think I may have said this before, but where was I going? Anyway, no. I have paid friends that come and visit me to make sure I'm not lonely. So I'm like, come on, y'all, stop. You're paid friends. Thanks for dropping by. But yeah, it's been a weird experience. It really has. I've never been much of a socialist, number one. Number two, I'm not a communist in any way. And then second, I've never asked for help before. I've always been the go-to guy, right? I even said to my wife one time, I was like, everybody, they only call me when they need something. She's like, you're the go-to guy. You'll hate it when they quit. She was right. And it was tough on me to reach out. Man, I'm glad I did. And you made the difference. I swear to God, dude, I'll never forget that day. Dude, break pattern. Do something different. I made tea that morning instead of coffee, and I made turn right and went to Nebo instead of Morgan. My world changed.
That's it, man. That's all you had to do, bro.
Crazy.
All right, Maximilian, I got several people lined up backstage. It's been good talking to you, man.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Jason.
Join us next time.
Absolutely. Thank you again.
That's a good one there. That's a good little story there. All right, so I got Dr. Juan, and then I got Ron here. And Jared Green. Dr. Juan, you've been having some problems with your computer. Dr. Juan, you're on, but we can't hear you. We might be having some technical difficulties here. We can see you. But you keep going in and out. Yeah, you keep going in and out, Dr. Juan. Not a good signal. We might have to try another time. You don't have a good signal. We can't even hear you. All right, it's not good. Not good. What's up, Ron? Need turn your mic on?
Can you hear me now?
Absolutely. A good audio.
All right. How you doing tonight?
I'm good, man. I'm good. You look comfortable.
I am. Merry Christmas.
That it is.
Yeah. Sitting on my porch here in northern Alabama.
All right.
Lake Huntersville.
You're not too far. You're not too far.
Nope.
From me.
Not too far. I was wondering, has anybody ever talked about making like a screenplay for movies or shows using Chronicon as the framework?
Well, there is one guy who has a book on Amazon Kindle that he wrote a fiction book based off of Chronicon, and I loosely designed a character based off of me. But other than that, no screenplays, nothing, no big production.
No,
I would like to see like maybe something, a script written out on a Phoenix Phenomenon episode from start to beginning. You know,
exactly.
See what. I'd like to see something like that, but no, nobody's done it to my knowledge.
Okay. I was wondering. I could see that being a hit if done right, like you said, Phoenix or from other perspectives.
It would be an awesome like 2 or 3 hour documentary to see different civilizations as the Phoenix Phenomenon took place. I would be able to write it out pretty good, but I can't do documentaries and I can't do films and all that. But if somebody was able to, I could provide all the actual, all the data, but I wouldn't be able to put together the production.
No, me neither. Probably not. I was just wondering.
All right.
And I wanted to run something by you. I was thinking, like you're saying, always saying breaking pattern, doing something different. And I'm a pretty introvert person myself, so I was thinking of making a YouTube channel to do weekly reviews of the Truther network out there, the Truther videos.
You're already anticipating one of my 2026 projects, because I do have another channel with 6,000 subs already, and I already have a whole lot of video content. And I'd already told one of my private communities like PSYFR, I'd already told them that I'm about to do just that, but not on Archaix. I'm going to keep Archaix as clean as I can, but on the other channel, I'm going to go off on all these shills.
Right. Exactly. Well, that's cool.
Yeah. So you anticipate me. Yeah, it's already in the works.
All right. I had ideas about it, of course.
That's pretty
Different
good.
sections of shows, a couple hour, like a show each week, but break into sections, doing like a boots on the ground with people.
But
like
I would have to keep it balanced though, because if anybody's going to take me seriously about the things that I criticize, then if I'm doing a critical analysis of another channel's content, and if I find it really good, then I'm going to have to say that as well.
Right. Of course. But yeah, like I said, different sections, boots on the ground, or people out there in the community that are breaking pattern that want to tell other people about it. Or maybe
that can be done on Archaix. That would be done on Archaix. That's a good idea too. That's a whole show similar to what we're doing right now for Christmas. You're actually talking about maybe once a month do a show where we just have people on the screen talk about personal lives and how they have applied any type of Archaix concepts.
Yeah,
I got you. Yeah, that might be a good idea.
Maybe a section of palindromic future history.
Yeah,
showing
we
ripples
can.
of time, and
we can definitely map out much of the future using that system. There's no doubt.
Some mapping out there.
Now I'm gonna have to tell you that this project too has already been started, but it's only in Archaix Underground, and there's a whole space. There's a whole space for it, and there are guys that have taken it to another level beyond anything that I have done. They're using computer software to do palindromic sequencing. Yeah. Jay-Z's one of those guys. He's amazing.
Exactly. Well, I don't consider myself probably not as smart as those people, but I would like to maybe do a weekly report on people like that, different sections, different things that are going on in the community.
Shoot, there's nothing stopping you from doing it. I mean, if you were to do like small 10, 15-minute little videos or something, hell, your name is Ron. You could call it the Ron Report. I'd start posting them so people can see them.
Something like that.
Yeah, I'd post them so people can see them.
That's cool. All right.
Yeah, I like those. Those are all good ideas. I'm just one man, so I'm always impressed when other people just, you know, just come up with an idea and just take off and go with it. And then next thing you know, they send me a link and I have a song to give you guys. Check out this awesome song somebody else put together, and I show it. I show it on. It happens all the time. There's a lot of people who are very creative who they're just doing their own things. I still have some songs to share that I haven't shared yet that you guys have never heard. Not some of these funny AI songs, but real musicians who sent me stuff too.
That's cool. I'd like to see something where you can see other people coming together and bringing their knowledge, showing how they interconnect within the framework, like the Chronicon, or the time frame of the events of what's happening.
Yeah,
there's relate to it.
There's a lot of people that are. I'm really impressed with it. Like I said, most of that stuff goes on in the underground. Most of the people
I'd like to make it more public.
Yeah, I would like to too, but like I said, right now I got so many of my own projects on the table. It's hard to assume more, but I do know that there's people listening to you right now, and you're probably already igniting sparks in their minds, because that's all it takes is to conversate about something, and then listeners themselves will start networking and start putting these things together.
All right. This is as much for me as it is for everybody else.
Right.
Just saying it out loud.
Hey, somebody's look at the screen. Somebody said that's epic. The Ron report. Epic.
Yeah.
There it is.
We
just created something just like that.
Yep. It's amazing.
So, yeah.
That's cool.
Good. That's good stuff. Yeah, man, it's getting peaceful there. I see the sun's already going down. It's already gotten dark just since you were sitting there.
Yes, it is. Feels so late. It's too early.
Yeah, man. What are you on? Well, you on some acreage? You're not in the neighborhood.
Oh, I got about an acre here, right next to the lake.
Okay.
Not on the lake, right next to it.
Yeah, I'm about 1,200 to 2,000 feet away from the lake. I'm not directly on it either.
Yeah. It's nice out here. Peaceful.
Yeah,
plenty of room.
I can tell. Yeah. All right, bro. Well, you need to start thinking about that Ron report, because according to the community, they like the idea.
All right. Very good.
And we have to get you some 15, 20-minute clips together about stuff, and send me the links and put them on YouTube, and I'll spread them out, because Archaix is pretty spread out.
Yeah.
Pretty spread out. You'd be surprised how much traction you'll get when I share a video.
It is. I believe you. All right, Jason.
All righty, man. Good talking to you.
Good to talk to you. Have a good night.
All right. That's the Ron report. So you guys like that, huh? We'll have to think about some of those things. All right. Dr. Juan, we're going to try you one more time, but I think we had a bad connection. You there?
Hopefully, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you now, yeah.
Oh, excellent. I think that's the AIX kicking in. I had to laugh. But
I can hear you.
With several questions. Well, firstly, what I wanted. Oh, excellent. Firstly, I wanted to say a big thank you to you and all the moderators for the excellent work that you do. The next thing is a question to anybody listening to this live stream and listening in the future. If you're not in Archaix Underground, you are doing yourself a huge disservice. That is the place to be.
I appreciate the advertisement.
And well, I know you're genuine. You probably know I've got my own channel, and I've had a few people say, "Oh, he's an ex-convict," and that, and it's like, what they're telling me is how shallow they are, because Absolutely. The question I would have to anybody is, if you hadn't gone through what you'd gone through and the timing of everything, which is divine timing, how could Chronicon have ever been put together?
That is true. That's absolutely true. I would have never done it. I mean,
So
if I'd have
what-
never went to prison at 17 years old,
This is it.
I'm going to tell you now, I would probably have a bunch of kids I can't pay for. I would probably be grossly overweight and 3 ex-wives. So
Yeah.
I'm just telling you the truth. You know what? Prison probably saved me.
Something came to me this morning. This tertiary field, it's reflected on Earth.
Explain. You're talking about the tertiary field phenomena.
Yes. Well, it's all linked to California. Because as you have shown in previous videos, how California at one time is an island, and then another time it is linked to the mainland of North America.
Right.
What I'm theorizing is the time that it is linked to the mainland is the inverse of the crossover period when we get the two realities come together. So if you're looking down on a map, you're going north to go to the mainland from California, which is like taking the higher route, the higher perspective. So I just thought that was interesting that because we're in a photo-negative reality and everything reflects, I feel that is what is being reflected, being shown in the Earth. Now, I see the Earth as like a giant eyeball, so we're sort of living on the iris. So the question that comes from that, this other reality that we're coming to contact with, would you say, I'm just asking your personal opinion on this.
Okay.
Would you say that is the other eye, and that's maybe the positive reality, but it's also a simulation, and therefore there is a real reality that is beyond that, or is that the real reality?
Well, so in the oldest traditions, if we just go by the oldest traditions, they believed that we lived on these wheels, and it was wheels within wheels that were moving. And like the Nordic traditions, they have Niflheim. It's the wheel of the underworld. Midgard is the wheel of the world that we're in now, and the wheel of the gods was Asgard. But we didn't live on planets. We didn't live on globes. We lived on these vast wheels that were turning, and they were interfacing with each other. And these concepts have been ignored by me and Archaix over and over because they never had any relevance to my research until recently, when I started delving into the fact that, wait a minute, I've already divorced myself from any idea that Phoenix and Nemesis are intruder planets. This is how I had presented them to be in Chronicon and in my published books, because all my published books was my research in the state I was of development 20 years ago. So I spoke in those terms because I was still believing in a heliocentric model. Then I became a simulationist, because simulation theory actually allows for these mysteries of ancient calendrical systems and how they're operating in our reality and bringing things into our existence, and that calendars are actually motive forces, and that calendrical nexus points, when two different calendars actually connect mathematically, these bring these amazing events into our reality, as I've shown in Chronicon. So now I'm thinking, okay, well, if these aren't planets, and we're not on a planet. And I've already shown in Archaix ad nauseum so many videos packed with evidence that the sun is local and that the moon isn't a physical object. Yeah. So if these are going to be accepted to be true to me, I have to fit everything where it goes, Dr. Juan. I can't practice exclusions and ignore data that doesn't fit. It's got to fit. So in simulation theory, I realize, okay, well, cool, the whole sky is holographic. But then again, from the quantum perspective, even our reality is holographic, because anything that we magnify under an electron microscope really shows us that there's nothing there. Anytime you take a physical object and you magnify and you just keep magnifying it, and you get to the atomic level, you find out that there's more space in between the electrons that are moving around centralized, oscillating fields that we call atoms, that there's too much open space there. So it's like 99.9% of reality is non-existent open space. And what we call reality are these little infinitesimal things that may be physical, but they may be not. But whatever they are, they're amorphous because they change according to our cognition. And how we perceive reality actually molds the things we perceive. So if this is all true, I have to adopt simulation theory. And in adopting simulation theory, these aren't planets anymore, they're fields. And if they're fields coming into contact, then the tertiary field phenomenon would be the only explanation for the exchange of men and materials between worlds. It would be the only thing that can explain the fossil record, because uniformitarianism doesn't explain the fossil record. If we're going to go by the fossil record, you have to throw out evolution, natural selection, and uniformitarianism, because dinosaurs have been here on 3 separate occasions. And humans are deeper than dinosaurs, and human artifacts are deeper than dinosaurs. And petrified human footprints and petrified dinosaur footprints are side by side on the same surface levels as petrified vehicle tracks. So none of this shit that we've been taught is true. But if these convergence fields are periods when whole populations are moving from one plane to another, that's going to answer for how the hell kids with green skin ended up in England. That's going to explain how the Voynich manuscript was left behind, because it was somebody in a convergence field for 60 years drawing all the unusual phenomena and everything that he saw in his world. But when that convergence field was gone, the book remained behind. So yeah, I don't know if that answers your question, but that's where I'm at right now. Because I have to go with the data, no matter how crazy it sounds. I have to go with what the actual data is. And the data says that friggin' dinosaurs were here in the Dark Ages. And we can't ignore that data. And anybody who wants to say you're crazy has to ignore a tremendous amount of archaeology that's all dated to the Dark Ages. So, yeah, it's convergence field. That's where I'm at, man. And California prior to a convergence field episode could have been a part of the mainland, and then because of a convergence field episode became an island, and then on the next convergence field episode went back to being a part of continental California or continental United States. Absolutely. I mean, we have totally we have a problem now. We have an answer for the phenomena, but we now have a problem with the fact that the truth is so amazing that all of those who would be willing to entertain that uniformitarianism is wrong, that natural selection is an error, that even panspermia, punctuated equilibrium, all these theories, Ice Age, although people are willing to entertain these things are not true and they're incorrect, they're not willing to now make the leaps that we're making in Archaix. We're literally solidifying the idea that we're becoming a micro community, because most people aren't going to make the necessary cognitive leaps to understand this data and to understand what the hell is really happening here. They're not willing to leave their comfortable world of explanations to enter a world of Archaix where where now the potential is everything. Yeah, the whole convergence field deal is good. I have to reinterpret all my revelations and all my eschatology. All the material I have about the Revelation, I have to reread the book of Revelation again now because of this convergence field interpretation. None of the chronology changes, but it changes what the hell is happening.
Definitely. I'm 100% on board with all that you're putting out. It's consistent. It makes sense of everything. It closes a book on so many things. It's a fact in this reality. If you want to put up a structure, you need a solid foundation on which to build. Well, that has to be the chronology.
Chronology is the foundation. There's no doubt. It's the one thing. It's the one thing all our academics have ignored.
The one thing I will say, and this is a personal testimony, as recently as last Wednesday, I had to go to Monchique, which is an hour and a half walk uphill mostly. And I'd already had one mini stroke, and I had another one and I thought I haven't got the strength to get there. So I had it out with the oversoul, and I said, "Look, I need some help here. Give us a break." I got presented with an angel within about 5 minutes of that, who stayed with me all day, made sure I was all right, brought me back in the car, and totally on the same frequency. So I'm hoping when I see them again on Saturday, I'm going to offer them a gift of a month subscription to Archaix Underground, because they would fit in perfectly there.
That's awesome, dude. That's
well,
awesome. I believe it.
This is the future.
Angels, man. Well, what you're talking about
this is the future.
Very believable.
The big game changer with this, now Neville Goddard would call it the birth from above, but you say it in a language that is more appropriate today, but I hear the same message. It is that self-recognition that you are an immortal soul within. When you come to that realization, everything around changes. That is a huge pattern break. I've found this to be true, because from where I was at
AIX trying to take out Dr. Juan. We got the message, Dr. Juan. We understand where you're going with that. He kind of signal broke. Jared, I'll bring you in just a second. I want to remark about Dr. Juan talking about the angel, talking about a human. So we do have references in like scripture about beware lest ye entertain angels unaware. And remember, in the book of Genesis, we had two men that came to tell Lot that he needed to get out of the city. And in the narrative, they're just two men. They're just two men to the Sodomites. The Sodomites were evil. So according to the narrative, so they see two men, but Lot knew that they were angels of God. So when Dr. Juan says that, you know, that an angel had rescued him and it was a guy, he hopes that he can go bless. Listen, I'm on board with that, because that's exactly how they would appear. Why would they appear? They wouldn't have a halo and wings and all that. It's not. That's why I don't believe a lot of these guys on social media talking in the NDE, not NDE, yeah, the near-death experience community. Yeah, there's people with near-death experiences, but some of the stories they tell of the wings and the halos and that. Come on, man, you are using frames of reference from a religious fantasy version. That's not how they would have appeared to you if you were really having that experience. So yeah, I'm critical of those people, but not all of them. But still, OBEs as well, going to see angels and demons and going to hell and going to heaven. I'm not trying to hear none of that. So this OBEs do happen. So I'm on board with what Dr. Juan's talking about. I've had an angel in my life one time. I've told you about it on YouTube. It was one of my earlier videos where I was giving personal information about me in prison, and something. I have so many videos. The haunted life of a dark prophet. That's what it was called. I showed a bunch of pictures of my life, and I talked about prison. I talked about a single incident that happened to me where I was in the middle of nowhere, and I ended up driving onto some weird installation, and it kind of creeped me out, and security got behind me, and they followed me, and I just chose a cul-de-sac, because I left the industrial area, went into a neighborhood, and I chose a cul-de-sac, and I just drove up into the cul-de-sac, and right then and there, this dude opens up the door and waves security, and security just kind of hung around and watched, and I got out, and I just played the role, and I went up to the front door and acted like I knew the guy, and he just invited me in, and dude prayed over me for a long time. I told you guys about this in my earlier videos, but I was a little runaway vagabond, and he just prayed over me and told me some things about my life, and ended up giving me some food and money, and I was on about my way. I went on about my way, but it was he basically told me what I needed to hear, and it was just really strange. And I always thought, man, it's just if I ever had met an angel, it would have been this incident right here. So anyway, George Aldenor, I remember that, Jason. Yeah, man. Oh, there, Jasmine put the link up there. Haunted Life of a Dark Prophet. I told the whole story. All right, let's see. So, hey, Jared, what's up?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, man. I see you got a critter there with you.
Oh yeah, these are my little Phoenix babies.
Yeah, man.
First and foremost, just wanted to say thank you for your service to us in the community and taking your divine appointment. You know, because you didn't have to, and going through the ringer for us and doing what you had to do. The many fights you had to go through and stuff, and just wanted to personally say thank you because Oversoul tells me it's not the easy assignment. It might actually be one of the hardest on earth. So just thank you.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
And my son Levi says hi. But yeah, just say hi, Levi. This is the guy that discovered the Phoenix, the smartest guy we ever talked to in our life. Or most intelligent, to speak etymologically correctly. But yeah, let's just jump right into it. So something the Oversoul whispered in my ears when you were talking about the video with Jack Sparrow when they were sailing on the ocean and then hit a tertiary convergence field and go underwater. Just the video just yesterday or within the last 48 hours?
Absolutely. Yeah, that was just yesterday.
So when the Sea People's Federation, 2239 BC, when
nice catch. I can stop you. A nice catch. That is
were they a tertiary field?
Yes, it was 1135. It was a big one. 1135 BC is on the 552 year. Man, you may have solved a massive mystery with that because
So were they from North America or were they a tertiary field?
Okay, well, check this out. That the Sea People's Federation is an absolute archaeological historical fact, cannot be denied. The inscriptions on Medinet Habu show them. The problem is there are no historians that can find any evidence as to where the hell they came from. The timing is tertiary field. There was actually back-to-back Nemesis and Phoenix deals in the 12th and the 11th century BC at that time. Absolutely. I hadn't even made the connection because tertiary field phenomena is still so new to it's still so new to me. I haven't recalibrated all my chronological material to see exactly. Man, Sea People's Federation is amazing. That's something that needs to be looked into.
That's awesome. Well, I guess I'm 1 for 1 with the Oversoul Whispers. You're going to freak out with the next thing, the Oversoul Whisper. Are you ready for this? I want to put you on hold because I don't think a lot of people in my community are picking up what you're laying down. Yes. If you could please. And I think I was in the wrong century too. I was in the wrong time.
So, real quick, what he's referring to is yesterday. I was itemizing the traditions of Enki, Enoch, Oannes. We have the Watchers. We have Sea Crops. We have Sea Crops. We have Danu. We have all these civilization bringers that were bringing fleets from somewhere, and they always appeared right after. I'm talking about days or weeks after a major cataclysmic episode that depopulated the world. And this has been. I mean, we were talking about Bokika, Votan, Varuna, Viracocha. We're talking about all the South American Quetzalcoatl, all the Central and South American gods. It is the same story over and over and over. So I postulated that it's almost as if it's known by these navigators, and that the map makers of the ancient world knew that if you have all your people and provisions and ships prepared, there are certain areas of the world that you can have your fleet during these convergence field episodes, and your whole fleet will literally sail across an ocean through like a body of fog and mist. But when it comes out, it's coming out into the other plane. It's like sailing from Nemesis to Earth, the Terrasphere, or sailing from the Terrasphere back to Nemesis. So this is what I was talking and describing. What he's suggesting is that the mystery of the Sea People's Federation could very well be the reason they suddenly exploded without any historical precedents into the Mediterranean, started taking everything over, is because they came through a field, which is interesting because 2 fields happened during that period of time. this does bear, we may need to look at this right here. But like I said, the more we go into tertiary field mechanics, the more we are alienating the Archaix community from the rest of the world, because people are not going to be able to process this. This is already blowing people's minds in our community, but we have to go where the data takes us. So anyway, what's your next one?
Oh, well, I mean, I guess it's just as cool. But just kind of a side note, just on one of these stone tablets, you're like prophesied somewhere. So I don't know how long it'll take us to find that, or where it'll be, or in what language. But that's just a pretty cool project. Like, you know, we'll find a tablet, you know, 3,000 years ago that says, you know,
oh wow,
20 years in prison. You know, it'll probably say how North America, you know, in between two mountain ranges, and, you know, maybe put you in Texas. But yeah, that's just something the Oversoul whispered in my mind. Well, yeah, that I had a few other questions, but they're kind of like sneak peeks. I don't know if you feel comfortable talking about videos.
I don't mind shoot.
Well, just I think what is actually in the debut of the tertiary convergence field mechanics video that you mentioned, I guess it was so fresh that, yeah, you said something to the extent of the chief cornerstone may not be the way out that we all thought it was. And then you went along the lines of saying, and I'm just not quoting verbatim, but something that if you did control the construct, you would control both sides, good and evil. So essentially, it's all bad, kind of. And if you recall, maybe you do, maybe I'm sure you do recall saying that.
I do recall. So let me address that. Because, like I said, nothing in the chronology changes. 1902 is still 144 years from 2046. 1902 is still the base of the Great Pyramid, and 203 steps go to 2105, 2106 being representative of the year of the actual cornerstone. Nothing in the chronology changes, but what does change is that if I were, like I said, using the Paul Harvey, method, if I was the devil, I would lay down a substrate of theology, prophetic material that would get people to having faith in, like, the chief cornerstone and all that, when in actuality, I've already told the truth about what the pyramid is, that it's a gate. And like in a bunch of dark writings, darkly prophetic writings that I've quoted, it's like the gate of Yaxakak. And it absolutely requires an act of humans in order to activate. So if I was the devil, I would get those I had inside my construct to believe that an act that they were going to do in activating the Great Pyramid is something necessary and holy in order to create a golden age type scenario situation, when in fact all it is a reset machine. And I duped the collective among them into activating the very mechanism that restarts this entire experience. So this is like, if I was the devil, this is what I would do. But that's not necessarily a bad thing for those who are tapped into source, because the Exodus points don't have anything to do with that date. You understand? The convergence fields points don't have anything to do with the chief cornerstone or activating. They actually come before that. So
yes,
it's also we have this really unusual number 72 that starts on that date, because it's 72 years exactly after 2106 that we have the year 2178, the immortal loop number, the number that never collapses, which is actually exactly 138 years after 2040. I know people that are new to the channel don't know. Archaix veterans know everything I'm talking about. These are all different calendrical systems, and they end at certain predetermined times, and they have definitive meanings attached to them. So I'm just saying that there's a good chance that nothing about that pyramid is good, and that it is a reset machine, and that humans will, in the next 30 or 40 years, be induced in some way to making discoveries in the next 10 years or so that that have the collective believing, oh, this is a piece of ancient technology. Look at the inside of this pyramid right here is a decoy. This right here was a total decoy, but inside of it, it contains a model of the components that go in the other one. So they go in there and they take the model out and they reverse engineer it, making it according to size, and they move the individual pieces into the pyramid and then assemble the mechanism in the grand gallery. Once it's assembled, and then they activate it, because they think it's something they need to do to save the world, they actually just reset the whole simulacrum. Now, this would be bad for the collective, but it's not bad for the individual, because convergence fields are exodus points.
Beautiful.
Still there? You follow me?
Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. That's so exciting. Yeah, your energy is electric, and I'm loving the answers.
Yeah, it's hey man, you gave me hey, I wrote down this little deal. I'm gonna look into the Sea People's Federation a little bit closer, because there were 2 back-to-back convergence fields during the Sea People's Federation period. I have to go look to see what the actual dates, because we're talking about a 150-year period from the first appearance of the Sea Peoples to suddenly they just absolutely vanished and they were never heard of again. I believe that you hit some. I believe you tapped into something, because if I see that 150 years, according to the historians, fits between those 2 convergence fields, we may have our answer.
That's awesome.
We may be dealing with a whole fleet. I mean, fleets that came from somewhere totally different destination location. Gone. Absolutely gone. Which also, I mean, this whole thing begs the question, what if we've been lied to about the fleets that came up missing in ancient times? We have the 2 biggest fleets that have ever been assembled in the world. The 2 biggest fleets that ever been assembled in the world before D-Day, both came up missing. They both vanished. You know what I'm talking about?
The Mongols twice, yes.
Absolutely. Under Kublai Khan, the Mongols, 10 years apart. 10 years apart. What if we've been lied to and those storms, typhoons didn't happen back to back like that and wipe out both fleets?
Well, typhoon seems to have the similar etymology of typhon.
Typhoon. Hey, wait a minute. Maybe we weren't lied to. Typhoon is the phoenix. You're right.
Well, I guess I have my PhD ready for the university. Yeah,
Dude,
just
Dude,
I think may I ask? I do think there is like a little bit of a entrance fee for the university. Archaix
okay.
University.
Well, okay, you don't know. Okay, first of all, the first 26 courses are already available on Podia. There's a link in all my videos that says Archaix Academy. The first 26 courses are already available. They're like 12 bucks. They're like $12 a piece. Or there's several people who ordered the whole academy already, and we'll be sending them drives, because I got a whole lot more courses to send out now. But I have to upload at least 40 more courses to Podia and mail those to everybody who's already signed up for it. But yeah, the courses are already available. There's the academy links in the drive. The first 26 courses. Believe me, the first 26 courses take you a while, man.
Okay, cool. So we can jump in ourselves. You said it's $12 a course.
Yeah, you can jump in yourself.
Okay, yes.
Some of those courses have a whole bunch of old PDFs of old books, because I also provide the PDFs of very old books and literature from which I used as sources in the course. Yeah, you got months and months of reading just going through the PDFs that are attached to the courses. Yeah, man.
Nice.
Hey,
So
man,
it's like,
this is a good talk.
I feel like we have to redo everything now. Yeah, because we're dealing with people sailing in from different simulations. We have to almost
Well, I mean, it kind of gives us a better perspective of why everything is pretty much coached in mariner speech, mariner law, all the old mariner guilds, and all our legal systems are, because there's only one system in this world that would be transplanar. This is what we're dealing with. We're no longer dealing with planets. We're dealing with planes. And if the ocean, in different periods of time when the ocean is a convergence field that will transport something somewhere else, if that's what we're dealing with here, then the only system that could be implemented that would be operable in both planes would be Mariner. That's it.
Oh, and then brilliant as usual. And then just one final question, if I may. It's an easy one. It's just after reading the Colburn Bible text, man, you know, it's a little scary to say the least. You know, I would consider myself, you know, trying to be as positive and, you know, like not prepare and all that stuff. I mean, but the stuff in there is, you know, I mean, do I need to say what the people defecating themselves? Everyone's hair is turning white. The kids don't play anymore. The women abort the babies.
So listen,
I think, like in my head, I'm
talking
like,
about the collective.
You seem super chill about it, and it's just like now connecting with your energy. I've had a resurgence of I'm definitely our foreign fields changing. I'm definitely feeling that energy you have where I'm not so scary, but it is still scary. And just kind of,
I agree. It's scary, but
you can kind of comment on that.
Yeah, I need to comment on that apparently, because you can't cherry pick the negative. You can't cherry pick the negative and not pay attention to all the details, because the Colburn Bible is very specific to that. This entire experience is a test for the souls, but it also says that through all these cataclysms and all that, it says there will always be a body of souls that maintain a fortitude, and they just pass through like sailors through the whole experience. Colburn Bible is very specific that there are people who will be immune to all of this stuff. So I believe that when those references that you're talking about, it's the same story is told in the book of Exodus, even though the book of Exodus version is not true. It's still same. It's still the same principle. And the principle was the people of Egypt, the world, the collective were the ones that experienced all this. But if rocks are falling from the sky and the earth is opening up and people are getting swallowed, and there's monsters coming out of red dirt that's being deposited from the sky, and it's only affecting the Egyptians, but it didn't affect the Israelites. Therefore, there are people immune to the phenomena. It has everything to do with what frequency they're vibrating on. If the Israelites had a special body of teachings that were attached to their culture that told them what this event was, and that they're not to be scared and they're not to worry about it, and they lived their life that way, and yet this culture over here was unprepared, didn't know the world's, they felt like the world was falling apart, therefore their world was falling apart. This is the same difference in Exodus as what's being shown in the Colburn Bible. It's the same difference that the elite are banking on. They're banking on the world being caught by surprise. They're banking on everybody. This is why they saturate us with Armageddon movies, with Deep Impact movies, with 2012 movies, with end of the world type movies, Don't Look Up type movies. This is why they saturate us with all, because they keep that fear programming in deal. This is why uniformitarianism is always promoting the rock from space will destroy our world. This is why they're trying to reinforce it with, a rock from space killed the dinosaurs' world, so it can kill ours too. All of this is programming to keep that fear-based state up. This is why the media focuses on the three-eye atlas phenomenon, even though it's a nothing burger. Nothing's going to come of that stuff. But look how much media attention was focused on it. Why? Because they need to maintain. Every few months, they're going to resaturate the field with this fear programming. They're going to do it. So when events really start happening, the entire collective is going into panic mode. What happens when they go to panic mode? They vibrate on the frequency of the phenomena they fear. It becomes a feedback loop, and those participating in that feedback loop begin to experience the very things that they thought they were going to suffer. While the elite kick back and laugh because they know it's all simulated. They know it's all fake, and they're safe. They're not vibrating on that frequency. It is the only way to explain stories in the ancient world where all kinds of cataclysmic fallout happened to one civilization, but individuals in that civilization not only not feared, but they were completely immune to it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's my answer for that one. These are good, man. Hey, the sea people still got my mind going. I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, it's so exciting. I feel honored, to be a part of that. I want to say that I think everything that you think is a hypothesis is definitely true. Just because while I was waiting, my furnace blew up, as if AIX was trying to stop me from talking to you, but it was off by a few minutes.
What?
Literally, yes. Yeah, man. Yeah, as I was waiting in line, yeah, my furnace just blew up. Yeah, like, so it's trying to stop me to you know what I mean, trying to stop the connection. So
Wow.
I think the Mongols, I don't know how they did it. It wasn't a Phoenix deal, right? For the two Mongol fleets getting lost, it wasn't any type of convergence field, correct?
I'm gonna have to look. I don't want to say that because we're dealing with
I'm sorry.
We're dealing with three different. We have a lot of videos to cover now because I have another video on convergence fields because where I identified the only 2 times in history where Phoenix and Nemesis worked together, and it's amazing. And it's the only 2 times in history in the archaeological record that we have these damn artifacts and a whole bunch of them on dinosaurs with almost no dinosaurs in between. And they're separated by almost 3,500 years. This is amazing shit that I'm going to show in this other video as far as how this all chronologically goes together. So, especially with the Colburn Bible talking about worms, reptiles, amphibians, and snakes fall out the sky during a cataclysm. While animals and humans are dying on the surface, all of a sudden, red dirt and red mud gets deposited, and worms, reptiles, insects, and amphibians explode into. So these creatures are magnifying while the mammals and humans are dying out. So crazy. So bizarre. All right, so yeah, I've got more things to look at because what we haven't discussed is it's not just Nemesis X bringing convergence fields; it's also Phoenix. But we also have the dark satellite, and it's something I hardly ever talk about because all 4 major historical incidents involving the dark satellite is nothing good. I don't really like focusing on that type of stuff. Dark satellite returns in 2052, and it's enmeshed with the Mayan long count a lot. It has a lot of intersect points with the Mayan long count, but it has a very unusual periodicity, 394.5 years. So it was here in 1899 BC for the whole Babel dispersion. The languages get dispersed. Very unusual event. It was also here exactly in 713 BC. When the year changed from 360 to 365. It was here in 76 AD when a great star spear appeared in the sky over Parthia. It's had a few times it's appeared, but we have to look now to see if that's also convergence field phenomena because it's attached to 1899 BC. That's a Tower of Babel episode. What better way to explain languages being fractalized into multiple different dialects and communication systems than the interference and maybe even the damaging of a convergence field, because that's that's the timing it happened, 1899. So I'm going to have to look at all these dates for all three phenomena all throughout the history of the world, and now go back and look to see what the historians and archaeologists were saying happening at those periods of time, and we may have some more explosions coming.
So many convergence fields, so little time.
There you go. That's Pamela. All right.
Man. Well, I will bid you all adieu. Thank you so much. I wouldn't even know I guess you could quote unquote, I was going to say a civilian, a regular person. I wouldn't even know how to begin, the thesis of how to look into if the Sea People's Federation were a convergence. So I guess,
well, I mean, it's not a difficult project. I have to go back through Chronicon or my charts.
Yeah.
I mean, I have to go look to see when those convergence fields began and ended. If any of them were in tandem, like happening at the same time, because there's 3 objects we're looking at. And then I'd have to look at and see what scholarship is saying that the first appearance of the Sea Peoples were and the last appearance of the Sea Peoples were, because I have all the Egyptian, Hittite, Ugaritic text for what was going on. I have all the Homeric references for what was going on at that period of time. I don't need any of that. I've got all that. I just need to see basic what scholarship says about the Sea People's Federation as far as exact timing. And same thing with the episode was 1278 AD and 1281, I believe. 1278, 89. I don't know. I think they're like 10 years apart. But we're talking about the Mongols, Chinese, the Khans, the Tartars, Tartarians, the invasion of Japan. Both of those fleets vanished. So, and they were supposed to be massive mega fleets. So yeah, that's something we're going to need to look into too.
That's so beautiful. And in conclusion, do you remember now? This is, you've only mentioned this a few times here and there, and you got to put a lot of hours in to even come across it. But do you remember you said that there is so we have the 138. Do you remember oh, well, of course you remember. You said that there is a slight shifted, you could call it a 52 fake out Phoenix timeline that the simulation throws out there just to
I have a video that shows it. Yeah, I've got a very compelling video called Other Dimensions of Phoenix.
The fleets have to the Mongol fleets have to fall on either one. It has to fall on a major
I like talking to you, man,
field,
because you're right. I have to look at those charts too when I look at this right here.
It falls on one of the 52 fake out conversion fields. And you have to think there's 3, you know what I mean? You got 6 options. You got A, B, C, and then A fake 52 fake out, B 52 fake out, C 52 fake out, with obviously Phoenix, Nemesis X, and Dark Satellite. But yeah, that's beautiful. I definitely feel like I did my part. I'll allow the next Aaron to come on.
Yeah, and man, that's a good conversation. I'm gonna have to re-listen to this video and take notes my damn self because we got things to explore. There's no doubt.
That's awesome. Yeah, man. I'm electric. I'm electrified by your energy. I definitely got a much more pugnacious, ready to throw my fists up and no, I guess you'd be attracting that. But yeah, I just have a not so scared energy anymore. And thank you. And I love all you guys. And I be saving up for the next round of PSYFR. And then I guess doing the podia one by one. And I'll be in touch. We talked in emails here and there over the years.
Awesome.
But
sounds good to me, man.
Yeah, that's so awesome.
Conversation.
Oh yeah, and I gotta read Chronicon.
Oh man, look at that.
Yeah,
man.
Yeah. But it's so intense. Yeah, it's almost a moot point without the charts. So yeah, I gotta pick up the charts. All right, yeah, I'll talk to you. Here's Alpha Brax Monkey. Thank you so much. We love you. My kids love you.
All
and
right.
keep up the good fight. Merry Christmas.
All right, Jared, you and Levi.
I'll see you guys in the chat. Thank you guys. We'll see you.
Yeah, man, you got good energy. Those are really good points. I need to look at it. Oh my, I got too much homework now. The man just gave me some homework. I got to address this. Zen, read the screen. So I don't know who Zent's 29 is, but can we all agree that the Mayan calendar doesn't matter anymore? It was just a different way of telling time than we use now, but it was never a prophecy. I don't know how long you've been in the Archaix community, but you could have never said a more untrue statement. The Mayan long count is specifically attached to prophecy. It has always baffled scholarship as to why it is a calendar that started at a definitive time in the ancient past and counted forward 1,872,000 days, divided between 13 Mayan epics called Bactans, which are 400 years on a 360-day count. So we are dealing with a prophetic system. The end of the Mayan long count was supposed to be the collapse of time. This was the Mayan belief system. A race of demons from the underworld is supposed to come up and invade. It was a collapse of the 13 heavens above the 13 hells of the Maya. So the Mayan, many people have been triggered by the Archaix research because 2012, nothing happened. But I don't know if you know this, Zentz, but I had a book written in 2009 that was published in 2011 called Anunnaki Homeworld. And in that book, I was trying to tell everybody that nothing is going to happen in 2012 because it's all been miscalculated. Mayan scholarship took the 1 million, not Mayan scholarship, but Mexican scholars took the 1,872,000 days of the day count Mayan system and divided them by the modern year of 365.24. That's not how the Maya divided their system. This was a modern imposition upon an older system that only knew a 360-day year. The Sumerian calendars, the Olmec calendars, the Mayan calendar, all the original yugas are every single yuga of ancient India is divisible by 360. All the ancient years. We just did a video on the number 360 years. We've got several of them. But no, 2012, this is how they got 2012. They know from Mayan steels that have been decoded, by Mexican scholarship and Central American scholarship. They know that the start date for the Mayan calendar was 3113 BC. 3113 BC is right there during the Enochian period of the pre-flood world, and a bunch of calendars all started at that exact same time. But 3113 BC was the start date of the Maya, and all scholarship did. You have to ignore all these wing nuts who don't know what they're talking about, especially these people talking about, well, the Mayan long count is so sophisticated they're able to calculate forward, backward in time. They measured the solstices and the equinoxes. Mayan long count has nothing to do with that. It is a day count system, and it's easily proven because Mesoamerican scholars took the 1,872,000 days of the Mayan long count and simply divided it by 365.25. And when they did, they got the number 5125. So they claimed that the Mayan long count was a period of time that was 5,125 years in duration. And they slapped that 5,125 years to 3113 BC to get 2012 AD. It's that simple. That's how simple the mistake was. But as I published in 2011, it's not that simple because the Mayan long count didn't know a 365.25 day year. It's only a 360 day year. The Mayan long count ends in 2046, not 2012. So I'm just telling you, Zents, I disagree with you. We cannot all agree that the Mayan long count doesn't matter anymore. And we're definitely not going to agree that it wasn't a prophetic countdown. And in 2046 is exactly where it needs to be because that is the collapse of time. What am I referring to? I'm talking about the return of Nemesis X in 2046 because in the book of Revelation, it's called the Seven Trumpets. And we're specifically told what happens in the book of Revelation during that time. It is the collapse of time. What do you mean? Well, I mean, the book of Revelation specifically tells us that God is going to remove 1/3 of the day, 1/3 of the night, 1/3 of the sun, 1/3 of the moon, and 1/3 of the stars during that period of time. That's the collapse of time because a 365.24 day now becomes 243 days. That's going to change a lot of things on Earth. And this is during a convergence field, Nemesis X. Also we have the issue of the day itself is going to be reduced by 1/3. How do you reduce a day by 1/3? You take 8 hours out of it, so you have a day of 16 hours. That means the sun's going to be up for 8 hours and then the moon. And then it's going to be daylight for 8 hours. It's going to be nighttime for 8 hours. It's going to change a lot of things. So we have a much faster accelerated day, a much faster accelerated year, and this is what the rest of Book of Revelation means when it says, except those days be shortened, no flesh would be saved. So it's an act of mercy because when it happens in 2046, there's still 60 years left on the calendar. 60 years is the duration of the convergence field of Nemesis X. This is a tertiary field. It's why the book of 1st and 2nd Esdras has prophecies about the last days of great changes happening to human bodies, of children being born and being able to talk after a couple of weeks. There's all kinds of really enigmatic things that have never made sense in 1st and 2nd Esdras, but they do make sense when you take into account that the day is now, that the world day-night diurnal system is now spinning faster. The world is now moving through the year faster, and we're in the slap dab middle of a convergence field in the last days. So I'm going to disagree, Zentz. Mayan long count matters. Mayan long count is correct at ending in 2046 and can be shown in many different species of analysis, as I've shown in Archaix multiple times. And the Mayan long count was prophetic. The invasion of demons talked about in the Mayan long count at the collapse of time is also mentioned in the book of Revelation as 200 million locust demons that come up after an angel goes and opens up, takes a key into the bottomless pit and opens up a gate. And once that gate is open, there is an invasion coming up from somewhere else of 200 million demons that are not allowed to kill humans, but to torment them for 150 days. The exact same number found in the book of Genesis for the duration of the great flood caused by Typhon, which was another convergence field in 2239 BC. So I don't know how long you've been in this community, man, but Mayan long count is something we've gone into a lot. There's a lot of charts that'll help break it down and show you, but scholarship has been wrong about the Mayan long count from the beginning, and it is embarrassing how easy it is for me to show people how wrong they are. All right, let's see. What am I looking at here? All right, let's put that off. I'm going to send this link to several more people in the chat. Or, I mean, not in the chat, but I got several people. Give me just a second, guys. I'm dropping this link everywhere. All right. So your name is deleted user, and you're saying, hello, can I be unblocked from the chat? How are we supposed to know who you are? You go by deleted user in the email. Who are you? Your name is deleted user 2291. I'll tell you what, I can't do it in the middle of a video, but I got your email. I will go back to it. I just now bookmarked your email. I'll go unblock you. I don't know why you got blocked. Don't give me the line. But your name does not inspire confidence. But I will unblock you. I just sent a bunch of y'all. Errant Protocol, you just got yours. Steven Segura, you're getting yours. Oh my God, Steven, you just sent me a. Are you about to put me to the test? What is all this you sent? All right, chat it up, chop it up. Brian Totten, I got you, man. Just sent you a link. Sending all these people links right now. Like I said, this is all unscripted. I have no idea what in the hell we're going to chat about or talk about. I just appreciate you guys spending Christmas with me. Having a little fun. Oh, Catherine Young. I know who you are. I'm sending you a link. I'm sorry, Catherine, but you're sharing something on Facebook with me. I have a lifetime ban from Facebook. They will never let me come back. So when you send me Facebook links, I'm not able to look at them. I'm not able to look at them at all. All right, let's see. Martin Davis, sent you a link. I just sent a bunch of links out. Joshua Dude, I don't think I ever talked to you before. All right. Man, that was a fast 3 hours. I can't even believe 3 hours have already gone by. How did that happen? All right. Y'all don't get distressed. I got several links out there. Don't get distressed. So we just went through several dialogues. So what we're going to do is we're going to listen to something interesting for a minute. And then I got people backstage right now. I'm going to go straight into pulling them on screen too. But of course, we're going to take us another little break. So you guys backstage, Errant Protocol, Brian, bear with me. I'm taking me a break to go get me some kibbles and bits. I'm a dog too. I got a snack, and I'll be right back. Find me a video here we can watch. Oh, we already saw that video, so let's look at the other one. I got another video. I got another AI video, a different one.
Well, we've run all the simulations, and the output always shows that Graham, Randall, Jimmy, and Billy are full of it.
You know, I'm not very smart, but I thought Jimmy was smarter than that.
Here is Texas, we make folks put up or shut up. It's a Southern thing. Jason is just asking for you to defend yourself. Be a man.
It's so exciting. One of these guys is going to take the bait, and Jason is going to humiliate them with data. We are going to see Jason destroy one of these guys.
A few call-outs was interesting, but now this situation has a lot of people's attention. Graham Hancock, Randall Carlson, Billy Carson, Jimmy Corsetti, the Ancient Aliens crew, and the many who produce for Gaia, and no one will debate Jason. Archaix must be the truth.
Just call it for what it is. Ancient aliens, Gaia, ancient apocalypse, bright insight, forbidden knowledge. It's all Hollywood. Fake as a doll being able to talk.
Holy crap. First Billy and now Jimmy?
Man, I don't know nothing about all this whack stuff, but I'm just enjoying the show.
Sometimes you have to pay attention. A strategist sees a checkmate coming. Don't make the mistake of doubling down, because the public will never forgive you after you were given a chance to admit your error.
I'm sorry, we've run ops on Jason, blocked his accounts, throttled down his likes, unsubbed his followers over and over, removed a lot of his posts, and even messed with his bandwidth, and still nothing has slowed down his momentum.
Listen, I don't read books, but neither does Jimmy or Billy, and Hancock has other people write his books. But I listen to Archaix, and I can hear the truth because he's always making sense and telling me where the knowledge comes from.
Is so dumb. Hancock and Randall are so old, and Billy and Jimmy just hating because Jason is hot. So dumb, it's not even about Atlantis.
You mean to tell me that the original discoverers of the Rachette structure even said it wasn't Atlantis after they went there and had a look?
Jason is a true thriller of information. He has shown these guys that they can just beat it. Archaix for the win.
Oh my God, guys, Men in Black was just a movie. You guys took it to the next level, and now you're running from Archaix to save your bank accounts?
I can't believe this. Jimmy, I looked up to you. My next song was going to be about Atlantis in the Sahara. I was going to flow, dude.
Archaix has gone way beyond what is necessary to prove that these guys are all putting out some real, easily disproven information, and that they have made fortunes doing it. Jason has shown us who values the dollar and who values the truth.
So I wanted to endorse Archaix, but Jason told me cram it. He apparently hates politicians. Still, break free or die trying, guys.
There is no way I would want to be one of these guys. I listened to Jason freestyle historical facts in Las Vegas like he had lived back then. A freaking time traveler.
This whole situation raises the question of accountability. These guys have made millions off of telling the public incorrect information that they now refuse to answer for. We may need to look into this.
Oh, you guys get it all wrong. It means make Archaix great again. That's MAGA. Errants are the Archaix nation.
There is no way in hell someone is going to use my past against me because they don't want to deal with me right now. That shit's weak.
Atlantis, dated to the Ice Age, is as dumb as thinking a guy who invents computer viruses can make vaccines.
This isn't going away. Jason's not going to win because he's smarter. He's going to win because you're being dumb. Like me.
Being a crusader for the truth isn't being a bully. Only someone trying to hide something is going to gaslight you into hating on Jason.
There is no stopping Archaix. Gaia, Ancient Aliens, Forbidden Knowledge of Billy, Bright Insight of Jimmy, Ancient Apocalypse of Hancock. I'm telling you, They aren't ready.
Dudes, what are you going to do when Jason has 500,000 followers? You already can't contain this.
Oh, man. We ain't got somebody. Man, I'm going to find out who. I have a suspicion. I had him working on my bike today. Somebody went off into my Louisiana hot sauce, pork skins, and wrecked shop. I don't like to eat regular potato chips. This is why I eat. So I'm kind of upset about that. That's okay. Merry Christmas. Errant Protocol, Brian, Zen Girl Magic, and Mark all backstage. Let's go here. I'm going to remove that from studio. Yeah, man. It's Mr. Protocol himself.
Hey.
How you doing?
Doing good. How about yourself?
We're good.
Hey, look, I just, I always thank you. I always thank everybody. I appreciate everybody in the community. Everybody's always so encouraging, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, the only thing that I have is whenever we talk about there's another mathematical structure that's outside of this mathematical structure. My question is, how do you calculate what that mathematical structure is, or is it calculable at all?
Okay, well, that's a good question. We know ours is basically operating off the premise in our physics constants based off the fine structure constant, which we know is very close to the Phoenix phenomenon, and they're probably connected. But our reality in the physical world, in the perceivable world, is based almost always in proportions of pi and phi. It's 3.1416 and 1.1618 or 1.618. So, and the multiplier between the two, because we do find a lot of phenomena in proportions of 5.08, which is pi times phi. Now, our own theoretical physicists, our own elite mathematicians have ascertained that that our reality as a perceivable structure is ordered in 11 dimensions of arithmetic. And it's very interesting that to get to the 12th, we can't get there from inside the mathematical structure that we have right now. We can only perceive about 11 dimensions. The 12th dimension would be like a pentagonal dodecahedron, the ultimate form of the Platonic solids, I guess you would call them. But this is beyond my scope of expertise. This is far beyond anything. I wouldn't know how to answer how do we identify that type of arithmetic. I mean, I have made some discoveries like the immortal number 2178 that doesn't want to collapse. So I would have to say that we are looking at an order of arithmetic that invades or overlaps our own, that's based on that 13th, 14th, or 15th dimension, something beyond the dimensions that our theoretical physicists and mathematicians have already identified as operable. So it's a good question. It's a real good question, but I'm going to have to answer it this way. Just because we can't identify a phenomenon's cause does not mean we can't document its effect. We're already seeing the effect. The effect is everywhere in the historical record, these nodal apertures, these calendrical contacts that show us how our world changes every time these calendars coalesce. We can document what's happening. We can see the effect. We can even follow the trajectory through the calendar to the next convergence field. But trying to identify the techniques from inside such a tight mathematical structure is probably not even going to be obtainable using AI. AI software and all, it probably can't, because it too is still stuck to the fundamentals operable here. Yeah, we're not looking at something objectively because we're subjected to it. And that's going to always be a problem. It's always going to be a problem trying to figure out the core fundamentals about our reality from inside such a tight structure.
Okay, now since we have been becoming aware that there's a tertiary field that's involved. Now, could it be that the mathematical structure of the tertiary field that's intersecting with the plane that we're on is also having effect in that mathematical structure? And then there's also the quaternary field. So that would be another one that would be outside of this dimension of mathematics, correct?
Yes. Let me give you some real world examples of field convergence phenomena that we have documented. Several pilots in the Bermuda Triangle that have actually didn't disappear, but watched the phenomena open up in front of them. They described what looked like a corkscrewing, where the clouds started acting like in a mechanical way. Like there's no way the clouds could all uniformly just start corkscrewing and then opening up like a portal into a gray field. Well, if you have another arithmetic, which is another reality, a whole nother reality with its own physics constants and all that, overlaying one that you're in, it probably would look like a fog until you were in it. But from the outside of it, it would look at two fields colliding would probably look foggy. And it's always this haze, this fog that appears before missing vessels, missing ships. It's in 411 cases, but this convergence field phenomena isn't just exclusive to Bermuda Triangle experiences. What about the orbs? Don't the orbs expand in order to encapsulate something, and then when they disappear, so does the something they encapsulated? This has happened to Cessnas, Beechcraft, Bonanzas, small municipal craft. It's happened to people, the 411 cases. These orbs seem to be like a technology that's being operated from aloof somewhere else. And this is why they act so erratically. It's like a rangefinder operated from a distance, but they're able to open up. And when they open up, that's not the arithmetic of our reality inside that bubble. That's something else, because once it encapsulates something, it whisks them away. Once it collapses, they collapse with it. They're gone. The stronger arithmetic robs the weaker arithmetic of whatever was contained within. So these are all theoretical, but we're just trying to make sense of the phenomena that we've documented.
Right. Now, as far as the isometric projections, and as far as the 138-year timeline, the 552-year timeline, when it comes to these timelines that you have isolated, is it possible that those numbers themselves are actually derivatives of another number in the other field that has been multiplied as a power of 2, a power of 3, a power of 4, up to that? And so it's got that type of mathematical structure where they're actually affecting this number that we've been able to calculate.
Yeah, we see evidence of that in our own field, such as you see how important the number 670 is. It's the duration of the 241,200 shards of the Sumerian king list. You know, Billy Carson and his ilk are going to try and tell you that that's 241,200 years on the Sumerian king list. That 7 kings ruled over a 5-city pentopolis until the Great Flood ended their dynasty. But we know in the day count system that's only 670 years exactly, and it's not a coincidence that 241,200 shars divided by 360 exactly is perfectly 670 years and not a day more. That's proof of the shar day count system. So this same 670 years is the duration of the Hittite Empire. This same 670 years is seen many times in the Archaix chronology as definitive of the beginning and the ending of whole cultures of people. But this same 670 years is also mentioned by Nostradamus, who says many will die before the phoenix dies. Right. Until 670 years his dwelling shall endure. What's the dwelling of the phoenix? It's the sky. So after a 670-year period, the sky collapses? That's what vapor canopies do during Phoenix phenomenon events. They collapse. The effect is what we call great floods. Why am I focused on the 670-year number? Because you just mentioned that a number is represented as something else somewhere else. In the Phoenix phenomenon, 414 is a cursed earth period. How many times have I shown you? It's 138 times 3. Bad things happen every 414 years. So this was the central premise to Dr. Stephen Jones's book called The Secrets of Time, where he shows the history of the world in 414-year increments and shows how terrible shit happens all the time. And he attached the number to a curse. But if you take the Phoenix number of 414 and multiply it by 1.618, it becomes perfectly 670. So here's a perfect example, 670 years. It's a perfect example of what you're saying. And that's an example taken from within our own tight mathematical structure. Imagine what you're saying is true, and the numbers that are representative as 138 here are actually 831 on the other side.
Right.
831 is 138. It depends on how you look at the number.
Right.
You follow me?
Yep.
So I agree with you. The convergence fields may be flipping arithmetic, and this is what's going on. And if and these convergence fields would also be a way of purging arithmetic from things that don't belong in it. So yeah, I'm like, this is all, like I said, none of the chronology in Archaix changes, right, but we are moving into new ground here, right, because we have to go reanalyze many of these historical events and see what the hell it was really describing.
Well, and you know, it's always had me thinking in the back of my mind, because you talk about AIX. X is the unknown factor.
Unknown factor.
How do you find out what X is? You use a formula. There's an algebraic formula. There could be a physics formula. There could be a variety of formulas to try to deduce what is that X.
I agree.
Now, do you think that that's maybe part of the training here in this temporary environment where we are? Because we're just here to learn. This world is a journey, not a destination, as you so appropriately said. So,
nice quote.
So we're just, I think really the biggest thing is, I think that there's too many different mathematical properties that are all converging literally one upon the other, and it's causing the confusion. And then you have this person sees this part, this person sees this part, this person sees this part, somebody over here sees this part, but everybody's so focused on what they see, they're not seeing what the other people see. And I think this goes back to the Babel days, to the Tower of Babel, whenever all the languages were confused, because if they could imagine anything, they could do it. Because apparently the communication was broken, because when they were communicating with one another, their abilities were strengthened very, very, very much. So I think that all comes into play as well.
Yeah, I couldn't argue that. Couldn't have said it better. Couldn't have said it better.
Oh,
I think in 2026.
Huh?
Well, I appreciate that, but I think in 2026, with this new line of thinking, we're gonna have some We're gonna have some mind explosions, because it's gonna be me with you. It's yeah. You guys aren't alone. I'm having my mind blown on a daily basis. The more I re-look through my files.
Oh no, I've been on your ride since what, 3 years ago? Yeah. I got on your ride then, man. I ain't got off. I've been keeping up. I believe I watched every video that you've ever put out, and I've probably seen every video anywhere from 5 to 10 times. But I have to rewatch them because there's so much information in there. You can't just get it in one time. Once you get past the cognitive dissonance, then you can start picking it up and putting it together. So I appreciate you. Bless you, peace and grace. I'm working on it. Believe me, I'm thinking about this all the time. It's in the back of my mind.
Yeah. All right, man. I appreciate it. Always good talking to you.
Yep. Peace and grace. Shalom.
Yeah, man. Going to get me triggered talking about different types of 670 and 414 and 552 and all that. Mr. Brian.
Hello, sir.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
You almost didn't get picked. You look a lot like Tartarian Truth.
Oh, really?
I'm just teasing. I've had him on the channel a couple times.
Oh yeah. No, he's 100% right. To extend off what he was just saying about the cognitive dissonance. Once you get through it, you get to the other side, and your puzzle pieces that you put together start to form something where it's just like, holy shit, what the fuck are we inside of? But as you progress through it, you're seeing something that was already there, but you couldn't see it at first because of the amount of illusions that are here present in the side of the simulation that we're inside of.
I agree. Sometimes, bro, sometimes I go outside. You know, I have these flat flagstone walks that connect my buildings. Sometimes I go outside. I'm always barefoot on my property.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not gonna lie, man. Sometimes I go outside and I just have to shut down for a couple of moments and just stare at trees and look at the sky to remind myself, because everything does appear so real.
Mm-hmm.
While you're in the moment, while you're in motion, all your senses are alive to make this experience more believable. But I have to shut down sometimes. Even after videos on YouTube, I'll go outside and I'll just shut down, stand on a flagstone, and I'll just look around and remind myself, because it doesn't take long before I realize, holy shit, man, it's too perfect.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm breathing the exact amount of oxygen that I need. I'm in an ecosystem full of birds, squirrels, and dogs. And I'm looking around and I see the beauty of the trees and the sky. I look at the clouds and I'm like, wow, this is an amazing, awesome, constructed and totally falsified world. Nothing here. If I could teleport to the middle of the Chinese Taklamakan Desert, thousands of miles from a single plant, I could still inhale the exact amount of oxygen I'm doing right here in Sam Houston State Forest.
Mm-hmm.
You follow me?
Yeah.
It's too perfect.
Yeah,
man.
it's beautifully chaotic is what this place is.
Yes, it is. And sometimes I have to remind myself about it, because the more my community grows, the more I have to mature, the more responsibility I take on, because I have more and more souls listening to me. At first, I really didn't take the Archaix channel very seriously. It was just me dumping data, take it or leave it. You know, and if that was my attitude. But now that I really do see that people are profoundly affected by the implications of the research, it's taken on new meaning to me as well. And sometimes I just have to shut down and go outside and do that, because it's like Aaron Protocol was saying about this arithmetic and all that. Man, this is an awesome experience, but it's too perfect. It's just like the architect in The Matrix when he told Neo, we did give you a golden age paradise, but you rejected the programming. Mm-hmm. So we had to create another world where there was a bunch of affliction and there was a bunch of pain, but some of you would still be able to excel and it would be a believable world, and you accepted the programming. It's crazy. So the whole thing's a mind fuck.
Yeah. I've been a massage therapist for about 10 years now, and really diving deep into different material, and what I've broken down pain to be is messages. Pain is messages of change. Mm-hmm. So what you're looking to do in the mind, body, soul, whatever is being presented to you in the pain factor that it is, change is required to remove that pain. But what you're looking to do in that same sequence is understand what the message is. That's how you start to elevate yourself up higher and higher, or in any direction you want to go to, is listening to the pain. The pain is trying to transcribe a message to us from the other side. That message is coming from our higher self or whoever we're trying to connect to, so on and so forth. That's outside the simulation. But inside the simulation, our pains that we have is the messages for us to change to become better.
Okay. I can see that. Pain is a tool. It can be instructive. I mean, it's nothing to brag about, but in prison we used to beat each other up, and pain I mean, you build up a tolerance for pain. It's this was a practice that was necessary on maximum security, because the biggest impediment to defending yourself for a lot of guys who need to be put into the situation of defending themselves is the fact that they're scared of the pain. And when they realize that, damn, getting hit real hard in the face isn't really painful until after the fight. Once they pass that, and I'm not trying to romanticize violence, but it was a necessary part of our life on maximum security. And guys, they would be assholes to some of the younger new guys that came in, because I was one of those younger new guys for a while, and I used to hate the veterans. I used to hate the old school guys. You know, they put their hands on me and stuff, but they was doing me a favor, because when the real situations arose where someone was really trying to hurt me, the fear of fighting was gone. I've been hit in the face so many times by people that were cool with me. Being hit in the face by somebody who hated me wasn't any different. So it was I get it, man. Pain is instructive, but as from your perspective, but you say a chiropractor, are you a chiropractor?
No, massage therapist.
Massage therapist, yeah. It's almost the same thing.
Yeah,
So,
for sure.
Yeah.
It's now apply what you just said to society. Look at how many dumb fucks are walking around where they've never gotten their ass kicked in one form or another.
Oh, they're the rudest, most toxic people you could ever come across.
That's what I'm talking about. But if they got put in their place, the amount of disrespect that's here would be eliminated.
Yeah, no doubt. Absolutely.
Yeah,
but we're not advocating that.
No, hell no. No.
Yeah, I'm just saying that for YouTube. We are not advocating violence.
But
absolutely.
This place is a mystery within itself, which is what makes it so entertaining. And it's you're on a coat ride that you have no idea what direction you're going, but does it make a difference? Not really, because you're just enjoying the ride no matter where you go.
Well, there is a difference. There is a difference. And the difference is spiritual, because in the construct, there's nothing that we do that matters. It doesn't matter what your art is or what your area of expertise is. It doesn't matter if you're a writer, if you're an architect and you've had large buildings built. Nothing inside the construct matters. But what carries weight here are the ethical and moral decisions that you've made here, because it's the only thing that you'll be taking when you leave. And you go on to your next avatar, your next experience, and whatever. I'm really, really deeply enmeshed in reincarnation theory. And the reason is because I believe that as soon as you're done with this experience right here, and this experience is only from the entrance of this avatar to this avatar's exit, and then the connection to who you really are, your divine immortal personality, is removed from this avatar. I believe when you leave here, there's a decompressing period where you are back where we're all from. We're back home. But you're going to go through something where you are going to experience every single thing that you had other people experience. Your judgment isn't anything other than what you did to others while you were here.
Correct.
And once you learn, this is the best way for a spiritual immortal being to ever learn anything, to descend into the materium where you can actually be hurt, because you can't be hurt outside of it. Descend into the materium where you can actually get your feelings hurt, where you can be physically hurt, where you can actually fear death, which you can't do outside the construct because you're an immortal being connected to source. But inside the construct, because you're in some type of different arithmetic, there's a memory wipe. You don't even remember who you were out there. You just have a suspicion that there's something more. There's just enough about your experience here that you realize there's something more. It's not like a cow. You're not like a cow where your entire world is the pasture and you're really not interested across the barbed wire fence at all those things that are going fast, back and forth, back and forth. They're not a part of your reality. They're a part of your scenery. So the cow was not interested in the world outside of being fed and being cared for by the herd. Spending some time with the bull. So this but yeah, your experience here, the only takeaway here is going to be what you did morally and ethically, how you treat. That's why I believe the golden rule is the only rule. Everything else Jesus said you can throw it out the window. do unto others as you would have them do unto you is the key Jesus gave you, and you can ignore everything else.
Well, it's that simple though, right? It's why would you want that done to you? You know what I mean? Like once you break it down, why would I want that done to myself? So why would I do it to somebody else? It's once you break it down to that simplicity, which I think is what we're all trying to do one way or another, whatever the form is. We're trying to get it down to simplicity so that we don't have to overthink and overcomplicate what's taking place. When we can get it down to simplicity, life becomes easy. But when we're trying to overthink, it's complication, and we're just all over the place. We're crazy. But once you start reducing down, it goes back to what you just said before. Walking outside barefoot, that's simplicity. When you break it back down to simplicity after all the crazy things that you're doing on the computer, all the work that you're doing, so on and so forth, step outside barefoot, simplicity, calm.
Yep, I agree. There's some really good comments from the comment section. Like right here, we have, what is that? Jaded. I thought it was jaded etiquette, but it's jaded something else in Quattro. It's a good one. So the only way for an immortal to grow is to experience change. I agree. This is why I believe I've been black. I've been Asian. I've been other white guys. I've been female. You know what? I believe that we are living life sims from multiple different time periods and multiple different perspectives. And I'm not even convinced that the experiences are translinear.
No.
Meaning that when I leave this experience, my next experience might be in 43 BC as an Etruscan slave to a Roman slave master. I don't know. This is template programming. I'm not convinced that it's real at all. All I'm convinced is every experience I'm having is real for me and for those I come in contact with. But we could be like, what are those little short guys? Time Bandits. You remember that movie from the 80s, Time Bandits?
No.
Oh, dude, you know what? I'm going to have a second of silence for you, bro. Yeah, man. You got to watch that movie, man. Somebody in this chat knows what I'm talking about. Time Bandits. So our lives here could be just like Time Bandits, because a portal would open up in their dimension, and they would go through it never knowing what other dimension or time period they would appear in. That's the whole movie. It is hilarious. It's a great movie, but it's called Time Bandits from the 80s. So our experience could be just like that. And Pedro Castillo, he has another good comment right here. Some say the simulation goes even beyond the material, and I can agree that there's probably multiple sims. And I also agree that convergence fields are evidence of those sims overlapping each other from time to time.
I agree. Go to that Time Bandit. That's life. That's expecting the unexpected. Around every corner, you have no idea what's going to be in front of you.
Yeah.
It's then based on your previous interactions, what your thought and or action is going to be, because the accumulation of the morals and ethics that you've accumulated over the years.
Right.
So as you turn this corner, what's this going to be? What's my reaction going to be? The accumulation of what you've gone through prior, how you are able to then pre-describe what you're going to be doing.
I couldn't have said it better.
Yeah. That's why this place is a mystery. We're supposed to be having a good time. Yeah, there's going to be rough times. There's going to be crazy times. There's going to be beautiful times. There's going to be calm times. But that's the point. That's the point of learning and growing and going through this whole thing that we're inside of.
I agree. So another good illustration of what could be happening here too is we're always being observed. Like right now, you and I are talking, but backstage, I've got Mark, Derek, and Zen Girl Magic, and you can't see them, but I can, and they're observing us while we're on the stage. And I believe reality has a lot to do with that too. I believe that we are observed. There's too much phenomena that happens that, to me, doesn't make sense unless there are custodians that keep the flow of narratives in line. When individuals in the field, like Mithridates IV, was such a powerful soul that he literally altered the constructual programming, because Rome was supposed to be overlording over everybody, and this dude here, the Poison King, was effing them off at every turn, and they didn't know how to contain him. This guy was powerful in the field. He was powerful with the Force. So finally, a rock from the sky impacts the battlefield in between his army and the Roman army, stopping him from beating the crap out of the Romans. Little things like this. And I've got a lot of historical examples documented in Archaix of these weird anomalies that happen right in the nick of time that literally change the trajectory of historical events.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe there's custodians. Absolutely.
Yeah, we're 100%. We're always being observed. In any, even if you're out in the middle of the woods, you're still being observed. It's there's always something that is sensing us. And once you become comfortable with always being sensed, you no longer have fear inside yourself, because it's just like, okay, well, what the fuck's the difference? Why am I going to be scared if I'm always being sensed? But if you're doing the right things morally and ethically, there's no reason to have fear. There's no reason to think that something is going to be bad happening to yourself. It's all going to happen the way it's supposed to. So there's no reason to sit inside of fear if you're walking and speaking and doing the correct things that you're supposed to be doing.
I agree, man. I agree. All right, Brian, bro, that was good. Good conversation there, man. I got some people stacking up on me. I need to move down the line.
For sure. Absolutely, brother.
Where you at from, anyway?
Poughkeepsie, New York, about 2.5 hours north of the city.
You don't sound like a New Yorker to me at all.
Traveled a lot. I've lived in San Diego for about 2.5 years.
That's what you sound like to me. I've been to San Diego a few times.
Yeah, I caught it. I did a lot of drugs earlier in life and really screwed up my prefrontal cortex while I was doing those drugs. And then I was at 24 when I moved out to San Diego. And that's when I started coming out of the drugs. My prefrontal cortex started to turn on. It was the perfect environment to switch from New York out to California, slow myself down, learn how to actually move, not like a New Yorker does in the speech and movements. But then traveled in the RV for about 3 or 4 years. Got to learn this country, see people, really be in the backwoods. And this place is beautiful. We don't, especially this country, we don't give this country enough beauty to what it has. And it's far beyond what we could even put together. But I
agree.
It's here. It's here for us to enjoy. That's basically what we're here for, is to enjoy ourselves.
I agree. All right, Brian. Well, I'll see you next time.
Absolutely, brother.
All right, we got Mark coming on stage. I got Mark, Derek, Zen Girl Magic, and Martin Davis backstage. Let's see.
Oh, Jason, how you doing?
Man, I'm great. I'm sitting here eating my Himalayan pink salt popcorn.
Man, that looks delicious. I've been on.
Yeah, well, you know what would have been
fast.
delicious? If somebody would have stayed out of my damn Louisiana hot sauce pork skins. That'd have been delicious.
I don't blame you.
It's okay, man. I'll take one for the team.
Hey, man, thank you so much for this time and all the information and the truth that you've been sharing and exposing, all of the grifters, the Billy Carsons, all the people, and then taking it to a point of showing them that there's no way that these guys cannot be aware of some of the data points which blow their timelines completely out of the water. So they are doubling down on BS, and
They know. They know. It's all. It's not even personal. They're following orders. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. So appreciate you for doing this and answering the call. I'd love to chat for a long time, but I just really want to be respectful of other people's times, and you've been going at this for almost 4 hours. So I've only been in it and kind of following your stuff, I would say, for the past maybe 3 months.
Wow, you're a baby phoenix.
Yeah, I really am. And so I've been trying to wrap my head around some of the times, 138 timelines, 522. And just as you pointed out in the previous conversation, there were what seemed to be little things that changed the course of history, but they weren't really little. They had huge impacts, right?
Yeah.
Which altered the course of things in a huge way. And taken in its totality, those data sets really support what you've been saying all along. This is a construct. Those aren't the results of some random action. That was completely divine intervention or just intervention, period. Something came in and intervened, right?
Same thing happened in China where two armies were about to face off and something fell out of the sky in between double armies and scared both of them off, and they didn't fight. Same thing happened with Mithridates IV, the Poison King, and the Roman legions. Same exact scenario. It's also happened in other areas, such as the sun darkening in 583 BC that stopped a massive empire, Lydia, from going to war with another empire. It was Lydia and the Medes. They met together on the battlefield. We're about to go off, and then all of a sudden, the sun darkened, and it wasn't the moon that did it. So it's we have really strange things that happen in the historical record that totally change the outcome of events, and it's mind-boggling to understand, but it definitely means that we have custodians. There's a custodial program that is making sure that the core programming remains unmolested, no matter how powerful an individual can affect the outcome of events. Because with Mithridates, we had a powerful soul who was bucking the system. So finally, the system itself intervened.
Wow. All right, so I need some clarification on some things that need to get educated on. Hopefully, we can cover this pretty quickly.
Sure.
So we got the Nemesis X, we got the Phoenix, and then we've got I believe with the Dark Star.
Dark Satellite.
Dark Satellite. Is it my understanding that they are 3 different types of phenomena? I just put it that way. Are they separate from each other?
Okay. So the original premise of Archaix is that this was in a heliocentric model that we were inside like a Dyson sphere type experience. Are you familiar with Dyson spheres?
Yes.
Okay. So it's like a super construction that encapsulates the solar system.
Yep.
But in this case, there was 2 stars. There was 2 luminaries in the beginning, and what started all the cataclysm calendars and timelines, what started the entire Archaix chronology, is that Nemesis, which is the Dark Star, imploded. And when it imploded, it literally catapulted several objects toward the Sol system, which is its sister system. It's a binary. And in standard physics, 52 to 55% of all luminaries you see in the sky are binary and trinary systems. Now, I don't believe we live in a heliocentric model, but I'm not past the point of believing that we're in some type of simulated context that is simulating that actual model. You follow me?
Yeah, 100%. Yep.
So the Nemesis imploded, which means it's still a long way away from becoming a total black hole. And that the premise of Archaix is that we're on some type of capital ship and we have left the Nemesis system. But before we even get here, the moon, Phoenix, the Dark Satellite, Nemesis X, they all arrived here first. And that the Titius-Bode law is a perfect example that Earth does not fit where it's at right now. That Mercury being closest to the sun is exactly where it's supposed to be mathematically in proportion to the mass. And that Mercury times 3.1416 from the distance of the sun is where you find Venus. The same mathematical patterning exponentially increased is also where you find Mars. It's also where you find the asteroid belt. It's also where you find Jupiter. It's also where you find Saturn. It's also where you find the nexus point between Uranus and Neptune, because Uranus and Neptune switch places. Most people don't know that. The two gas giants that we cannot see, super gigantic planets, Uranus and Neptune, can't be seen with the naked eye, but they switch places during the year. Now, this mathematical formula, the Titius-Bode law, maintains perfectly, but Earth doesn't belong. There's nowhere for Earth to be in that mathematical model. So it's like we're an intruder world. So in the original Archaix model, which we can still hold to in simulation theory, is that in the month of May, every time our world passes through the month of May, that's when we are trans-ecliptic, not with Sol, but with the Nemesis plane, which is at 60 degree declination from the Sol plane. Nemesis, Phoenix. So we have the Dark Satellite. We have the dark. Here is the sun, and here's the plane where all the planets and comets are on. But at 60 degrees, we have a star way down there that we cannot see because it's imploded. An imploded star is called a frozen star in astronomy. It's not because it's cold, but it's because its temperature is being encapsulated on a event horizon that's folding in on itself in the light protons. Although it's bright and it's throwing light out, that light is curving right back into the structure. You follow me?
Yep.
So this is Nemesis. Nemesis is way down there in the abyss, the southern heavens.
Okay.
So the Nemesis X object is something that takes 366 years to go toward Nemesis and then comes back to Sol, but it's on the 60-degree ecliptic. And it takes 732 years, but its total periodicity is 792 years. But that's because it's at perihelion for 60 years at a time. And this 60-year period is what forged the calendars of the ancient world. It's where we got our sexagesimal mathematics. It's where we got our decimal mathematics. This 60-year period was very widely known. It was the period of the gods. The Sumerians believed that Nibiru was in conjunction with Earth for 60 years at a time, and the gods were able to go back and forth for that 60 years, and then they would vanish, and then the Nemesis X object is gone for 732 years. Then it's back again for 60 years. So in Archaix, we have elaborate charts and chronological timelines that show what happened every 60-year period and every nodal point when it first appeared and when it departed. We have 58 centuries of data on this one object that appears at 60 degrees inclined to Sol's ecliptic. So the dark satellite too is on that 60 degrees. Earth originally was on that 60 degrees, and this is why Earth and the planets from Earth on back are not, they don't have the axis isn't at 90 degrees like at Mercury, and Venus is real close to 90 degrees, but at Earth, we're at 23.5 degree obliquity. And then Mars is even worse, and it gets worse and worse the further you go out. And the reason is because those Earth on back are gravitationally locked to Nemesis, not to Sol.
Wow.
So this is why the declination exists. But the intersect is in the month of May on one side, and it's on the other side of the sun. It's November 2nd through November 4th on the other. So the Phoenix always passes. This is why Nibiru was called the planet of the crossing. It's crossing two different planes. One is Nemesis, one is Sol. It never stays. It's locked to the Nemesis star, Nemesis X object. It just keeps going back and forth. I've even postulated in the past that it's a super construction. It's probably not a planet. Now, Phoenix is different. Phoenix locked onto Sol, but it's every 138 years that it comes into proximity. So I've had people try to, criticize that, saying if there were objects like this, like astronomer Hoffman saw in 1764 on the 138-year deal timeline, then we'd be able to see them with the naked eye, and that's not true. Uranus and Neptune are gas giants. They are gigantic, and you cannot see them with the naked eye, and they're in our system. Also, they're on the ecliptic. But astronomer Hoffman watched as an object came out of the northern heavens, 60 degrees slanted, passing south over the sun, covering 1/5 of the sun's surface. And astronomers of the day in 1764, when he wrote this in the Royal Astronomical Minutes, dismissed him because they said nothing could ever be this big to cover 1/5 of the sun's surface at the location Hoffman showed it. But the problem is over 500,000 Europeans saw it with the naked eye in May of 1764. We have 58 centuries of Phoenix visitation data as well. So the reason I became a simulationist is because none of this could be true in a heliocentric model, because the mathematics is too perfect. The periodicities are too perfect. The moon rolling around Earth only showing one sign, and yet over and over and over we have these cataclysms involving Nemesis X, sometimes coming very close to our moon. Many times Phoenix has overshadowed the moon, but the moon still with perfect regularity. The fact that the entire ancient world had a 360-day year, and then an event in the sky that involved the sun moving backwards 10 degrees, recorded in both hemispheres, as shown by Immanuel Velikovsky in the 8th century, suddenly gave us a 365 day year that had never been recorded previously. And all these civilizations begin recording within a century, changing their calendars to 365 days. And yet, Phoenix still appears every 138 years. Nemesis X still appears every 792 years. The dark satellite still appears every 395.4 years. This isn't possible, but it's exactly what the historical record shows. Therefore, I've had to remove myself from the consideration of a heliocentric system and entertain simulation theory, because the data is strong, but the reality is that it couldn't exist at all. There's no way. We're dealing with programs and protocols. We're not dealing with physical objects anymore.
Oh, that's so awesome. Thank you so much. God, that was just amazing. I just want to cover real quick before we wrap this up on changing pattern, doing a pattern break. I used to work for Department of Homeland Security for 8 years. I'm a IT engineer. I've been doing that for 30 years. COVID came, and man, that was an eye-opener. I'll never work for the government ever again.
Yeah,
But,
man.
yeah, it pushed me out of that government sector right back into the private, and then I fled New Mexico and came out here to South Dakota, and everything for me changed, everything, and it was for the better. So, everybody, when Jason says do a pattern break, this is the most critical thing to get you out of the rut that you've been stuck in.
Yeah, yeah. Tomorrow's December 2026. I mean, if you do something you've never done before, go somewhere you've never done before with the idea of meeting somebody new or experiencing something new that you've never done before, you have no business. It's not your habit to get in your car and just drive somewhere that you've never been before and then just go into a shop and order something to eat by yourself, whatever. Listen, this all pattern break. It's going to cause a shakeup in your reality. It's going to create phenomena for you.
That's exactly what happened. I got on my motorcycle because they placed me on paid investigation for 1 year because I wouldn't take the jab. I wouldn't wear their mask. I was just done. So I said, the hell with this. I'm going on a long bike ride. And that's exactly what I did. For 3 months, I hit the road. And I went to all over New Mexico, Utah, Nevada, Colorado, South Dakota, North Dakota, Montana, Idaho. And I ended up here. And then just yesterday, I sealed the deal on another motorcycle, a new one. And I'm going to do it again. I'm going to break pattern. My new employer is just totally awesome. And I said, hey, I got to do this. I got to hit the road for 2-3 months. And either you guys are going to work with me or I'm going to have to find another job. And they said, we're going to work with you. And I'm expecting some big changes on this trip. I don't know what they're going to be, but I am expecting some major changes here. And maybe I'll end up down in your area and I can go for a meetup or,
Sure, you should show up down here on a bike. I'll ride with you.
Man,
we'll go out to eat.
Love your stuff. Thank you so much. This was a very honorable blessing for me today. My first time in my life that I had to spend Christmas alone. So thank you very much for being
man, that's
there.
badass.
Yeah, thank you so
We
much.
still got 4 hours to go, bro.
Thank you, brother. I really appreciate you. And blessings to you all the way, Jason, man. Your story is incredible. I'm sorry that you got fucked over when you were young, but
Dude, it's
obviously,
all water under the bridge, man.
yeah, and everything happens for a reason.
One of these days, somebody's going to do a full documentary on my life, and you guys are going to hear the whole story, and it wasn't from my mouth, and it's going to be all good. I'm cool with it.
Man, well, thank you so much for doing what you're doing and answering the call.
Yeah,
Very
man.
much.
Good talking to you, Mark.
You too, brother.
All right. We got Mr. Derek next, Zen Girl Magic, and Martin Davis. All right. Hello, Derek.
Hey, happy Yuletide to you.
Yeah, it is Yuletide. It's a good one.
Yeah. So quick comment. The sea peoples and coming out of the water and ocean, definitely worth looking into. because I'm a heathen, my Northern European heritage and culture, all the ancient traditions in the Celtic perspective, the lake, the pond, were sacred places where it was the belief of transferring from one dimension here in Midgard to the realm of the gods or fairies. So that's a long-held belief that bodies of water allow the traveling from one place to another, from the here to the there. So that time frame definitely, I would say, is worth looking into.
Man, isn't it mind-numbing to even entertain that Captain Jack Sparrow was telling us something deep?
How much truth in the fiction that they feed us? I mean,
think quite a bit.
I'm thinking that they do a lot. Hey, before we get into it, I got a quick curiosity question, a little bit humorous.
Sure.
So what's the difference between a priest, a pirate, and a politician? Nothing. They all use fear to get booty.
Wow, a priest. Oh, that's the booty. Yep.
Anyways,
Yep.
So like I said, my name's Derek.
So I'm gonna have to do it. Wah, wah, wah.
Yeah. So I'm up here in Alaska, communicating to you and spending the day, and it's been really cool.
You're in Alaska. You're in Alaska right now.
Yeah, I live up
Awesome.
here. And
one of my employees, well, he subcontracts with me. Cole, he moved from Alaska, but he moved right here to Willis, all the way from Alaska, and I hired him.
Huge change of environment, I'm sure.
Yeah, he was tired of the snow because his company was the one that went out in the middle of the winter when anytime the power went out, your transformers blew up or whatever. He was one of the guys who went out there. His company went out there and changed the transformers out, and they did it in all weather, even 30, 40 below zero, all that.
Yeah, we love those guys up here. They are very appreciated. That's for sure.
He said the forest is so thick in some of those areas that they changed the transformers out with helicopters. He's in the basket, and the helicopter just hangs out because there's no way to reach those areas in the middle of winter.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. There's places up here you can't even get to, and I mean, but it's beautiful all year round, you know. So my situation is I'm really curious about I've been into you for about 2 years. I love what you do. Like you, fascination with old books. I'm 57. I clued in my teens that there was information in these old books that I don't know. I would read stuff and it would make sense. It would answer questions or give me a knowledge or an understanding to questions I didn't even realize I had. And I collected books for years and years, and a lot of times, I'd read through something, I'd get bits of information and like small puzzle pieces to a curiosity. And that base curiosity is, what the hell is this? How did I get here? What's going on? Because I don't remember giving consent to being here, and I don't remember where I came from before I was here.
Right.
And
well, hey, I gave an illustration about the cow in the pasture earlier.
Oh yeah.
I don't believe cows sitting in a pasture chewing on the cud ever entertain these deep philosophical questions. The very fact that you can sit here and think about, man, where the hell did I come from? I have a finite period of memory where I just suddenly started having a history. And I can't even imagine not living in the future, not existing in the future. I think the very act of pondering these things is evidence that there are definitive answers that we already know. We just have no contact with them. It's like the convergence field. We're not in that field to even have access to that memory. Because remember, I tell you all the time, memory is in the field. It's never in the brain. The brain is a broadcasting system, and it's a neural receptors. It's hundreds of trillions of neural receptors. It is a hormone factory. That's what the brain is. It's not where you store information. So that's a Hollywood. That's modern science and Hollywood BS there about the brain. So if information is in the field and memories are in the field, then I'm pretty sure that the memories of who you are in every incarnation that you've ever existed in the past are in the field as well. They're just not in this field. Or because you are inside this avatar, you can't vibrate on the frequency that will connect you with the memories that are already yours in the field. You follow me?
Yeah, and you're going exactly where, honestly, my intention was to go. I completely agree. Your concept that we are a spiritual being. I know for a fact. I can't tell you how. I just know, and I've always known. I'm a reality of something that is in here. What this is, I don't know. The electrical senses and are how we're locked into it. You describe it really well. We're a spiritual being that through the central nervous system is locked into this material realm existence here in Midgard. I've known things throughout my life, and I cannot tell you how or why. When I was just a small wee child, I knew stuff. My mom and dad would actually have to spell things out to each other, and even at 3, 4, 5 years old, I would understand what they were spelling and ask them about that. So my earliest memory was standing. I was probably maybe 3 years old and looking down and seeing myself in a diaper and a small little baby t-shirt and thinking in a voice that's not the voice I have now. It was an older male's voice and questioning what the hell's going on. Why am I in a pissy diaper? Later on, another memory I have distinctively is, why won't anybody give me a fucking cigarette? And I'd really like a shot of whiskey. This really, really sucks.
Yeah.
Okay, why would a 4 or 5 year old even know what whiskey is? These are memories of knowings and things and communication. 1976, 200-year anniversary, 4th of July, standing in a huge football field, being up the top of the bleachers, maybe 20 feet tall, looking down the back of them and going, my God, that's so far down. But I'm like, it's like, why am I so small? Why is everything so big? And I was maybe 7 or 8 years old at that time. So the brain concepts, my thought process has changed. That older male's voice vanished away over time. And then I started becoming myself. Having certain experiences, dreams within dreams, waking up and going, wow, that was really weird. And thinking I'm living through my morning, something really strange happens. And then I realize, my God, I'm still fucking dreaming, and wake up like that again. It's like realm within realms. At what point do we start realizing maybe our plug-in, there's a defect? And by that, 2 unique experiences. In my teen years, I started, and this happened to me twice, once in my teens and one in my early 20s, that I started getting this fuzzy sound in my ear. And it was almost like when you dial in a radio station and you can pick up multiple stations, you hear the broadcastings coming through, but not just one. There might be like 2 or 3, and you hear music and people talking. And I could hear that. And then it would stay with me, and I would just notice it. And when I'd speak to somebody, it was like, first time I told my mom about it, it's like, there's something wrong going on with my ears, and maybe I need to, get it checked out with a doctor. Next morning I woke up, gone. Same thing happened to me in my 20s. I started hearing that radio kind of sound, like overlapping sensory signal inputs coming in, and it's like the broadcast frequencies, I was receiving multiple, radio, sounds. I talked to a friend of mine about it. Next day, it was gone. Okay, 20 years later, it happened again. I'm 57. This happened in my early 40s. And I'm driving with my son, and I start noticing it happening again. So my audio input was tracking in this radio frequency, multiple signals coming in. I remembered, but then I remembered the last 2 times. And I'm like, okay, this is interesting. So I gave it 2-3 days, and it stayed there with me. And then I'm like, I'm going to try curiosity experiment. Coming home, picking up my son from school, I tell him about it. and ask him if he's hearing weird sounds. And it's like, yeah, Papa's got this weird sound going on. Feels like fuzziness in the radio. And, and anyways, lo and behold, the next day, it was gone. It's like as soon as I voiced this out into the knowing and brought it to whoever's out there's attention, they went in and, okay, we got to fix that. There's, an input, signal going on. Also, visual input. Waking up and you're at that place when you're becoming conscious and there's nothing but the black void. You're not dreaming, but you're not fully awake yet. This has happened throughout my life, and it hasn't happened for about 20 years. It happened about a month ago. Out of nowhere, for a split second, I see this black void, and it's a grid-like neon blue type pattern. It's almost like the holodeck room in the Star Trek.
Star Trek, yeah.
And it's like there for a second, and then all of a sudden reality comes into view and perspective. So it's like that hair right before hat, becoming cortex visually aware of this, whatever's going on, my eyes, kick in. It's like I'm seeing the program the second right before it starts to boot up so I can get the visual inputs.
So before you go on too far, let me interject.
Yeah.
So that you and I are spiritual beings,
agree,
doesn't necessarily mean that we're in a spiritual experience.
Yeah.
This could be technologically advanced, and I have postulated on my channel very seriously, considering that we humans are what's on the outside of this construct, and that we are running these sims, and we've been running them for a long period of time. And looking at things in retrospect, is when we look at history and we're looking at all the phenomena in retrospect, we're looking at aspects and trajectories of the sim that we on the outside ran until we met a favorable end to whatever it is we were measuring, and then we stopped it, and then it changed trajectory, and we ran some more of the sim, and it was piecemeal all the way up into the present right now.
Yeah.
Which means that if this is a technologically advanced experience, which doesn't take away from our spirituality, it means that there's going to be perceivable imperfections, and that you could be an engineer on the outside of this experience. There could be some reason why you keep almost rejecting the programming and you keep seeing like the cracks in the holosphere.
Okay. Excellent point. Food for thought. Primary reason why I reached out to you is I watched your yesterday's Colburn Bible dissertation this morning before you came live today. Really enjoyed it. There was one aspect in it where it's basically talking about what this place is, and my summation is we're spirits going through this place for an experience of some form. Okay, well, like I'm 57. About 4 years ago, doctors told me I got stage 4 cancer, and it's been a hell of a ride. I haven't had time to be sick. My doctor, I met her last week, my oncologist, told me, you should be dead. And I'm like, I don't have time to die. I got responsibilities. I'm a husband, I'm a father.
Right.
And I've been going through all this stuff. This life, I'm not going to get into the details of it. It's had its goods, it's had its negativities, a lot of experience. But somewhere along the way, something got me to understand, to be able to look back and acquire wisdom to go over the, okay, you had this experience. What did you learn from it?
Yep.
Taking that wisdom, I raised my son, giving him these life experiences as he grew up and met him where he was at. So he's now the 100% much better human being than I was. And I'm very blessed, for that, because he didn't go through what I had to go through. And it's like I basically rebuilt my line. The back history is just bullshit and sucks. Kind of get into that. But according to what your math you're looking at, we got 2040 and 46 coming up. possible exodus event, there's a good possibility I'm going to be crossing the Bifrost within the next 2 to 3 years and heading the halls of my ancestors. I am not interested in coming back here anymore. Like, I can go out and look at the trees and see the perfection of it, and it's beautiful. I'm not interested in coming back.
Mm-hmm.
Is there, in your research, have you ran across anything that actually talks about the reality of when we take our last breath here? What's the next phase? Have the ancients done? Is there any writings about that based in any kind of real reality? You know, I mean, I can have a mythological view of going to, you know, the next world and the Great Hall and raising the horn.
Yeah.
But
well, I'm going to answer the question, because you're asking me for something that is markedly personal and subjective. There are no ancient citations. There's no source materials. There's no there's no corpus of information that I could ever cite. This is 100% opinion, but it's educated opinion based off everything I've discovered God to be. Would you like to hear that opinion?
I'm interested in your opinion. Yes, that's why I called.
I believe that as spiritual beings passing through this experience, that we have been given so much freedom that freedom is actually a weapon that we use against ourselves. I believe that God is far cooler than we are even prepared to expect. I believe that you signed up for this, and that you've probably already done what you came here to do. If this is your attitude about the experience now, you've probably already done whatever your life mission in this avatar was. It's probably been fulfilled. The fact that you have been given a diagnosis, but you have refused it thus far, also tells me that, just like the guy I have living down the street, he's told he was going to die years and years ago, and that dude still works on cars every single day, doesn't take any medication, and doesn't give a damn about prognosis. He's doing his thing. We all know him in the neighborhood. So, and it's because every day he wakes up with something in his mind that he knows that somebody needs done. So what he's doing with his avatar is literally neutralizing any deterioration in his avatar, because his avatar is basically responding to the immortal within. And the immortal within keeps up getting up every morning to accomplish things, because that day this needs to get done. So that's the goal. The spirit attaches to that, the body follows. And this has been his life for like 6 years. The man just is not going to go. He's always going to find something to do the next day. And yeah, his name is Sam. He's like a pillar. He's like a pillar of the community here. Everybody knows who he is, and he's not trying to hear it. But what I'm saying is I'm not a soul trap enthusiast. I do not. This is where I deviate from David Icke. This is where I deviate from a lot of people. I'm not with the soul trap deal. I believe that soul trap is a real thing for those who believe soul trap to be a real thing, and that you can regurgitate yourself back into this experience over and over and over. But I also believe that we have more freedom than we're even capable of dealing with. In the construct, we use it against ourselves, and we suffer for it all the time. When it's we ourselves that put these things in motion. Like I started this whole presentation out earlier, 4 hours ago. But I refuse to believe that when you exit this construct, I refuse to believe these two things. Once you exit this avatar and you get out, and you go through whatever your life review is and all that, I refuse to believe that you'll even have that same attitude. That attitude attaches to the phenomena inside the construct. When you are divorced from this avatar and back into your real being, it may be just a matter of time before you want to jump right back in. I'm not of the opinion you're going to have the same attitude once you are removed from the construct. And every bit of this becomes a time dilation. When you really in the real world, the whole thing was 19 minutes. Inside here, it was a long lifetime that ended, ended not so glorious or whatever. But once it's like the negative impact of preparing for something that you've built up in your mind. And then you've spent months building it up in your mind and preparing for it. And then when you go run that race and you beat everybody, it's like, damn, man, it's like you're not even really proud of the event. You built it up so much in your mind, and it was so effortless the way you did it. After the fact, it's not even something to celebrate. It impacts you negatively. I have a feeling that this may be how these experiences are as well, and that you're going to have a totally different mind. Also, I believe in absolute spiritual free will, meaning when you exit this construct, if that is your attitude, yeah, I don't believe the oversoul is ever going to force you to do anything that you don't want to do. You're an immortal being and you're free. And if you want to stay home in the golden city of Asgard and kick it for another 4,000 or 5,000 years or whatever before you join up for one of these other constructs, that's fine. It's all you. I do not believe the oversoul will ever force any of its offspring to ever do something they do not want to do outside this construct.
With that said, the concept of the Exodus events, if that Exodus event is for the global, let's say, put it, the global community, for those who are ready to bail, and those who want, who hunger for this existence, stay and continue.
Mm-hmm.
How is different? I mean, let's say I go down in a month, not that I'm expecting to, and I'm on the other side. If the program's still running, would the individual have to basically keep playing the game until it's
listen, I see where you're going with that, and the only answer that could possibly be given to you is something that both of you know as frames of reference. So if we're in a scrimmage, if we're in a battle, which anciently was called scrimmages. So if we're in a scrimmage and you and I are on the battlefield, there is a battle taking place. There are captains, there's a general, there's captains, there's a military on both sides. Men on both sides are fighting. I get hit pretty bad under my armor. I can continue to fight. And I may be able to take out 1, 2, 3, or 4 more of the opposing faction. But it's going to do great injury to me for staying in the fight. It's going to be counterproductive. Or I can go ahead and get all the way down, so soldiers in the back who see I'm down can grab my ankles and pull me off that line, because this is how they did it in ancient times. And getting pulled out of the scrimmage on the line of battle. So it's called the shield wall. So I go ahead and just go ahead and catch a knee and lay and get low, so the men fighting, I'm not an impediment to them. And they can step over me, step around me, or whatever, and somebody further behind them can come in there and reach out, grab me by the boots and ankles, pull me out. And then I can get healed, patched up. Maybe I can fight that day, but I can definitely survive to fight another battle. Or I could risk it and stay in that one and take some type of injury that may be permanent. Life is a scrimmage. Our experience here must be viewed just like a scrimmage. There are many people who, as a collective, can make their exodus points according to their frequency, how they're vibrating, but that doesn't mean that there aren't other ways to remove yourself from this experience. Just like the Phoenix phenomenon. What did we think in Archaix from the beginning when my books were first published? We thought it was every 138 years only. What did we end up finding? That 138-year sequencing is also on other dimensions of arithmetic, pi and phi. So the Phoenix phenomenon is happening throughout the historical record at all different times. There was a rule. It's not necessarily a rule broken. It's just an added dimension to the experience that we didn't know. There's no hardcore rules here that say that you have to stay here at all. So
I appreciate that. It expands more on the concepts, gives you more food to think on it.
Yeah, listen, I love to be able to formulate answers and problem solve, but when we go into those hypotheticals like that, no one really knows. The only hardcore, really item that I could bring to the table is that I know that I'm an immortal being. And if
I
I'm
would
going to
agree.
if I'm going to chase that logically, then that means you must be one too. And by extension, everybody listening to us must be immortal beings as well. And if I chase that logically and I think, well, wait a minute, right now I can be stabbed and die, I can be killed. Well, if that's true, it's just my avatar dying and I continue. Well, if that's true, then I must be from somewhere else. And if that's true, then where I must be outside of this experience must be a pretty badass place where nothing really bad can happen to me. So I do sign up for these type of experiences. So when I chase these things logically, that's how I develop my opinions. It's just a logic train, and they can only go so far. But every bit of it is still basically egocentric. It applies to me. I'm only applying it to you because you asked the question.
Yeah. Well, that Colburn Bible that you shared is what really got me thinking, pertaining to my situation. But I do appreciate your time. You have a good holiday and safe New Year. I'm going to let you move on to the others. And thank you for your time.
Yeah, Derek. Hey, man, you know what? Find something to do tomorrow. Then find something to do the day after that. And after a while, you'll realize finding something to do was the answer all along.
I'm doing that every day. Appreciate it.
Awesome, bro. Awesome,
Be
bro.
well.
Yeah, man, he got me talking about some deep stuff. I just don't know if I'm ready for Zen Girl magic yet.
What's
going on?
Hey,
Yep,
you
I
are
do.
ready. I've been listening and I fluffed my aura after that.
Oh, wow. All right.
I had to fluff it up. I'm a little nervous. I'm used to doing readings on Zoom all across the United States, but Zoom in with you is a whole nother thing. So
Aren't you in Houston?
yes, I am in Houston.
I know who you are. I know your whole name. I'm just not going to say it right now.
I met you in Houston at the last meetup, and it was you've really, I have to say, you've really changed. You've grown, and I really like the direction that you're going in, and I loved how you've opened yourself up to different things, and I was so I watched the Eileen McCusick video a few times because I'm a Reiki practitioner here in Houston, and I loved how you were so open and so generous with just allowing her to explain and without being critical or anything like that. And I really have seen you grown since I met you at the last meetup. I can't wait to see you at this meetup because I can see the difference of where you're going, and it's kind of exciting. You've taught me a lot. I've been in the spiritual aspect of the Gnostics and study for many years, but I've learned a lot historically from you. That was a piece of the puzzle that was missing for me for a long time, and it just kind of brought it all together. And I'm probably not as deep and crazy as the people you've had on before me. I'm probably a little bit more light and and energetic in different ways, but I like the historical aspect. I even mentioned one time that if I'd had a history teacher like you, I would have really paid attention, because I was bored in history most of the time because it just seemed flat. I didn't care. But the historical aspect that you've brought to my life has really made a difference for me, and I really love it. And I do have something I wanted to ask you, because in my spiritual journey, I've always thought that this planet, this plane, was very important as far as the universe is concerned. I've always felt it was important because it was a place where spiritual beings could incarnate into a human avatar and experience emotions and experience emotional experiences that you couldn't as a spirit being. I do believe that we are here. I think that God gets to experience, or the higher power, Great Spirit, gets to experience things through us and our emotional what we go through. And it's a great joy, I think, to our higher power and our higher self to be able to experience, the highs and lows. And I do believe that through all obstacles is an opportunity. And I do feel that a lot of people get stuck in the obstacle and the negativity of that obstacle. And you've taught me a lot about changing and breaking patterns. That to me is the key that I really, in all of I used to teach classes on energy work. And you brought a piece of that puzzle to me about changing patterns and really a physical change, just a one different thing that you do, how it just changes the whole course of everything. I started implementing that in my own life, and I have to say, it's just changed everything. I really like what you do. There were times I was like, I'm not going to listen to him anymore. I can't take it. I'm going to turn it off. But I kept coming back because
I get those emails sometimes. You bastard.
But you keep dropping pearls of wisdom. And I had a spiritual teacher many years ago, and she died, and I love her, and I still look at her picture every day. And I kept telling the universe, I need another spiritual teacher. And then I got you through the Inspired channel, believe it or not. I saw your interview with him a couple of years ago. And I was like, I'm going to watch this. And as I watched it, I'm like, oh, I don't know about this. And I kept watching. I couldn't stop watching. And then I kept watching all the videos. And I'm like, oh, my gosh. There's something here that I need I need to know. And so I've been hooked ever since. And I'm not saying that I agree with everything, but you wouldn't agree with everything I say either. As an energy worker, I'm an energy worker. So I've always wondered when you talk about the simulation and how things, it's a program. I do believe in the unified field because I've used it many times to do jobs that otherwise I wouldn't have known how to do. I just plug into it and it gives me information. But it came natural to me to do that. I didn't really know what I was doing. I just knew I did it. And so if it is a program and it's set up and designed that way, energy moves. It moves and it reforms and it reshapes itself. So is this program reshapeable? Does it move? Does it work with us as we move through it? I know it's a unified field, but I'm trying to understand that. Is it like it's one big game, but do we each?
So I'm going to answer it, and this is going to probably be one of those incidents where you want to kick me in my ass.
Oh, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. I promise.
Okay, so I'm gonna first of all, I'm gonna say that I got Martin Davis and Nolan backstage right now. I just wanted Nolan to know that I see him, but because they don't know that they're backstage. Like you didn't know if I could see you or not. So okay, this goes this goes in the direction of people get triggered when I say this. There's never been a golden age. There has never been a period identifiable in the historical record where it was just awesome and it was a golden age deal, such as the Theosophical Society and the Order of Golden Dawn have painted for us.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
So where I'm going with this is that based off of all this information that I have poured through and put together, I would love to be able to tell you that in the collective, we are able to change the construct. But so far, all I've been able to say to you guys is that we're never going to be able to change the world. We can only change our world. And our world involves all of us that are involved in the attempt to change it. Because the construct is a jealous God. And it's not going to let go of those in dungeon programming unless they let go of themselves, and they're not willing to do that. Remember, the Matrix movie told us perfectly, man, people are in love with their programming. They will willingly choose the illusion if they even suspect the reality might be a little worse. They will choose the illusion every time. So remember that guy, what was his name? PSYFR. PSYFR ate that steak. He knew that steak was fake, but it didn't matter. And he was willing to have every one of his friends killed in order to live the illusion. So I would love to be able to say that enough of us can get together and we can change the world. What I'm going to say is it's never happened that we have any evidence for. And I'm also going to say that I don't think it's part of the design. I don't think any of this is real. Our actors, our actresses are all a part of our politicians, our intelligence operatives, the people that are movers and shakers, all the NGOs, Bill Gates, Tesla, they're all in actors guilds. Why?
They are. They're fake. I know that.
None
they
of
are.
this
They're
is
all
real.
fake.
Yeah, none of this is real. So
the only thing that's real is us.
Yeah. Listen, you have millions of people who are willing to call you all kinds of personal names and disrespect you because you don't believe that we had the technology in 1969 to put men on the moon. But if you go walk Hollywood Boulevard, every one of those astronauts have actor stars on the boulevard, on the boardwalk. So this whole world's fake. So I don't think it's meant to be saved. I think that this is.
I don't want to save it. I'm not trying to say we save it. I'm thinking that I think we can only save ourselves. We can only save ourselves and change our own existence.
I think. Almost called you by your name. I think Zen girl. I know Catherine Young. I know who you are. I just unless you said something, I wasn't gonna say it. But
it's okay.
Listen, I think that we could build a community of like-minded souls that with the agenda of creating a world within a world, we can do that. We could be insulated from a lot of the things that other people suffer because they're attached to all these other false paradigms, but they're not trying to be a part of our world because they feel that we're so weird and strange. But we have evidence all throughout the historical records of micro communities flourishing amidst a world where everybody's suffering. We can build a world within a world. Souls can work together to do that. This construct is specifically designed to do that. That's why I say all the time, we may live in the same world, but we do not live in the same universe. That applies to communities. Remember I tell you about Sodom and Gomorrah, Admah and Zeboam? Well, there was another community called Bela. Bela was totally immune from all the destruction that destroyed the entire Harappan civilization from Larik to Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro, all the Sumerian cities, and crossed over the desert into northern Israel and destroyed, or Canaan at the time, and destroyed Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, Zeboam. But the little community of Bela, right there in the heart of it, was absolutely untouched. There's all these stories exist in every time period of communities being immune to everything else that's going around them. And I feel that if you really wanted to spearhead a movement of souls that were going to make like a micro community in the Houston area or something, and you guys like put a charter together, this is what we're going to do, I believe you could do it. I believe that we have the power to build a world within a world and be immune from everything outside of it. I've already seen evidence of it. I've seen evidence of it in the darkest areas of American culture in maximum security prisons. I've seen guys come together and build these type of constructs, and it works. So I'm going to say I just can't take it to the whole. I can't take it to the whole. I can only take it as far as a phenomenon inside the construct. I can never take it to the entire construct because I believe the construct is for world building. It's for those who understand the co-creator relationship, but I don't believe the construct itself was ever designed to be anything other than what it's doing now.
Okay, that makes sense. Then we just change within it, and I think that's very possible. And you are building we as a collective, here are building our own little world within it. And I do know that. My spiritual teacher always said, Catherine, you're in this world, but you're not of this world. And I've known that for many, many, many years. And, so I get that. And I look forward to building more and more. And I do that in my own little community. You know, we all bring something to the table. And that's what I love about the community here with Archaix. Everybody brings something from a different place, you know, and it builds something really, in my opinion, kind of miraculous and necessary. I think it's very necessary. And we're doing that, even though that we're in other places all scattered. You've brought everybody together, so to speak. I think that's a miracle in itself.
It's a little humbling. It is a little humbling. I'm not gonna lie. I go through Archaix Underground like a ghost sometimes, just looking around. I'm really surprised by everything you guys have built. I see you in there all the time. And I was like, damn, man, it's taken on a life of its own. And like the PSYFR community too. Yeah. It's like, man, these guys are using the software for things I would have never. I mean, that's what it was for, but still, it's a little humbling to see things that I only set in motion are actually.
Well, you built it. You're the starter. You're the founder of it, and you know that's a major thing, and so it's a lot to be it's a lot to be proud of. But I'm not saying proud, but you know what I mean. It's you've worked hard for it, and I think that it shows. I really, truly do. And so I'll let you get on to your next person, and I look forward to seeing you at the Houston meetup, you and Big John and everybody else. And thank you for all that you do. I really appreciate it. And I do love the book that I have of yours, Awakening the Immortal. I've read it several times. It's so easy to read. And I have to say, I love that you are posting the little short videos because I think they're like little gems, you know. I mean, it packs a lot into a 15, 18 minutes. I love that. Yeah. I think that's real important and very helpful. And as I said, it's kind of like you're going backwards, not really going backwards. You're going back to go forward. And I think that sometimes you have to go back and recapture from whence you came and bring it forward and, you know, and freshen it up a bit. And I think that's what you're doing. I really like the direction.
Awesome, man. I appreciate that. I'm glad you like it because that was a lot of editing. It was a lot of work, but you know
I know it's a lot of work.
A lot of work, but yeah,
I think you have clones. You must have clones of yourself. I mean, how can you do it all? I've thought that many times. I'm like, how many Jasons could there be?
It's just me, but I am. One of my superpowers is time management. I get a lot done in a day's period. You would not believe it. I've had many people come and hang out on my property and just sit here on the couch. I tell them all the time, we talk and kick it, but there's sometimes where I'm just gung-ho getting things done, or we'll go in the library. I think Grendel Dark's going to be here in a couple of days, but it's just time management. I don't waste any time. I don't really have right now. I don't really have a social life. I'm just for the past 2 months, I have been gung-ho just trying to get Archaix Academy out of the way and all these new videos. Yeah. But it's I plan on 2026 doing some traveling and having a lot more free time. And the meetup is something different. This, Catherine, we're doing 2 days and 2 nights.
Hey, I'm signed up. I signed up as soon as I got the link. I'm ready to go. I can't wait. And, you know, you're a Gemini. You know, I do astrology. You're a Gemini. Mm-hmm. So you're the sign of communication. And you literally epitomize the sign of Gemini of communication. Every time I finally learned you were a Gemini, I was like, oh boy, that makes perfect sense.
Catherine, right I tell people I'm a true Gemini. I'm June 9th. I've read the Gemini stuff, and I am true Gemini all the way down the board. Absolutely.
I'd have to do a full chart on you and see where the rest of your chart is. You'll have to send me your real birthday, time, date, place, and everything. And I would do a proper chart so I could see who you really are. And probably I'd have some secrets in there, but you know, I won't tell anybody. I'll tell you that much.
Oh, that's all right. People put my secrets out there years ago.
You are an icon. I have to say, you are an icon, Mr. Jason. So I will let you get on to your next people, and I hope you have a Merry Christmas, you and your father, Big John, and all of y'all out there. And I look forward to seeing you at the meetup. Sounds great.
Alrighty. Awesome. I'll see you in the underground.
It sounds good. Thank you, Jason. Have a wonderful new year.
You too. All right. So I got Martin Davis and Nolan coming up next. I need to post a couple more. I've been knowing Catherine for a while. She's everywhere in underground. Let's see. I'm gonna put a couple more, send some more of these links out. We got several people trying to come in. Some of these names, I've never heard of these names before. I sure hope that was fireworks. That did sound like an assault rifle. I live outside the city limits. Everything goes out here. Dropping more links to people in the email before I bring Martin Davis in here. I see some of the questions in these emails. We just covered it in the last hour from other people. Yeah, that's a gun. That's a pistol, or I mean a rifle. All right. Let's see. Couple more links I'm dropping. Some people have moved on or no longer watching, so I got to drop a bunch of links. That's a good question. That's something interesting. Oh, Joseph Saunier. You back in the deck a little bit. Sent you a link. I sent you a link, Shelly. Source Shield. Sent you a link. And I got one more. Oh, I know this name. There's not too many La Tourettes out there. That's Cheryl. I know Cheryl. I think Cheryl and I were supposed to do a Phoenix video at one time. All right. So I got the emails out the way. Oh, thank you, Catherine Young. Let me remove this. Bring Mr. Davis onto the screen. Oh man, you caught me without my hat on, man. Is your audio? Oh, hold on. You're all. You need to unmute
How's
yourself.
that?
There you go. There you go. Perfect.
Yeah, I got my crown on here. There's a couple.
I see you. I see you backstage, Matt.
Couple quartz on that crown.
What you got there?
Oh, crown I made.
Okay.
It's a little quartz. It's, I used the Orgone method, Wilhelm Reich's technology.
Got you.
Whatever. I like it. It helps, Along with this, Catherine was talking about fluffing her field. I've been doing this with Eileen's forks for about 8-9 years now.
Oh, those are the ones Eileen provides?
Yeah, I got a whole set.
Oh, okay.
These are really good ones. 528, 417.
All right.
When you combine them, they resonate with the Schumann resonance.
Shoot, go ahead and hit it one time. We need a little resonance here.
Yeah, sure. This is 528. 417. And I just put it by my ears, change the side.
Okay.
It's like a calming thing, really. I get a little nervous before coming on this, but It helps. And my ghost pipe. You know what ghost pipe is?
I have no idea.
It's this really weird plant that grows, well, all over the Midwest here. I'm in Iowa. It's white. It's like a cross between, a green plant and a mushroom. It's really super weird. There's nothing like it. But the natives use it. I made a tincture out of it, and it turns purple. It's really weird. It's white, and then the liquid turns purple when you add it to alcohol. But this is like for severe trauma, so I only put a dab on my temple and just one little dab on my tongue, right? Because I don't need that much. I'm not that nervous.
All right, ain't nothing nervous.
It works, man. It works. It works. I'm an herbalist. I love to get out and wildcraft in the woods and whatnot.
Yeah,
I do a lot of that kind of stuff.
I prepared.
Getting ready for 2040, my friend. Getting ready for 2040.
Oh, you still got 14 years to go, bro.
I know it.
Yeah, still got
time like the present.
I prepared for this video too. I didn't just come blind. I knew that this is going to be a long time to sit down, so I got blueberry. I got some different herbs. I put in there, and I just put it all in a blender with banana, and I drank it right before here because I knew that was going to give me a bunch of energy. And I've been good. I'm still good. I can still go. Shoot, I can still
go. Did you get any of that stuff from Alphabetic? Did they send you any of those?
Yes, they did. I have to get with them too.
Those are good.
December has been
really good.
It's been super busy for me December, but I need to get with Alphabetic too because they sent me those products.
Yeah, I knew they were gonna. They said they were gonna. That's good. That's great.
Dr. Bear.
Oh yeah. Yep, and Mike. Yeah, they're good people. I met Mike down at Bandera at the Confluence meetup.
Texas, Bandera, Texas.
Yep.
Oh.
This would have been 2 years ago, but they do them down there. I think it's going a couple times a year. Alex Zach, he's the organizer. I don't know if you know Alex Zach. Yeah, that whole group. Mike's there from I'd say Archaix. Mike and Bear. Anyway, yeah, that was great meeting Mike. He's a super cool guy. DJing. We danced all night. It was a great party.
Party. I don't think Mike is with Alphabetic no more. I got an email about it.
Weird. Yeah, I haven't seen him on there. What's going on?
I don't know what's going on. It was a while back I heard about it. I don't know.
Well, they send out they do their weekly podcast. That's so weird. Dang, I hope they didn't have a falling out or something. Anyway, I was going to ask you, did you get that Dymaxion map I sent you?
I did.
Right.
Yeah. It's all.
Did you have a chance to put it together yet?
Hell no, man. You send me a map full of a whole bunch of moving parts. I got to sit down and spread this all.
Just a little tape. Doesn't take
all over the table. Yeah. Yeah.
Just get some clear tape and it goes real fast.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. I appreciate that. It's when I found that Dymaxion, I think it's Dymaxion map or Diaxiom.
Yeah, Dymaxion.
That blew my mind, man. That this dude way back then had already put this map together, and it was so accurate.
Oh, I got it right here on my altar there. You see it back there?
You got you a whole setup.
It's my big altar. This is where I do my magic. No, I guess.
All right. I see you. That's pretty cool shit. You're like a shaman. Hey, you turned your audio back off.
Yeah, I suppose.
There we go.
They're like a shaman. Aren't we all? We're all shamans in the making.
Yeah.
As our friend that you introduced me to recently, Miguel.
Oh yeah, I like to Miguel
Connor with Aeon Byte. Man, I've been doing a deep dive. I got his book because I was like, whoa, I haven't run into anybody like this since Jason 2 years ago. He's got some great stuff on there.
Yeah, that's Gnostic Aeon Byte Gnostic Radio.
Yeah,
got it. Yeah, man, fantastic stuff.
That's badass, Marty.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I just, 'cause, I don't know, I don't know what to say. I just, 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 I don't know what to say. I just What's
Say,
that?
Martin, I got Nolan, Matt, I got Seaside Shell and Captain Kickass in line.
All right, man.
So I'm gonna move on, man. I appreciate it.
All right, we'll see you.
Say, when I get that map put together, I'm gonna post it on X.
Merry Christmas.
You too, man. I'm doing it.
All right.
All right. Yeah, he sent me a badass map. You guys have seen it. I posted it before as a JPEG image. It was I can't pronounce it. Dymaxion map, I think. It's a flat Earth map, but it's the one the military uses. It's a badass map. I posted it on X, but I haven't posted the one he sent me. He sent me one I got to put together. I'll get to that. Let's see. All right. Can't see you, but we can probably hear you. Is that Nolan?
Oh, Archaix, thank you for putting me on the show, sir. It's been such a long period of months. I've been waiting to just get on your show. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Where are you from?
I'm from Oregon, sir.
All right.
Yeah.
I got some friends out in Oregon.
That's great. I have so much to say about you, so much to share information, some knowledge about you, but I just can't say it right now because there's so much to share and due to limited time, and I can't even express what I have to say. But I really want to show you something in the private chat. Okay.
Sure.
It is in accordance to your Archaix calendar system about the coming apocalypse. So I sent you a specific video which actually gives you a great insight and a lot of information, forbidden information, which you will really, really find helpful.
Okay.
I really want to share it.
Well, I can't open it up inside the private chat. So I'll watch it first. Before I share it to my community, I'm going to have to watch it first. Well, you turned your audio off. All right. Well, I don't know what happened there. He did send a link. I do have it in the studio chat. I am not able to open up a studio chat private link to show you guys and share it on screen, but I can watch it after the video. Device not connected. Let's see. Oh, hold on. He's back. You still there, Nolan?
Yes, actually I reside in the Cascade Mountains, so there's a lot of network disruption here.
Oh, okay.
So, due to this reason, but are you able to please open it because it's very important if you are able to do that.
Yeah, I can't open it up in the private chat. You sent it to me in a private chat. All right, now you turn your, you know what? It's gonna have to go, Nolan. You can't just keep turning your audio off when you don't like what I say. So I don't know what the video is. I can't open up a link and show it to the public until I've seen it. After the video, I will bring it back. I will look at this link and I will share it with the community if it has merit. What's up, Matt?
Hello, Jason.
All right. I can hear you pretty good.
I can hear you as well.
Awesome. What's on your mind? You got a good name. That's my last name. I mean, that's my middle name.
Oh. Well, that's piece of serendipity.
Yeah, I'm Jason. I'm a Jason Matthew.
It's such a common name now. It wasn't so common when I was younger, but the entire generation behind me seems to be named Matt.
Yeah,
it seems to be a popular.
Yeah, you're a little bit older than I am. There's no doubt.
Yeah. Well, that segues into the conversation. So when I was about your age, in my early 50s, a series of experiences started that I didn't understand until I read your book, that I didn't start to understand until I read your book, the day the sun darkened. That was my first exposure to you after I had seen you on somebody's podcast.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe it was so how I kind of got drawn into your theory, your hypotheses, was by I was raised a Catholic, and I started investigating the Bible and the translation. And there's a man that worked at the Vatican for 30 years or something like that as the translator of the Bible, and published what the Bible really said in the original text and how it got changed into what we now use as the Catholic Bible. And explained that a lot of what was being described was technology, not angels and such.
Mm-hmm.
So you appeared in one of those shows, and then it all started coming together. And it's a good thing I read your book first, because you still were using the heliocentric model, and it wasn't coming up against the. I wasn't having to accept all kinds of other follow-ons. You know,
Right.
I wasn't having to accept the simulation theory or living on a plane, living on intersecting planes that happen on a precise cylindrical effect. So the series of events that started happening that opened my eyes a bit. Well, let me explain this here. When I was roughly your age, I was still burning the candle at both ends, just like you do. And I was pushing myself. I have a willingness to push myself right to my limit, and then I'm arrogant enough to think that I know when I can stop. And my arrogance pushes me beyond sometimes, which is exactly what it did. And so I started to experience, because of age, I was pushing myself too far, and I started experiencing extreme vertigo. And I was in the middle of a project that it demanded my presence. And so I was living in Washington at that time, driving from Olympia to Spokane on a weekly basis. And the vertigo was such that the world literally spun. I've never experienced that in my entire life. I have a real stable perception. I don't, we all come with different gifts. My gifts aren't where people can they can remote view and all these other things.
Right.
My gifts are stability. My gifts are deep intuition. Like, I don't know where I get things, they just come. But it isn't from viewing or seeing things or any of that. It's just a deep intuition that turns out to be right a lot. And then the second thing that I have is something that I call the infinite. There's a deep abyssal well that's infinite, and it's what I've reached deep into to maintain my stability through this crazy time that we're living through, right? And this was the first experience where my physicality was overriding that ability to just to reach deep. Where my physicality, the world literally was physically spinning. I couldn't hold a fix. So while I was driving from Olympia to Spokane, I was driving through a spinning world, and I had to learn how to fix in a way that allowed me to drive. Now, this was, in retrospect, this is extremely stupid to have done, but in my mind, I had to be there, right? Because the people that I was working with needed me. And it's true, they did. And they wouldn't have gotten what they accomplished without me showing up when I said I was going to show up. This happened. So what in that particular case, I ended up in the hospital in Spokane because in the hotel room, I found myself dehydrated, unable to hold anything down. And I literally became concerned that I would pass out and then never wake up again because of dehydration. And so I called the taxi and had him taxi me to the hospital and give me an IV to put fluids back in me. And this continued to happen until I figured out that I was doing this thing where I was pushing myself too far. Then I read your book, and then I started to learn about the confluence of these planes that's coming. And I've also noticed that anecdotally that tons of people are reporting that they have vertigo now. Mm-hmm. Tons of people. Like never before have I met so many young people reporting vertigo.
Right.
And I thought to myself, okay, well, if we're starting to head into this convergence event and we're starting in the initial stages of it, then vertigo starts to make some sense, because if it's a harmonic convergence and we're harmonic beings, if we're harmonic artifacts, if the temporal body is a harmonic artifact, then it stands to reason that vertigo might be something that we experience as we get closer to this event.
So we do have a time period before Phoenix events where things do start. There's evidence. I mean, we have already discussed this before without even entertaining convergence fields. We have already isolated that 1890, 12 years before 1902, things started getting strange. And we're almost at that 12-year threshold now before 2040.
I feel like the vertigo for me, as extreme as it was, and the fact that I viewed it as non-optional, but to drive through it, was a practice run of what 2040 might be like, mm-hmm. where we have to figure out how to hold position in a spinning world, where our world spins. We have to figure out how to maintain coherence. So I have to explain a core belief. My core belief is that we're here the earth plane is a great place to either strengthen or possibly weaken our soul's coherence. Coherence being what makes a soul. The only thing that the soul can be is a node of harmonic coherence in my world, in my model, my mental model. And if we're able to use the temporal vessel, this vessel, as weak as it is, to maintain that coherence, then it strengthens the soul's coherence by going through the convergence event in this vessel. And I think it is also possible that some souls may decohere somewhat by choosing the easier delusion of, like the steak, the guy you talked about with the steak, eating the steak. Like if he chooses that, sure, it makes his life easier right now, but it doesn't build the muscle that's needed, the soul muscle that's needed for stronger coherence and evolution of the soul.
So if this is like a series of frequencies the soul needs to go through, what you're describing here is basically, you're really describing evolution, but not from a biological standpoint, but from a spiritual one. And that that we're on one plane, and that we have to vibrate at a higher frequency in order to disengage from this plane and send to another. But a bunch of souls aren't going to do that. They're comfortable here.
I do take issue with the higher vibration, because higher seems better to people.
Okay.
I don't think that there's a distinction between higher or lower. I think it's just varying octaves, right?
Okay.
We don't say the drums are bad. We say that the drums are needed to supplant the trumpets.
Yeah. Well, when I'm talking about that is really, I'm I'm leaving the area that I'm comfortable with, which is chronology, history, things that can be supported with data sets. And I'm talking about things that require me to use frames of reference where people can understand that I'm talking about spiritual gradation through whatever. So I may say frequency, I may say simulation, life sims. It's just, I just got to borrow from frames of reference that I know people are going to comprehend, because we still really don't know exactly what we're dealing with.
I agree, and this is a hypothesis. It's just a hypothesis, but it's based on my intuition that's been accurate about so many things in the past. But the reason why I take issue with the higher vibration is because higher vibration is used as a method of spiritual bypass.
Mm-hmm.
You're familiar with that concept, where people. So there's this Christian notion of angels and demons.
Right.
And higher vibration and lower vibration are just new age updates to angels and demons.
Okay.
Where high vibration is the angel realm and lower vibration is the demon realm.
Right.
For the new age higher vibration acolytes. I don't make a distinction between good or bad between higher vibration and lower vibration. They're just places in the octave, and they're just various places in octaves. And again, I use the orchestra as a metaphor, where you can't have an entire orchestra made of piccolos and violas. That would sound bad.
Absolutely, you have to have the diverse instruments.
And what makes an orchestra really sound wonderful is the trombones, the bass, the tubas, the kettle drums. These are low vibration instruments, but they give the richness and depth to the piece. And if you think about earth being low vibration, maybe the earth plane gives the richness and the depth to the soul.
Okay, yeah, I can buy that model. I wish we had better words to describe, but I mean, it's such a subjective experience being inside the construct that any efforts on our part to describe the phenomena require us of a vocabulary that we still haven't developed.
And it requires hypothesis, because we have no, it's not falsified. There's two things it's not falsifiable, but it's also not double-blind studyable.
Right.
We don't have a alternate Earth. Now, we might, once the two planes converge, we might have another. We might have two opposite realities, or two separate realities double blind against each other at that moment in time for those 60 years. Maybe that's informative. But from your work so I started down the Gnostic Stoic path probably 15 years ago, and it all made sense to me. I kind of combined Gnosticism and Stoicism. Stoicism insists that nothing is good or bad, but Gnosticism helps explain the intuition of our bodies that we have. If you combine them both, then you discard the demiurge as demon framing, but you accept that there might be a controller like what you've talked about, or a watcher or overseer of the construct. And if people were able to, this is difficult for us humans, if people were able to step outside of the good bad binary, the good evil binary, and they were simply able to see that what we're looking to do is strengthen coherence, if that's what we choose to do. Maybe we don't choose to do that. Maybe we just wanted this specific experience to eat the steak, and then we go back, and then we look back on it after we pass to the next state that we go to, and then we go, wasn't that fun to eat that steak, and that didn't exist.
Right.
But the way that I'm approaching this life is I'm approaching it as a way to increase stability and coherence. And 2040 and 2046, in my mind, offers me a very rich set of opportunities to do so, but not just those years. Obviously, now we can see that I'm being offered that opportunity now. I didn't know. I thought the vertigo was something to do with just me, because I have had lifelong ringing in my ears, and I thought it was something to do with my because vertigo has to do with your inner ear, right? So I just think, okay, this must be another manifestation of whatever it is that's causing this thing in my ears. And then I didn't ever talk about this with anybody. But people kept saying, oh, I got to go to the doctor for vertigo, or I'm having a little vertigo right now. And I'm seeing this all over the place. And maybe your audience is experiencing it as well. And maybe
there were people in the comment section saying that it's getting more and more popular.
Well, maybe this is a practice for us, so that we're not just hit all of a sudden in 2040 with a spinning world, where we deal with it gradually. We build that muscle in order to navigate through a spinning world, because the world's going to spin. That's what's going to happen. It's going to spin, be chaotic, and we're not going to have any frames of reference. And you were talking about frames of reference being the thing that's going to tear people apart from the inside.
Yeah, it is. It's something to contemplate, but I believe that the world 12 years before 2040 is when we're going to start seeing a lot of phenomena that's demonstrative of the entire Archaix paradigm.
2028?
Yeah, we're going to start seeing it then. 2028 is also a major year on the Olympiads that I've talked about. I haven't done a video on it yet because it's the one after Apollo and Nemesius. But yeah, 2028, I think that's our 1890. And for those of you who know what I'm talking about, your chronicons, you go back to 1890, you'll see that's where it all began before 1902. It was 12 years of just really weird shit all the way to 1902.
That decade was when all the rich people lost their money too, by the way.
Yes, a massive amount of wealth changed hands then.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, Matt, I got 10 people in backstage right now.
Thank you very much.
They started hopping in right after you and I started talking.
Have a happy new year, and thank you for everything that you do.
Yeah, man. See you next time.
All right, thank you. Bye.
I've been hearing about the vertigo. Several people have been mentioning it on other channels, and I've seen it in the comment section before tonight. People were asking about that. Very well could be one of the signs. So I have Seaside Shell next, Cyber Chick, I know who that is, Acquisition, Captain Kickass, Keith, as always. I may save you for last, if you don't mind, since we always go a long time. An Amazing Timeline, and I guess that's Yahe. I know who you are. We always talk in the comment section, but I don't know how to say that. YHAE. Hello, Seaside Shell.
Oh, hello. Hi. Can you hear me?
Absolutely. Sound great.
Oh, well, thank you. So this is breaking pattern for me, Jason. This moment right here. This is very outside of my norm.
All right. Cool.
Little nervous here.
Well, let me add to that nervousness. You should be okay right now because there's only 1,200 people listening. But by this time tomorrow, it'll be 20,000. So
exactly. I was like, what are you thinking? You're not, don't even have this, really wow question to bring up to you. But in a way I do. So just thank you. Very nice to meet you. Hi to all the errands. I do pop into the lives from time to time. Awesome. And I do leave, like novels in the comment section on videos. And I just do that. So, and I'm the weirdo on Facebook that shared this picture of this jelly blob thing that fell from the sky. And I asked somebody to share it with you just out of a point of interest based on a mentioning of that from you before. And I saw it on the news in the 90s. So I remember that. But so just a real quick, who am I and why I connect with you guys.
All right.
When I was 6 years old, I had recurring dreams of multiple moons in the sky. And I remember being 6 years old and actually going outside and looking up at the sky to see if I could see what I was seeing in my dreams. And I used to dream a lot of the Aztec pyramids and, just really didn't understand the whole thing. Really always, like most here, felt, man, why am I here? What's going on? Even at a very young age, trying to get my bearings. I felt like my whole life I've been trying to get my bearings. And then something kind of cool happened, you know, life. And then I would say it was about 2006. I was at the bookstore, and that Behold a Pale Horse book just fell on the floor right where I was, just boom. And I was like, what's this? And I was just always a free spirit. You know, I didn't really grow up in the church, and I didn't have a set way of being. I never liked labels. I felt it was so limiting. And I'm so nervous right now, so my voice is shaking. And
William Cooper woke a lot of us up.
Oh man, hi, One Tux. Yeah, and I was just this, you know, fairly young, you know, uneducated, single mom. You know, people used to call me Aaron Brockovich. I was kind of like an Aaron Brockovich at the time. And so I got this book and I brought it home and I read it, and I'm freaking out. I'm thinking about my kids, and I'm thinking, who can I talk to about this? And the only person I could think of was this man in his 70s on the street that I used to converse with. You know, he was like the only one that I could kind of talk to, and things made sense. So I brought the book to him, and he basically just kind of told me, there's nothing you can do about anything that's in this book, so stop worrying about it. And, you know, being a busy single mom, I kind of had to do that anyway. But so that was a little, you know, dropping in the brain of, you know, things aren't what they seem. And then kind of fast forward a little bit, 2012, I started having the vertigo, and kind of just strange stuff happening with my body. And, you know, found a whole group of people who were having like Morgellons and things. And, you know, I was going through very similar things that they were going through, but not exactly the same. And I actually found out that this woman contacted several government agencies because there was this fungus that was going amok. It was only affecting certain people, and it would get in clothing and materials. And
the victims had Morgellons disease.
Yeah. Some of them, yes. Some of them,
Yeah,
you know.
I remember because I don't remember that time period, but what I remember is in 2021, a lady used to email me all the time about it, and I was just now coming out. I maybe had 3,000 or 4,000 subscribers. No one really know who what I was doing or who I was, but she kept sending me all that information. She swore up and down the government knew what this stuff was, and it was all over her body. And I used to coach her, and I didn't charge her anything. I just talked to her, because we're dealing with something I don't understand. I don't even know what it is. It's just something that grew on her body, and I used to talk to her all the time. And then all of a sudden, she just disappeared. I never heard from her again.
Well, that's wonderful that you gave her time, because that is something these people need. They need to be seen. They need to be heard. They need to be believed, because they are dismissed, harshly dismissed by the medical industry. So I'm grateful that you gave this person that time, and hopefully they found their way to some health, because it took a lot of keyboard warrior action with me to figure out what was going on and find some help for myself. It was a nasty period. And you do, the medical industry thinks that you're just psychotic, and it's very sad. But thankfully I got past that. So then around 2013, I used to be a smoker. So I was always outside smoking and looking at the sky, always looking at the sky, and happened to catch this drone, the kind that, you know, it's an actual drone, looks like a plane. And it was on fire, this huge ball of fire, just going right over my house while I'm outside having a smoke. And I'm like, what the hell is that? What's going on? And then this is where I can't tell you 100% honest if it was that same day or shortly thereafter, outside again having a smoke. And I look up in my tree, and I swear this happened. It was a light being. It was, you know, like the little signs they make on the restrooms, you know, man, woman, you know, where there's like no distinct features. It was just the shape, right? But it was light. And I stared at it. It stared at me. It was in the tree. Then it kind of leaned up on the tree, on the limb. And I really wished I would have attempted to speak to it, But the only thing I could think of was, I'm just going to observe. I don't want to forget this moment. I'm just going to observe. I even wanted to go in my house and get my phone, but I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm going to go in because I want to take a picture and I'm going to miss it, and, but it ended up just kind of kneeling down, and we just kind of felt each other for a few minutes, and then that was it. But it was a very, very cool experience. And I just feel that there's energy, and I feel that Derek and Zen girl,
Yeah.
I forget. Okay. And Matt, who was just on, I feel like we're all kind of on the same thinking this evening, because when Matt was speaking, I was thinking about that 144,000 that I remember when I had my little time in the church. So back up a little bit. 2021, I think it was, my free spirit left me because I saw this 5-hour video. Some of you may have seen it, of this guy. I forget his name. He won some singing show, and then I guess he became a Christian. He divulged all the horror that goes on in Hollywood and all the horror that's out there. It was hard for me to see it. It shocked me to my core. I think I lived in a state of shock for a few days after seeing it. I knew there was evil in the world. I had never seen it before, and it shook me to my core. I immediately went to a bookstore and I bought a Bible. Man, I wish I could remember his name. But bought a Bible, began reading the Bible, and thought, I need to fight this evil that's out there. I need spiritual warfare. That's what we're in. So I need to put my armor on. And so I was in that mode for a little bit, and then started reading and saying, this just doesn't make sense. This isn't adding up. And then that led me to a group that believed in the why God. So I was in a not Hebrew roots specifically, but an offshoot of it, kind of. And so we began following the Sabbath and learning about all of the appointed times and Yahusha, and so walked that road for a little bit. But then I began doing a study on the names, because something just never sat right with me, that you have to have a certain name in order to be saved, in order to be walk in the right way. It just always bothered me. And so I started doing a deep dive on the name, and it led me to, I can never say it. Maybe you can say it for me. I always want to say yabba dabba do whenever I try to say it. The yabba, you know what I mean? Yabba, whatever. Yabba, shabadai, something like that. But I started learning about that. And speaking of Colburn Bible, in that, when it mentions the destroyer, does it tie it to Shaddai? Because I remember Shaddai means destroyer.
Yeah, but Shaddai is not mentioned in the Colburn Bible that I remember. It's just called the destroyer. But in the Bible, the destroyer is mentioned, but it's called the destroying angel.
Okay. So I was just curious about that. And I was curious about, I took some notes on your December 17th Q&A. But just real quick. So I mentioned that 144,000 because at one time I thought, how can it just be that few souls? I mean, there's a group of people who really have the thought that it's only 144,000 that would enter the kingdom. And I just thought, man, that's harsh, And so then I started learning about frequencies, and I wondered, does that mean a convergence of 144,000 of this frequency that must be reached? So when we have this thought, is there any way to stop this? And no, we just have to, we reach a certain status within ourselves. We become aware. We all have these different thoughts that we're trying to figure out. You were asked these questions tonight, basically, no, we're not here to save the world. We're just here to save ourselves. But is there a way to stop this pattern at all? And does 144,000 come into play somewhere? Because it's mentioned so much. And so I'm very curious about that. And Matt was saying something that was making me think it, and then you mentioned frequencies in your response to him, and I can't remember exactly what that was, but
well, there are a lot of references to 144,000 in the historical record, and it's always to calendars. The Sumerian calendar was divisible by 144,000 days. The 288,000 days was it's a definable time in Sumerian cuneiform. It's been found multiple times. It's referenced in Anunnaki history. 144,000 is exactly 1/3 of a Mayan Bacton. So, excuse me, that's 432,000. It's 1/13 of the Mayan calendar. So each one of the Mayan Bactons is 144,000 days. French mathematicians measuring the Great Pyramid of Egypt have determined that it took exactly 144,000 casing blocks to cover the Great Pyramid. Now, in the eschatology, we have the final 144,000 of the redeemed before they too make Exodus. It's like they stay behind to make sure everybody else can safely get out. And then they too become a part of the monument of man by becoming the covering. Remember what apocalypse means. Apocalypse means to uncover, to unveil. But a covering is put back on that which is secret, the Great Pyramid, in the tribulation period by the last 144,000 represented as the stones. Holy souls and holy spirits in the construct have always been referred to as stones. In fact, the word men, as in humans, men in ancient Egyptian, men means stone. In the Christian mysteries, people are called white stones with new names. In the Shepherd of Hermas, a Christian mystic Hermetic text, actually describes humans with righteous souls being white stones that are made to pass through a gate to be able to put into a structure. It's the building of a pyramid, meaning every single stone block of the pyramid is representative of a redeemed soul making exodus from the construct, but being put into the body of the pyramid, which is itself a construction, which is unfinished. How do you finish it? You got to put the 144,000 casing blocks back on it to finish it. It's the only way that the chief cornerstone will actually fit. Because if the cornerstone is made to sit on top of the pyramid, but the 144,000 casing stones haven't been added to the four sides, then the capstone is going to be overhanging grossly at the top, and it's not going to be a true pyramid anymore. It's going to be a little pyramid on top of a big pyramid. So these ideas in the eschatology are actually calendrical in nature, giving us the time period when these events are going to deal. The whole pyramid iconography, every bit of it, the traditions attached to it, the ancient religious fragments that we can put together for this whole weird theology about the Great Pyramid being a container of souls that's basically going to launch out of the construct. This is all calendar based. That's why the rectilinear dimensions inside the Great Pyramid are all based off ancient calendrical systems, as I've shown in Archaix. This means the calendar is identifying a time period in the future, the Great Pyramid, in the future when this massive exodus of souls is going to begin. So then we have to defer to engineer David Davidson, who in 1924 had his book published and edited by a guy named H. Aldersmith, who cross-references his material to make sure he was correct. And he had determined, and I've shown this in Archaix multiple times, that whatever the pyramid is, it is some type of geometrical timeline. In the final year of this timeline is the year 2045. This was published in 1924 based off the meticulous analysis of the engineer David Davidson. I've showed his schematics many times. So the Mayan long count ends in 2046. The Nemesis X object convergence field arrives 2046. So what we have here is 2046 beginning two things. One of them is a massive exodus of those souls that are a part of the building of God, whatever that means.
Okay.
The other thing is all those souls who are not a part of that construction are going to be going through some shit. And that's described in the book of Revelations.
Okay, so this shit really concerns me because I have 4 daughters and 2 grandsons. And so I'm, trying to understand it so I can communicate to them in a manner that they will understand, because we all receive things in our own way. And so what makes sense to one person immediately without having to have a breakdown, that's not necessarily how it goes with somebody else. For those of us who have been walking and knowing this is not the deal, we come upon your stuff, and even though it's very heady, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, this is what I was seeing as I was growing up, and I just didn't know words to put to it. So just quickly, you said sometime on the 17th. Do I have time to bring this up?
Yeah, just one more thing. I got a lot of people in line, but yeah, go ahead. I want. What did I say on the 17th?
All right. Errants are a threat to the construct, cause processing power problems, all of the energy problems. And so when you said that, I immediately thought about all the servers that they're building. And I was thinking about, okay, so what exactly?
That's a really good dot connection right there.
Okay. All right. So it then made me think, so what exactly is this energy of the construct? Because our avatar is part of the construct. We're electrical beings, right? So then I'm thinking, well, what is Wi-Fi and this whole, I know Sabrina Wallace is a name mentioned out there too. I haven't watched a bunch of her stuff, but it's making me think. So if it's plasma, that's electrons, that's ions. And errants are a threat because we cause processing powers, yet they're building all kinds of servers. And then I wrote down dungeon programming supposedly conserves energy. And then I wrote down, I'm sharing my notes, so I'm hoping you'll help me connect them. Then I wrote down electromagnetic fields transfer from transmitter to receiver. So we've got the construct, errants are a problem, yet all these servers are being built and there's transmitting and receiving going on, leading up to, I guess it's going to start in 2028. And we have all this vertigo going on now too. So I'm like seeing all these pieces, but I can't put them together. And I was kind of hoping you could help me put it together.
Well, I mean, right now they're just independent pieces, but trying to put them together right now would assume that you have all those pieces. And there's a huge piece you have omitted. And one is this massive international 5G tower array that was put up starting 2019 and just appeared everywhere. So, this is such a huge worldwide project. You can't ignore that. It has to be a key component somehow. So these are good. There's a lot of people who are listening who just listened to that entire list of things that you just itemized, and they added what I just said. So it's not for me to put something together right there based off that limited information. I do think you're onto something. I am very much well aware of the massive server farms that are being built. And it's kind of unusual because the more highly technologically advanced we become, the more we micronize things and we make them smaller and easier to deal with. So why are these gigantic complexes of server farms necessary to begin with, unless they're actually performing a different function? Good questions. I don't know. I really don't know, but I do know that I have a huge active community that are probably going to get on top of that and start dot connecting pretty quick.
Cool. There's a question that was actually in your chat that I thought was a good question, and I don't know if you saw it, and I wanted to give it an opportunity to be heard. And then I'm out, if I could do that for this person.
All right, what's the question?
All right, so this came from @magician8779 on December 17th. Oh, is that you okay?
No, I'm not familiar with his name.
Oh, okay. He said, or she, I don't know. Jason, what is the trick to speaking about your past without making it your current or future reality? I thought that was a good question.
So there's an assumption in the question that speaking about your past actually creates your future reality, and I don't see that. What I do see is people obsessing about the past. It will modify your reality. But just talking about it, talking doesn't have the added element of fanaticism like belief. Like, if I was to tell you an aspect of my past and I totally believed that that had everything to do with modifying my future, then it would. But if I was just sharing details of my childhood, to me, it has nothing to do whatsoever with how tomorrow will unfold. So there's either the question is incomplete or I'm not fully grasping what this individual is talking about.
I should have maybe wrote down a little bit of the context that you might have been speaking on for that question to even be asked. So
Yeah.
it might lie in your presentation. Okay.
Yeah.
I so appreciate this time. Thank you very much. When
Yeah,
I'm not
all
so
good.
crazy nervous, I can communicate much
Yeah.
better. So
Well, like I said, check in this time tomorrow. You have about 20,000 people who have listened to you.
no, thank you.
Maybe you won't be so nervous next time.
Maybe. Thank you. I appreciate that. Bye, everybody. Merry
All righty.
Christmas.
Yeah, man, she's doing the deep thinking. She is doing the deep thinking. Cyber Chick, acquisition, you're next. I'm gonna play one more video. It's my final break. I'm about to go make me a stiff one. I still got fight in me, guys. I'm gonna go make me a strong shot of coffee. I said 8 hours. We could go farther. Ain't no rules here. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go ahead and play this next video. Let's see. I'm gonna go get me some of this espresso now. I've been waiting to try this. I'm gonna go crack the seal on that. All right, let me. I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna bless Jimmy Corsetti. We're gonna find us a Corsetti song. He's such a great guy. Let's see here. I'll be right back. Might be 2 Corsetti songs. Depends on how long it's gonna take.
Jimmy C's got his theories wrong, talking about Atlantis all day long. Parents roll their eyes and sigh. He sells a story, but they don't buy. Oh, Jimmy C, what could it be? Atlantis ain't no mystery. Shilling on Rogan with a grin so wide, but the truth ain't on your side. But the truth ain't on your side. Yeah. Dodging debates with Archaix, why so scared, Jimmy? Immature acts poking at the ancient past. A message lost in the sands of time while you preach Atlantis rhymes. Maps and myths in his cluttered mind. Truth and fiction hard to find. He paints a world that ain't quite real. Errands laugh at his spinning wheel. Oh, he's got the charm, he's got the flair, but the facts, boy, they just ain't there. Spreading tales to the podcast crowd, living loud but a vapid cloud. Living loud but a vapid cloud. wars again, chasing shadows with his pen. The errands watch and shake their heads. They'd rather dream in their own beds.
Look at that guy. You just can't help but love him. Just can't help but love old Jimmy. Man, they've been raking that boy over the coals. I don't know what it is, guys. I don't know what it is. I spent all that time on Billy Carson and they let the Christians take him down. Then I spent all that time on Jimmy Corsetti, and now real mainstream archaeologists have been raking him over the coals. Yeah, man. I don't get it. I don't get it. Who is this girl right here? Come all the way to Virginia Beach to stalk me?
Excuse me?
I'm just teasing. How you been doing?
Good, just crazy busy. I think just as busy as you are in a lot of ways. And man, I agree with
busy.
A couple of the other girls. Do you ever sleep, Jason?
Yeah, I sleep. I sleep deep. I sleep good.
Oh, I hope so. Yeah, so I just wanted to jump on the bandwagon. You had some great chats from, the last three guests were fantastic. And on this topic of, vibration and what's going on, we know the Schumann resonance, the 3-eye atlas, all this vertigo, and a lot of people are having heart issues as well, right? And we can say it's from, some poisons or whatever, but it's actually it's my understanding that this is actually ascension side effects. And, because we have these energies coming in and changing our DNA structure, and we're aware of the vibration of the planet and the kingdoms on it, it's all changing. It's causing cellular changing, the activation of extra strands of DNA and the activation of our energy or light bodies. And as our vibration.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Hold on. DNA. So I got to stop you right there because you kind of went fast over something that I would like to provide clarity on, for the simple fact that I have really been critical of certain ways of thinking. The mystical mumbo jumbo I've never been comfortable with, because those frames of reference really don't work for me. But then again, am I being hypocritical when I'm now talking about convergence fields because it's the same effect? I mean, wouldn't it be, you smiling, you really want to say, hi, I told you so, Jason. Yeah, I already know. Listen, it has to be presented in a way that can make sense mechanistically to me. Mm-hmm. Yeah, somebody saying something is possible just because they wish it to be so is never going to be cool with me. I've been critical of the mystics. I've been critical. I'm the first to apologize about it. I'm very staunch in my beliefs, but you just said two things that I can't ignore, even though it makes me look like I'm softening my position. And one of them is ascension. You said sickness, ascension, symptoms, ascension symptoms. Yeah. So let's say that the cuneiform texts that we have on Nibiru are correct. And for those of you who don't know, I have published on my channel actual translations of some very obscure cuneiform tablets that explain about Nibiru. And I did it because it was so anomalous, not because it fit the Archaix theory, but it literally describes the next time Nibiru comes, it's bringing like a garden paradise world. And I have cited these. I will cite them again to bring them back to your awareness. I have those translations of those texts. But Nibiru is no different than Nemesis X. It's just we're calling it different things because I do not associate to Zecharia Sitchin's model of hundreds of thousands of years. But it's still saying we're still talking about the same thing. So if the convergence field is really the field of Nibiru. And there's a period of time where some of us can actually, inside the field, make the cognitive decision to say, man, shoot, I'm going in. And when Nemesis pulls away, we go with it. That's an Exodus. You're calling it ascension symptoms or ascension sickness, but it's the beginning of it's when another field comes in contact with ours, and we're starting to feel it because it's an intrusion. But then again, some of us may be already vibrating on the frequency necessary for the intrusion. Mm-hmm. So that's what I'm hearing from what you're saying. And then the second thing you said was about DNA. You know this to be true, that much of our DNA is nothing but latent palindromes that are inactive, dormant. They're just dormant schedules in there that we don't know what the hell they do or how they become activated. But wouldn't a convergence field of another plane? When I say convergence field, I'm talking about transplanar. I'm talking about a whole nother plane coming in contact with our plane. Could that alter a whole bunch of that inactive DNA or activate it?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yes. Yeah. And as our vibrations raise, right, and our light bodies activate, it causes a dissension of our soul energy, which anchors into our physical bodies through the thymus gland, actually. And the physical effect of this is, in fact, heart palpitations, arrhythmia. I mean, who's to say that this vertigo that people aren't experiencing is potentially clairaudio, right? I mean, it could be that, because we all have gifts, as was mentioned. We just don't know yet, or some of us do. I mean, I'm discovering gifts I have.
Clairaudio. There's people in my community who aren't going to follow you on that. She's literally talking about these people that are hearing the ringing, that are hearing things like our guest earlier was describing. The medical profession is going to tell them they're not really hearing these things. These are just, anatomical problems. What she's describing is these noises are real, but they're coming from another plane.
Yeah.
Clairaudio.
Yes. Yeah. And at some point you may be able to hear your guides or interdimensional beings, or who knows, who knows? So individually, each of us, do have our own gifts. And many of us, we came here, right? We all know that we chose to come to this construct, as you call it, for lessons. And many of us came here to remind each other of what unconditional love is. It's a big one. And not just the love that we have for, our family or our spouse or significant other, but to remind us of the unconditional love that we still embody. And in order to experience unconditional love, then we must have experienced the opposite in order to recognize what unconditional love is. The opposite is feelings of, say, abandonment and betrayal, because the echo of love then becomes deafening in its absence. So relationships in general are mirrors to our soul's growth. So you see, it's not the person, it's the unresolved tone within one's field, like Matt was trying to describe. And so relationships are not just the detour to spiritual work, they're the work reflecting back the tone that you hid from yourself, right? So through love, not sentient love, but through harmonic love, love becomes music again. And another way of putting it is the reason why maybe one experiences abandonment and betrayal over and over again in their life is so that we can learn to accept abandonment and betrayal. And most importantly, so that you're able to embody unconditional love. So, to accept abandonment and betrayal means to integrate these traumatic experiences into your life story, acknowledging the pain they caused, and then begin to move forward without letting them define your future or dictate your trust in others. And then, once that happens, it's pretty much the heart of karmic resolution. So what you carried in your soul, it's not hatred for betrayal, but rather the fragment of a memory of something that was so beautiful and innocent and pure that was inside of you. And, you couldn't understand why the world couldn't remember it. So perhaps your soul's journey chose this path because it didn't want you to just believe in unconditional love. It wanted you to become the field where abandonment and betrayal no longer exists, that simply dissolves. And to do that, you had to feel it, but not once, repeatedly, over and over, until the day that your nervous system could hold betrayal without closing or collapsing into retaliation. It's the mirror that's reflecting back what you actually hid from yourself. And that's the beauty of it all. It's crazy.
Okay, I'm on board.
Yeah.
It's far deeper than the last time you and I talked about a lot of the Phoenix phenomenon material.
Yes.
I remember the speech you gave to those people on that. Yeah, that's damn, has it been that long? Has it been 2 years?
No, it's only been a year. Well, since I've seen you last December in Houston.
No, it's been since
It was December.
It's been 2 years since you gave that speech on the Phoenix.
Yes, well, October, and I have a little clip on my computer if you'd like to see a small part of that, since it is Phoenix related. I just didn't access it.
Yeah, it's all right.
A baby
I might get a full presentation out of you one of these days.
Well, you can. We should probably plan this for the new year.
That'll work. Works for me.
All right, excellent.
Works for me.
Yeah, so yeah, I love topics. Sorry, I love these topics. So that, this whole experience, people think, gosh, well, that our God's cruel or whatever. No, it's not meant to break you. It's to make you unbreakable in love. And the unconditional love, it's not sentimental. It's the highest frequency scalar field. And it can only be embodied by an individual who's experienced collapse, who's like you, Jason, tasted the bitterness of betrayal, who endured the ache of aloneness and still chose to remain open. And each act of betrayal that a person experiences throughout their life, it's not punishment. It's God's way of showing you where your tone was imbalanced internally. And what this whole experience does is it harmonizes you. It's the dissonance that purifies your soul. So if you experience abandonment or betrayal, it won't end you. It'll bring you back home, back to source, where we're all originally from. That's
good. That's good. Hey, that is in the spirit of Christmas. That is a good Christmas message. Yeah, no doubt. Absolutely, no doubt. All right, you coming to the Houston meetup?
Absolutely. Wouldn't miss it.
Cool. Awesome. That's great. We'll talk about that then later. Just for those of you who don't know, we got some people pretty high up that heard about the Phoenix, and she was sharing it with somebody, and then she got invited to a group, and she gave a Phoenix presentation to all these people in a closed private deal, and it's pretty impressive. So that's what I was talking about. Maybe we can do a Phoenix video together sometime.
Yes, we can do it. It's ready.
Awesome. That's perfect. All right, Cyber Chick. I got Acquisition, Keith, and 6 others in line.
Okay, sounds great.
Good seeing you again.
Good seeing you, Jason. I'll see you in Houston in February.
Awesome.
Take care. And thanks again for all you do.
All right. Yeah, I haven't seen her in a while. Damn, I can't even believe it's been a year. Let me get this Jimmy Corsetti video out of here before I accidentally hit it again. All right, Cyber Chick. That was Cyber Chick right there. And kick her from the studio. All right, man. Is that a Star Wars shirt? Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I can't hear you, bro. Let's see. Yeah, I can't hear you now. I can't see you. Yeah, you turned your camera off, but I can hear me in your speaker.
See me.
I'm gonna come back to you. I still got him backstage. He'll figure out what's going on with his camera. All right, Joseph Sonnier, you done clicked out. You're not in the studio no more? Captain Kickass says your device not connected. Joseph Sonnier, how is this going? Hey, I done went 6 hours and still got more in the tank. How's this happening? What is going on? Hang tight, Keith. I don't know how to say that. Is that going to be yay?
Yes, it's yay.
It's yay? Awesome. All right.
I
Cool.
wanted to say, first of all, hi from Michigan and Merry Happy Everything. And I wanted to tell you, Jason, that, and I mean this from the depth of my soul, I want to thank you for the weight that you've taken on in this mission that you call Jason Matthew Brashears.
Stop it. I've been seeing your name for about 3 years in the chat.
I actually, you remember Room?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, she was one of your first listeners. I've been listening to you basically since the beginning, but I didn't watch the lives. I was catching them afterwards.
Got you.
So, anyways, I just wanted to thank you for just the amazing things. Oh, and I have to tell you one thing, being that we're talking about Room. Her and I used to discuss your eschatology, and I used to say some things about you that will not be repeated. And now you are in my way of thinking. So I just want you to know that. Yeah. Okay. First off,
I spent my life turning enemies into allies. Believe me, there's nothing you've ever said about me that would turn me off. I'm not even
no, it wasn't bad. What I'm saying is that I didn't agree with your eschatology because it was too Christianized. And now you've come around to more my way of thinking. So I just thought that was interesting. I thought it was interesting. Okay, Matt and a few others were talking about vertigo. And you were talking about Jack Sparrow and the ship going upside down and the spinning and all that kind of stuff. Well, I don't know if you're aware, but the Native Americans have a prophecy about the world flipping upside down. And they often thought, that it was a pole shift. But what if it's a transplanar phenomenon like we've been talking about?
Yeah, I can't disagree.
So I just thought I'd throw that in there. I don't know if it's more than just the Chippewa or the Ojibwa or the what's the other one? Iroquois. But it's probably in all the Native American tribes because usually they have the same or similar, stories that they pass down.
Yeah,
Okay.
if you're gonna find a concept in the Algonquin and the Cherokee and the Five Nations, the Iroquois, if you're gonna find any concept among those branches of the North Americans, it's gonna be pretty much across the board on all the tribes.
Right. And I don't know if there's anything in the Aztec or the Mayan or the Toltec or any of those.
Yeah,
But
those are very different cultures. They're further to
Right.
the south. They're further to the south, and they do have some very different beliefs.
right. Well, I didn't know if there was any in those areas, but I know that they're up in the northern ends of the traditions. Okay, I have some isometric patterns, and you said that we could do a little demonstration.
What do you mean by isometric patterns? Do you have dates? Do you have
Yeah.
dates you wanted to run in Cypher? That's not isometric
Yes.
patterns.
Yes.
Okay, you have some dates. What are those dates?
7/20/1983.
How far? Yeah, let's go ahead and try it. Let's see if it'll do it. Yeah, you're
Well, that's the oldest one.
Yes, 1983 is a long time ago. We've normally set the parameters on the software for 7 years back in history and 7 years forward in history, but I think I can change the settings. Hold on. I'm gonna share
five dates. 3 of them are in your range, I think.
Okay. Well, what are these dates consisting of? Are they relative to one another?
Yes.
All right, cool.
Okay, you want the next one?
I'm waiting for. I have to do some security things before I open this up. Hold on. All right.
Can I tell you how amazing you are while I'm waiting?
No, you've already said it.
Oh, but I want to say it again.
All right, so I got that window open now. Let me share my screen.
Let me say hi to all the mods. Give them a shout out. Love, love, love you.
Oh, I think they heard you. All right, so let's see here. Let me go ahead and give me the first date.
July 20th, 1983.
1983, huh? I don't even know if this goes down that far. Hold on, let me see. Or if I should just type it in, because that's a long way back. We don't measure anything like that, but doesn't mean.
Well, maybe this is the first experiment.
So July what?
July 20th, 1983.
All right, I got it as the first one. What is the second date?
June 27th, 2003.
Oh, that's much better. Okay, so. Wait a minute. 27th?
27, 2003.
2003.
Right.
Okay, next date?
March 31st, 2019.
March 21st?
31st.
Got it. Next
January 4th, 2022.
Got it.
And November 3rd, 2024.
All right. I was doing something with my settings. Go ahead and give me that last date again.
Oh, let me get my paper. November 3rd, 2024.
All right. Thank you. November 3rd.
Yes.
All right. Just making sure. So what do these dates mean to you?
Okay, it's interesting that the people that were just on, especially, was it Cyber Chick? Is that what her name was?
Mm-hmm.
These are all incidents where I had clear audio visual experiences or out-of-body experiences or inspirations, and all of them brought me answers to questions that I had.
Okay, so this is an unusual example to be doing because we're basically measuring metaphysical deals that pertain solely to you. So the output could only be solely to you. This means that the dates that are indicated right here that you see on the line, yeah, there's a massive amount of operations going on in here, but
I can't. I'm on my phone. I cannot see those.
Yeah,
numbers.
well, it's not a whole lot. In the PSYFR group, we actually open the operations to show everybody what's going on. Can't do that here, but this is for if you're looking for any future dates where you might be more susceptible to that type of
That's what I'm looking for.
then you're looking at April 8th, 2026 and April 9th. Those 2 dates are back to back. April 8th and April 9th. And then there's no dates before then. But April 8th and April 9th, it's kind of unusual to have 2 dates side by side like that, especially those in my PSYFR community know that the more spread out your dates are, the more spread out your output's going to be. This right here is pretty clean, which is unusual because your dates are so far apart. 1983, 2003, and then you got on 2019. 2019 is still 6 years ago. So yeah, we normally measure for our date sequence predictive analytics exercises. We do predictions on things that are within a 7-year window. It's a lot more advanced. It's a lot more accurate, but you can still do this. It's just, I'm really surprised to see 2 dates back to back. April, you would normally see them like a shotgun, a bunch of scattered out dates. So you have April 8th, 2026 and April 9th, 2026 as a really good, interesting window for experiencing any type of phenomena that is even remotely connected in any way to whatever you experienced on the dates of July 20th, 1983, June 27th, 2003, March 31st, 2019, January 4th, 2022, and November 3rd, 2024.
Wow. Cool.
I would also mark May 8th and June 15th. But June looks pretty promising as well. Then you have some leaps that go far into 2027 and all that, but still May 8th and June 15th, you can always watch this video and get these dates again. But this chart right here literally shows you, and you have to understand, PSYFR is not predicting the future. It's literally removing from the construct all future dates that have nothing to do conceptually, mathematically, geometrically, anything by physics constants connected whatsoever to the dates that you just provided me and that I put in the software.
Okay. Excellent.
That's it.
That's awesome. Yeah. Well, thank you. I've been wanting to know this because and I know it doesn't predict the future, but the events that I gave you were in my life particularly auspicious times, and that's what I was looking for is anticipation. Because, like you said, the one is 20 years apart from 1983 to 2003, and that whole 20 years, I kept waiting for something, and it never occurred till 20 years later. And it's like, you know what?
Hey, you know what? We're not done with this exercise. Thank you, Lala Kelly. That's why we have a PSYFR group. I'm not running a sports prediction or crypto or anything like that. This is a personal prediction. I forgot. I got to do something real quick. 12:25. Hold on. So you're going to have a little bit more refined information here just a second. One of my PSYFR members just reminded me something in the deal. So
okay, it's going to get better. Cool.
Okay, so your dates of April 8th and April 9th are still solid. So is May 8th, and so is June 15th and June 26th, which are pretty much back to back within 11 days of each other. But you do have a new date. One new date is inserted, and it's before then, and it's March 17th. So what you're going to want to do, Yay, is you're going to want to cross-reference these dates with what any astrologers are going to tell you are coming up in your chart for these exact same dates.
Okay. Excellent.
Yeah, you give an astrologer your natal chart, and then tell her these are the key dates that you want to look, and they're going to be able to tell you exactly what these dates are going to mean to you. It's going to add more value to what you're looking at. But these are dates in your future that they represent times in your life that are the most connected to the dates that you provided me. And you told me that you provided that these are dates that you had metaphysical experiences. So this is the beauty of keeping a journal. That's why I tell people in my PSYFR group all the time, got to keep a journal. You can start keeping a journal today.
There's one date I don't have the date for, and that would have been, let's see, 1998. So there was one incident in the middle, and I never understood it until I listened to you, Jason. And here is, let me tell you real quick what happened to me. I woke up with the most beautiful, and I sat up in bed. I woke up with the most beautiful man. I can't even describe this being standing at the foot of my bed. And he was talking, but I couldn't hear him. His mouth was waving, but I couldn't hear what he was saying. It was like he was in a different, I guess today I would call it plane or frequency of existence. I didn't know what it was at the time. And all of a sudden I realized he was not who I thought he was. And I sent him packing, and I told him, be gone and cast into outer darkness, which I won't tell you all the details with it. But anyway, my whole wall in my bedroom disappeared. And I looked out into my backyard, and it was not there. There were it was blackness and stars, and the walls on the side looked like bricks. I don't know if you ever watched Star Trek Holodeck, but it was kind of like that. And this thing disappeared and went way out, and I could see it flying, and it went boop and disappeared into this very tiny little black spot.
Hold on. How did it go?
Boop.
I'm just teasing.
A little noise. It was awesome. Anyway, and that's when I knew, and this was 1998. That's when I knew that what we were looking at was not real. It was a freaking hologram. It was a holodeck. And then the next year I watched 13th Floor, and then The Matrix came out, Dark City, and all these crazy movies. And I was like, oh my God. That's exactly.
I haven't seen 13th Floor yet. Many people.
You got to watch 13th Floor. It's amazing. It's amazing. So anyway, I don't want to take up any more time. I just wanted to thank you and all the mods, and give a shout out. I won't give names because I don't want anybody to think they're my favorites. But hi, Allie and Jasmine. Sorry. Yeah. And Dana. Don't forget Dana. So yeah, just merry, happy everything to all of y'all.
Well, look, I'm really interested. I would like to see you get with an astrologer, cross-reference those dates, and I would like to hear from you in April to find out what happened.
That sounds great. I don't have an astrologer, but any volunteers? Woohoo! I'm over here in Michigan.
All right, yeah, I'll talk to you later.
Okay, take care. Bye-bye.
She's been in the community for a long time. I'm always seeing her name. All right. Oh, I see Acquisitions back. Let's see. Let's try. Oh, I can hear
working. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I've got a bit of reverb going on.
I can hear you. Yeah, you just turn your volume down a little bit. That's all. Yeah, you just turn your volume down a little bit. That's all.
But I've got you on my phone, but I'm watching it on TV.
Yeah, you got to turn your TV down a little bit. Your microphone's picking it up.
But I'm watching it on TV.
Yeah, you got to turn your TV down a little bit.
But then I can't hear you from the phone because it's not working properly.
Yeah, that system's probably not going to work.
But then I can't hear you from the phone because it's not working properly.
That system's probably not going to work. You're on a 5-second delay, man. So this is going to be a long conversation. You're on a 5-second delay, man. So this is going to be a long conversation.
Okay, I'll try and reduce it to as how you hear it now.
So where you at in the UK?
Yeah? Yeah, UK. I've got a few statements rather than questions.
Okay.
Okay. What you've done is pretty phenomenal. The expanse of your non-conformment to the progression of your growth is phenomenal.
Thank you.
And to create the singularity that you have is well earned. I can't hear what you're saying in the response because that's someone falling down.
I'm just nodding.
But I love you, man.
Awesome. Yeah, man. I can feel that.
There's been a lot that have spoken before me to make a place for me. Good. I suppose I'm supposed to be deaf in this. Makes sense somewhere. But yes, it's a Star Wars shirt. And yeah, Luke.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Where
Yeah,
in
it's
the,
always
where in
with
the UK are you?
The other side of you. See, I can hear you, but I can't.
Yeah.
It's gonna make it very awkward. So I'm just gonna praise you basically in what you said. And
okay.
Like the sin theory, I've had a lot of questions. Because they're my own. It's how I come to be who I am. I travel through, like you have, from David Icke all the way through to Inspired and to you. I still watch Inspired channel and so many others, and it formulates my perception of the reality that I'm in. And the depth of clarity improves every day with how you say the perception of reality is, what you give and what you receive, and the Jungian, like the shadow work and everything like that, and the incorporation of everything I've ever learned. Like you said, you've read for since you was a child, and that's created discipline within you. To a depth that's who you are. And I know the pain that's travelled through you to attain that ability.
It's been a journey, man. It's been a journey. There's no doubt.
Of escape that created your reality. So it's pretty profound what you can do with the complexion of your reality that you're in. And so many of us have had that growth, but from a different perception. I think it's that meeting of perceptions right now that are controlling our reality that forms the outcome of what we all perceive to be real. I see your gift in what you've done, and so many others do. Like, there was a dude with the curly hair, and he was sat down, like chilled out. He created the foundation. If you watch this really back, and it's pretty profound what's happened tonight, and I see it as a great opening to a new paradigm, a new reality, as our perception of who we are is.
Yeah, man. I see you got some heavy shit on your mind.
I love you, Jason, man. I think you're brilliant. And I think you feel carry on. You've carried passengers through the void. And your perception to change from Egypt, from the denial to the reality. I'm guessing, I don't know, anyone who's watched Archaix Go and Archaix Go 2 would see the transformation of perception of reality and transfiguration of ourselves to, a kinship that beyond maritime law, that ship stuff, I can just express it in a word that you'll all get. Do you know what I mean? Makes sense.
I get it, man. I feel you. I do feel you, man.
I can't even hear what I've said, but it just flows. I lost my whole family, basically, for the truth. I've been on my trail since I was very young. Very young. Like, there's that question of the Sophia and the Lilith, the embodiment, transfiguration. It's been a long journey and it's been hard. I just want it's for you, Jason, to know that what you have done is bring the convergence together in a way that I think you always knew that you was a pinnacle part in the turning of the wheel.
Turning of the wheel. All right.
I can't hear your response, but like you got Shiv shampoo and all them, and when at the beginning of when you started on YouTube, like you talk about when you was talking in the barn and things like that. I remember when you collabed and you had your little studio, and I didn't really get into your history and who discarded and who you kept. So I'm not here to step on anybody, but when he was talking about the energy and the frequency of clothing and just your whole field, I can see your slow incorporation of the transformation of yourself and of the input that you've allowed to come into your perception, because obviously you get your hardness, because I love your rigidity and your scholarship of what you've done. It's phenomenal, and the praise is absolute and well deserved. You answered a lot of questions that I'm sure many of us travelers have had.
Awesome, bro. I'm gonna stop you there.
They're opening for more questions, and then questions
Awesome,
come
bro.
from within.
I get it. I feel the love, man. So I feel the love. Maybe he can turn his volume up now so I can answer him. But Acquisition probably turning his volume up right now. I feel it, man. I feel it. It's emotion. It's deep emotion. It's resonant. It's soul to soul. I got much respect for that. It's not easy for a lot of guys to say shit like that to another guy. I come from that world. I got much respect for this dude at all. I know he's speaking slowly because the reverb coming back from his television he's listening off of. But I'm telling you that I know a lot of you need to take into consideration that moments like that for some people, they're extremely rare. Even for years, I wore my armor. I would never tell another man how he affected me at all. It was just not. I mean, listen, I got much respect for that. I feel that man has learned some tremendous paradigm shattering stuff, and he's probably wrestled with it. He's probably cussed me out multiple times. Probably fumed in the shower thinking about that son of a bitch. I can't stand that dude. And then 3 or 4 days later, had his little aha moments, whatever. But that type of appreciation, I feel that. I know some of you did too. So I'm absolutely I'm on board with it, man. A lot of people in the UK, they wear that armor. You know, there's a lot of pride in the UK, man. People have been stepped on a lot. So I feel that when I get it. I got a lot of friends that are in the UK, and I understand they're not like American men at all. Here, not most, but a lot of American men are just, you know, there's not much difference than American women, but it's guys in the UK are tough, man. Yeah, you don't learn to play rugby as a kid and then walk around being weak. That's for damn sure. So yeah, I appreciate that from our guest. It was a little slow trying to listen for the reverb on the TV and all that. I get that, but I got much respect for that. Yeah, Otto, here in America, man, we got a little problem with that masculinity sometimes. Yeah, man, I feel that. He was deeply appreciative, man. I get it. 100%. T-Knock, you've been here before. Yes, you have. Let me pull T-Knock on here. There he is.
What? Am I on Archaix?
Yes, you are.
Finally on Archaix. Right on, man. I've been waiting to chat with you, man. No, I have not been on here. I've been in your chat quite a bit.
That's what it is. I see you in the chat. I've even answered you in the chat before.
Indeed.
So
You've answered quite a bit of my comments. Also, I'm on Archaix Underground. What an excellent community you got there.
That is where I saw you. Matter of fact, yeah, that's exactly where I saw you. All right.
Yeah, I posted a couple pictures. I love the arts and crafts, the health and wellness. I posted a couple posts on there about my wellness journey that turned into a spiritual awakening, which I'd like to get into after my intro of thanking you for
Awesome.
everything that you do, first and foremost. I share your channel with a lot of coworkers, a lot of friends, some of which they're just kind of it's beyond them, you know, and nothing against them. I mean, you've stated it several times that just accusation, same thing, you know, you think about what you're saying, and sometimes people don't really process it at first. They get triggered, as you state, and then some of them come back. And I've done that several times.
Some people are not ready to be removed from the world that they've accepted to be true.
No, and the programming, in my opinion, it's absolutely real, and it's finally nice to have a label on what the heck is going on with humans, with the species all across the board. And it's not even a race, just the species. You know, in my opinion, like there's something going on with us, and I believe it's being, you know, from multiple different areas. Whether it's from you can go into chemicals in the food, the beverages, the 440 hertz music, you know, that they changed that to some of the restrictions on getting rainwater. What the hell is that? What if I don't want your fluoride?
Yeah,
you're so worried about my dental hygiene. Give me free dental.
Yeah,
don't put fluoride in my water. You know, but
that is so ridiculous. I've been seeing those too, where different municipal governments are trying to lay claim to water rights that fell from the sky.
Well, have you seen some of the reasons as to why they have these restrictions?
No, but the 2 videos I watched, the judge in both instances just dismissed the city's complaint, saying, "Nah, we're not going that far with this shit. These dudes collected rainwater; they can keep it."
Yeah, it's in my opinion, it's ridiculous. But like I said, the intro, I want to thank you for everything you do. I was chatting with my girlfriend, a little bit ago, and I'm just like, what are the chances of this man, having these circumstances, bringing up your past, going to prison and whatnot, and what you decided to do with the time in there? What are the chances that this man decided to do this research, to open up these books and the data mining? It's absolutely mind-blowing to me. Now, I'm not one, I don't read a lot of books, but I can totally admire and respect what you've done with your time in there, because I don't think humanity would even realize what the heck's going on with our human origins, with the history, with the tampering. And you brought this whole new perspective on history. And it's absolute. I can't get enough of your channel. It's mind blowing to me.
I appreciate it. Well, I will say this. You're not when you're talking about my history in prison, you're not talking about someone who set out to do what has become a reality here. It was me wanting a better understanding that the Bible that I was raised to believe in was actually true. So I read hundreds and ended up reading thousands of nonfiction reference books on history to prove that the Bible was true, and just did the opposite. But in order to do that study, I had to put everything in chronological order, because that's the way my mind works. And all my files were in chronological order. And by the time I was done, I was left with, no, none of this stuff was true. It's almost all Jewish tradition stolen from other cultures. It's all made up. But when I kind of defragged from that process, I really realized, wow, I'm left with this monumental work of chronology of world history, and that's what my takeaway was. And then you guys know it as Chronicon.
Well, that on top of you sending it to your old man. Shout out to Elder Bashir's, man.
Yeah, man.
Keeping all that stuff. And
he loves to remind me, you wouldn't be there if it wasn't for me.
Oh, I mean, Source works in I don't know if it's mysterious ways. It's like it's meant to be. And
yeah,
I would like to share how I came across your channel, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, go ahead. Go. I love those stories.
Right on. It was 2019. I'm a father of twin sons, born in the month of May, and they're Geminis, the sign of the twin.
Yeah.
And I was at
twins born in Gemini, huh?
Twins born in Gemini, yes.
Wow, that's nice.
It's awesome. And they lost their mother right before the age of 10, and I didn't realize the date until recent. Stella, I believe her name is on Archaix Underground. Stella.
Yeah,
I apologize for not knowing the full username, but it was on May 17th of 2017 when the tragedy happened.
Wow.
And I was already a consumer of alcohol, and after that, you can imagine, I didn't see the bottom of that bottle at all. Just kept swinging. In 2019, it was actually right before 2019, I decided, when's enough? What kind of example am I being to my sons? And it started off with not drinking alcohol for 1 year, just 1 year. And I wanted to quit 3 days in. And I had my fingers underneath the tap ready to crack that beer, and source inside, a voice inside said, "Is that all you got?" And I said, no. And I put that beer back in the fridge, and I turned every label facing the front of the fridge so I can see what my weakness was. I wanted to see it right in his face. And I'm 6 years, almost 7 years sober. I weighed 260 pounds before my weight loss journey.
Wow.
I got down to 163. This was no supplements, no nothing. This was free will and God's source.
Wow.
And it was after 4 months, and this gets into the health and wellness aspect of it. Is I felt a change in a cellular level, And that's when I started really going, what's going on here? Like my interest changed. Like I'm into, I used to be into hot rods. I got a 71 C10 Chevy I'm fixing up. I've had it since like 2001. I've always wanted to make it a hot rod, you know, lifting weights, you know, for that meathead mentality.
Right.
You know, watching poor content like porn and prank videos. What else? I have a UFC boxing, you know, used to all this manly, you know, stuff. I have zero interest in that now, because after 4 months, that wellness journey turned into a spiritual awakening. And I started doing meditations. I don't know if you meditate or not, but
kind of depends on what your interpretation of meditation is, because I've listened to people tell me how they meditate, and I know they go into their quiet space and all that, but I can open up a book in total silence and just start absorbing the information, and I'm in a meditative state. I'm not in a normal state when I'm deep in a book.
My forms of meditation were active meditation, they call it. Like when I went on walks, I started incorporating walks into my day-to-day routine.
Yeah, okay.
You know, your mind could get going, and I started thinking of you know, what can I do to improve my health and be a better example to my sons and to my family, and you know, to everyone I loved around me. And then it turned into actual sitting meditations where, okay, after work, I've worked midnights for 18 years, you know, 11 p.m., 7 a.m. And so after work, I go in my garage, I call it the lair. And I started sitting down, and at first it was rough. Those voices in your head, you know, they beat the hell out of you. You know, I was full of shame, guilt, and regret. And that doesn't make for a good alone time, to be honest with you. You know, you really beat the shit out of yourself. And over the course of, you know, months, I was able to sit down for a longer period of time and really focus on, why do I feel this way? You know, have I improved? You know, and I found out that was the best tool to fight those negative thoughts or demons, whatever you want to call these things that pop in your head, you know, and change your frequency. They change your mood. You know, I'm always bummed out, and, you know, hey, you're shitbag this, you're that. And I go, you know, no more. Hey, I look at myself now, or back then, this was, you know, early on in the stages, I'm improving. I'm doing something better than I did the day before. You know, I'm not that same guy, even if it's just a little bit at a time. I'm not the same guy. And over the course of a couple months, I had a profound, absolutely profound vision. And if you wouldn't mind, let me share that with you.
Oh, you got me on the edge of my seat. I'm full. Listen, I'm full of espresso, popcorn.
Popcorn, huh?
I've been doing all kinds of snacking.
Jerky in there.
I was about to open these corn nuts, but
Whoa.
I really don't indulge in those. But somebody ate all my.
Hey, those will bust your teeth open sometimes, man. Watch out for them corn nuts.
Listen, you're talking to somebody who doesn't worry about his teeth.
Hey, don't you have 2 rows? You said you had 2 rows.
I was going to tell you. I said I have been growing adult teeth ever since I lost all my baby teeth. They never stop. They just keep coming in. If I don't get teeth pulled regularly, the new teeth come up looking like vampire fangs, because when new molars grow in, they grow in between the roots of the older teeth. And if the roots aren't removed, the tooth comes up looking just like a fang. So I got to get the old adult tooth out the way for the new one to grow in place.
Hey, if you need x-rays, I got my father-in-law, DDI. He'll hook you up.
Yeah.
So mind you, this vision I had, I was not into this. Okay. So the community knows this. I was just your normal, I was 38, meathead mentality, 260 pounds. I was into the gym, hot rods, you know, UFC, boxing, just all this stuff. And then everything changed with my awakening, which came from changing my diet up. That is exactly what happened. And my connection with source was established. At any time I would refer to God, it was, you know, the religious aspect. And I was never religious, but anytime I talked to God, it was because I wanted something. It was a request. Now it's in gratitude, it's in thanks, and it's to ask for strength, you know, and it's source. I believe it's a frequency. It's a frequency, in my opinion, a source of energy. And I didn't even know source was a term for God. So after months of meditation, just building up, you know, and we're talking tears, Jason. I'm talking tears, crying, full-blown tears during these meditations. And I would go about my day afterwards, and I felt better though. It felt good to purge. It felt great to purge. And one day I'm just sitting out back, and I didn't know this until afterwards. There's a big granite boulder behind me in my backyard. I don't know if it had anything to do with this, but I figured I'd bring that up because I'm into the pyramids and whatnot. And I noticed there was a big granite boulder behind me during this vision. So I sit there and I'm meditating, chilling, nice morning. And I close my eyes and I start getting heart palpitations. I believe, what was that? Her name, that cosmic chick that was just on? She talked about ascension symptoms. Yes. I could totally relate. So, hats off to you for bringing that up. I would get those headaches. I would get the spinal tingles, ear ringings, mostly in the left ear. And I always thought that was a sign from source to stop what I was doing and receive a message, a light code, an upgrade, whatever you want to call it. So I sat there and I started getting these heart palpitations. And I got scared at first, Jason. I'm not lying. I was like, what the hell's going on? Am I having a panic attack? And something told me to remain calm. And so I stayed calm. My heart was pounding, almost like a panic attack, but the voice just said, stay calm, stay calm. And then my ears started ringing. And it said, focus on the ringing. I focused on my left ear ringing, and I felt it go to my right ear. And this is where it gets, this is where I left my physical form. And I am not BSing anybody. I'm not BSing. I heard the ringing go through my head, from my left ear to my right ear. And then bam, I was awareness. That's all I can describe you, is I was a sphere of awareness in a black area. And this is before I ever found out about Archaix, Jason. I see a sun. There's a sun, and it's just a pitch black background. And I'm just mesmerized by this calm sun, right? And I'm watching it, and I'm watching it. And all of a sudden, this golden fairy, literally a fairy like Tinkerbell, but it was a golden silhouette of a fairy, comes from the top, and it circled around that sun. And I'm watching. I could not take my awareness off of it. I'm just so amazed. And it just slowly dissolved, like her body was stretching as it went around the sun. Can you picture what I'm saying?
Yes, I can.
Like you had like some sort of paint, like white paint. You dripped another paint in there, and you just stirred it with a toothpick in a circle slowly, and how it would stretch. She went all the way to the top of the sun, and her hand touched the top, and that thing lit up, and the flames formed a phoenix. I saw a phoenix, and I woke up out of that vision, and my heart was pounding like you wouldn't believe, and I was filled with so much love. I've never felt so much love, like everything I've ever done that built up any form of shame, guilt, and regret just got incinerated. And this was before I found your workout, Jason. Before I even found out you had a Phalorn saga. I had no idea. And I found your channel. I talked to a coworker after the vision. Actually, the first person I talked to was my girlfriend. She came in and she was worried to death. She sees me trembling. I was trembling, but it wasn't because of fear. It was because my cells were full of love. That was absolute source love. And I told her what I saw, and she comforted me and listened. She's always listened. She's always been there through my darkest times. I'm so thankful for her. And I told her the story. I told her what I saw. And, she was blown away. All she could do was comfort me. It was my experience. And so I go to work and I tell one of my coworkers, he liked to rap about the Anunnaki. Who likes to chop it up about Anunnaki? You don't see too many people chatting about Anunnaki. Right. So I tell him my vision, and he's like, man, that's crazy, because I just heard about something about Nostradamus and the age of the Phoenix. And I'm like, what? This is synchronicity, Jason.
Yeah, I get it. And the Phoenix is one of the oldest symbols known to man, and we've buried it. And it's even Christianity, the original Christianity had likened Jesus to the Phoenix. The later church removed all references from the phoenix because it was a very ancient Egyptian symbol, the Benu. Also in North America, we had the dream walk, the Native American traditions from the sweat lodges, where the young brave wanting to enter manhood, he would go on his vision quest. And in his vision quest, he would go do the dream walk. And the warriors that were set aside for very special appointments in the tribe were those that in their vision quest, they actually come the thunderbird, which is the equivalent to the phoenix in North America. The thunderbird would actually manifest in their deals. Those guys had special appointments in the community. Other people, they come in their visions, they would have the wolf, the coyote, the goat, the rabbit, the snake, different totems and stuff. But the thunderbird being the Benu bird, being the phoenix, this was the one that marked people as having a special allotment in the community.
It was very profound. I've never been the same since. I've strived to become the best version of myself every day, and it's tough. You got to get the armor of God. We're in some times where if you're godless, you need to start thinking about changing some stuff up.
Yeah, I 100% feel your energy, man. I get it, and I'm also impressed that there are many Christians who go through the same experience, but because spirituality was prepackaged for them, they automatically think it's the blood of the human sacrifice of Jesus that's doing this to me, instead of just taking on the responsibility that this is you. This is your spiritual relationship with Source. And that's what you've done. You have completely done it outside the packaging that was prepared for you. And that's impressive. I'm glad to hear it.
I appreciate that. Like I mentioned earlier, following that vision, my interest totally changed. I started watching more spiritual videos. Some are just BS. You're looking at these people and you're like, I don't know about that. I don't know if I follow you. I'm not resonating with you, and that was another thing that my intuition increased, where you can sense the BS from people. Right. You can sense those who are authentic and those who are just pretending.
Hey, man, BS is a frequency. You know what I mean? It's a frequency.
Yeah. And my life has improved a lot. Not to say I haven't had rough times. But I believe I have Source in my corner now. And I can get through these day to day, just like everybody. Everybody has challenges. Doesn't matter what it is. We live in a challenging simulation, and I wanted to share that with the community because anybody can change, but it takes self accountability. You really have to look at yourself. Nobody's going to save you. You got to look at yourself and go, when's enough? Are you ready to change? It doesn't matter if it's addiction, any type of addiction. We got a lot against us, Jason. You know this. I know earlier, the foods, the beverages, the entertainment,
education,
religion. And that was another thing that I always scratched my head on was I never resonated with religion. I'm not going to bash it, but there's people in the world that just don't resonate with it. And it's like, is that intentional so that you have an open mind to take in the data and information you're providing for the community, to resonate with, was that the reason so that it gets kind of spread around? That's just a thought.
Listen, the word religion itself describes the phenomenon that's actually happening. So in the collective experience, you have souls that break away from the collective and they realize there's something more than all these feedback loops of dungeon programming. There's something more than race. There's something more than culture. There's something more than politics. There's something more than the news. There's something more than sports. These souls, this is what the construct has waiting for them: religion. When they realize that none of this is feeding them the way they want to be fed, they seek that food in something else. And the word religion is just another layer of the trap. It means to rebind. That's literally the Latin for religion. It means to to bind again, meaning you were already bound, but you broke free because you realized the world's bigger than sports. It's bigger than history. It's bigger than politics. It's bigger than going out here and playing bingo. And that soul wanders away from the collective, searching for something deeper, and walks right into religion, which is nothing but rebinding that soul to a whole nother layer of dungeon programming.
Absolutely. And you know, it's an ingenious trap. It really is. Like whatever sets its will against us, AIX, you name it, they know humans. they know it, whatever you want to call it, that's the overseer of this simulation. They got us down to a T.
You know what? This is a labyrinth. This is a labyrinth. The devil is the Minotaur, and your King Minos just trying to get through it. That's what all this whole thing is. And I think when we're done with this and we're outside the construct looking back on this, we may be sitting at a deli outside of the construct, looking at whole areas where souls have gathered together, thinking about, I might try this construct next, or I might go into this one. And you and I may be sitting at this deli, looking across this vast courtyard, like, wow, that group right there thinking about going in the Nemesis simulation, man, do they have a ride waiting on them.
Oh,
yeah. I'm telling you, man, I honestly believe that. I honestly believe that outside of this experience, nothing that ever happened inside here matters, other than what we morally and ethically did in here, because it's our way of moving forward. It's like outside of the construct, our garment, the body that we have outside of the construct, which is our garment. A garment is something that houses the soul. It has all kinds of accretions of experience. We may know each other, we may all know each other on the outside of the construct, and we all have different garments, and those garments tell other souls what we've been through and how far we've advanced and what we're all about. And there may be different kinds of souls. There's always an assumption that immortal souls are the same, but there may not be. There may be 7 or 8 or 200 different types of immortal souls. We're just not going to see it clearly until we're back out of here. But yeah, man, it's a ride. It's all it is a ride, man.
It is a ride. And since the awakening, I realized how important frequencies play in emotions and frequencies and vibration. You know, Nikola Tesla knew something. He absolutely knew something about the energy, frequency, and vibrations, because, you know, like you can relate a frequency to emotion. Would you agree that you can relate a frequency to a certain emotion?
Yeah, I believe every single emotion has its own frequency. Yes.
So with that, this goes back to the meditations. I found it easier and easier when I went back and beat myself up in those meditations, whatever you want to call it. It was building myself up. I was building myself up to face that again and advanced every time. And then the meditations got great. I would get butterflies. I'd be driving home from work. Like, I can't wait to meditate. You know, it was like, right. Of all things, you want to meditate instead of nap? Yeah, let me meditate. Heck yeah, because I felt great afterwards. I have a couple other things I like. I don't know if we got other people backstage waiting.
Yeah, I do have 3 or 4 people waiting.
All right.
Hit me with one.
One question for you. One question. I have a question for you. Why do you think it's been so difficult to get on, another large channel? I mean, there's so many out there. There's got to be someone that sees your data.
Of course they do. Yeah, they've talked about. Listen, there's no way. Listen, every single one of these large platforms has a media team whose job is nothing but to go through everything, trying to find more guests to bring more relevance to their channels. You follow me? Joe Rogan's got a whole scores of people that are hired to do nothing but farm social media, trying to find guests of quality that they can bring on the channel. So that begs the question. I've received absolutely no invitations from any of these large platforms. So this to me is a badge of honor. I'm not getting stressed out about that. It's a badge of honor, because it means that the material in Archaix is something that is feared, and no one fears anything unless they fear exposure. Exposure is the only motive that anybody would have for fearing a data set or what that data set would uncover. So I'll probably never get it, but it doesn't matter. This community is growing fast and exponentially.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I mean, sooner or later, you know what? We'll hold our own debates on our own territory, and we won't need the big platforms. The big platforms are going to be on the outside looking in. It's going to become so noticeable. It's going to start drawing a whole bunch of attention. Yeah, you know what? I don't even care. They've already crossed the Rubicon with me anyway.
It's pretty noticeable to me and most of your community probably. It's like, and you even point out the other side of it. Like, who wouldn't want to have me on, even if they think they're going to get the best of you, even if they think they're going to make you look like a fool? Who wouldn't want to have that on to get views? Yeah. But they don't. There's no invitation. It's like, then what is it?
I know what it is. Listen, because let me give you a hypothetical. Okay. Joe Rogan's never going to invite me on there to even debate Graham Hancock or Jimmy Corsetti or Billy Carson or any of his guests that I disagree with. Not because he fears that I will get the best of them for any of that, but because the people that Joe Rogan answers to fear that community that's never heard of Archaix will suddenly have somewhere else to go.
Yeah, the publicity. Yeah, I see. Well, I appreciate you having me on. I'd like maybe a parting comment or two. I'd like to give a shout out to a channel, if you wouldn't mind.
Go ahead. Yeah, do it. Shout them out.
First and foremost, my channel's Source Shield. I only got like 42 followers right now, but once I get my thumb drive back, it has my whole weight loss journey on it. Literally took a crap on me. My thumb drive with all my progress pictures.
Wow.
So that I talked to the company that can retrieve it. They sent it overseas because they couldn't do it here. So it's going to cost a pretty penny, but it's worth it. I got a lot of my sons. I used to take them to the river and the creek a lot, and we had a blast. And unfortunately, I saved everything on that thumb drive, so I'll never make that mistake again. I do want to give a shout out to our Everyday's Lives channel with Michael Della Rocca. I've been watching him for about 4 years. He's authentic. He knows what he's talking about.
Who is it again? Well, what do my moderators post the link to, please?
It's our Everyday Lives with Michael Della Rocca.
Okay, I don't think I'm familiar with him.
He talks about the spiritual awakening, and I've watched him for probably about 4 years, close to 5, along with yourself. And you two have been the two biggest inspirations as far as, keeping my spiritual journey going and like understanding what the hell's going on, whether it's ascension symptoms or human origins, like what the hell, why things are the way they are. Okay. So you two have helped me out tremendously with that, and thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah. Well, my moderators will post that link in the deal, and I'll have Big John check him out, see if he wants to be a guest on the channel.
Right on. Oh, speaking of Big John, I sent him a DM on Archaix Underground about possible merchandise option for you guys. So,
you know what?
You probably saw it.
That's where you know what? I do. He did mention that to me. So.
Yeah, I figured you were busy, and I'm like, well, he probably sent it to Big John. So,
did you back that up with an email? Because what I remember was an email about that topic.
No, I think it was just a direct message on Archaix Underground.
Okay, all right.
But again, I appreciate you having me on here. I really do, and
yeah,
I love your channel, love the content, and you got me hooked. I'm going to keep watching them videos. Especially the Cro-Magnon one, man. That one's cool.
Yeah, I need to revisit that topic. A lot of people don't know how sophisticated they were. Cro-Magnon burials show that everything that a 1920s farmer in North America had access to, so did the Cro-Magnon. It's identical. So I'm talking about clothes, suspenders, buttons, vests, boots, stitching on sandals, women with dresses, tank top shirts. Everything's been found in Cro-Magnon. The Magdalenian especially is so fascinating because it's almost as if we're dealing with a whole civilization that was totally reset. We don't know what happened to their civilization, but the Cro-Magnon that we found were barely struggling and barely making it, and there is no way with what we found in their burials that they had always been that way. They came from high development. So basically, we're only researching the survivors of a civilization for which we've got not a clue what happened to it. It was buried. It's gone.
Yeah, that's very interesting, and it all makes sense. I resonate with everything you've put out, and I that's not lying to me when you resonate with some information like that, because I didn't feel that way in school when they're telling me this stuff about, hey, they drug all these big old blocks to build a pyramid up. They the copper chisels, and you're just like, what? When you bring up like how they possibly did it, and you're like, man, that's not like really adding up what they're trying to teach.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
I posted a video on Archaix Underground called Liquid Marble, and it deals with statues. They said were hand chiseled with veils over them. I forget what era it is, but you look at these and they look like someone was molded.
Yeah, that's what the nubs are. All these guys are so fascinated with these nubs protruding from all these megalithic deals. And listen, man, we've already seen that stuff was poured on. They had machines that literally poured like cement. They poured the stone in place. They've even found some of these big, huge polygonal megaliths are nothing but facade. When you break through the outer part, you see the original boulders underneath. Somebody poured that facade and made it look like, man, this is all over the place now. And all those nubs are just evidence that a machine was used to basically push that stone there, and then somebody shaped it. Yeah, man, it's so crazy. It's so crazy, dude. Technology is not new.
Well, I look forward to your videos. The Intel ones are great. They're
awesome,
all great.
Man.
But, thanks for having me on. I'll let someone else hop on.
All right, T-Knock. I'll see you in Underground, man.
Right on.
Oh, I cut him off at the last second. Sorry about that. Great energy. Great energy. Let's see. What time is it? 7:02. I still got it left in me. I can't believe some of my mom. Lacey, you've been here the whole time. Allie Wilkins, I think you too. I know Shellcracker has. Tone Deaf has. Oh my God, you guys are hanging with me. I figured y'all be working in shifts. Look at Pamela Swan's been here the whole time. Face Diaper, I think you came an hour late, didn't you? Be honest, man. Good Lord, man. Joseph Saunier finally made it in here. Here's Captain Kickass. Keith, you stay back there. Don't go nowhere. What's up, Captain?
Hello, Jason. Adam Cook 138, really. Yeah, that's supposed to be British irony, Captain Kickass. Yeah, you know what, man? You've been an absolute light in dark times for me, because the last few years I've been with you, and that was from the Syncretism podcast. Well, you hovered on my comment a couple of weeks ago, and yeah, that was a surgeon said that he'd be amputating my left leg, and because I already believed in an immortal within and miracles coming true, I just refused to believe in that paradigm. And while it does smart a bit, you know, it's very painful. A kickstand is better than a wheelchair. So you know, yeah, you've just brought so much value to me. Yeah, shout out to Ali, the British Mentat creatrix.
Oh yeah, she's great. Yeah, she's great.
No, the Connectrix, not Creatrix, and gentleman as well, Connectrix, Irie Phoenix within. Everyone's points have made me just write more stuff down. I had questions written here, and a point of contention. So something that you know is part of our journey is where, as you say, like that fucking bastard when we're in the shower. Although I don't think people are fucking bastards in the shower. Yeah, spitting feathers about the power of prayer, because there's a fella, and I'm sure he's a viewer of this channel, but he doesn't mention it. He's called John St. Julian Baba Wanayama, and he had a history of addiction, and he had a walk of faith following the number 11 blindly until it led him into West Africa, and he's created the biggest rescue village for disabled children, special needs children who've been victims of black magic sacrifice, and he does the same Santos Bonacci raising the chrism meditation. But yeah, prayer has been a very, very powerful thing to him. And you know, this man's like, you know, he's like you. He's a force of nature. He's a singularity, and yeah, he's like Jesus. It's incredible. Yeah, when I came on last time, I had a meltdown, and I said that I've been hitting my mom too hard, when really it was because you were on one talking about bath parrots and dummy Krugers, and my question was about interference patterns within Phoenix events, and I thought, well, who am I to even ask this of this man? My friends tell me I'm smart, but you know, I've realised I'm a mental midget now, and yeah, so I just went, oh, I've had a bomb, bye. Yeah. So, well, the serious question I had at first, and I might have missed the memo, I might have missed the show on with the return of the chief cornerstone not being a messiah. Is it still
a part of the trick?
So, sorry, come again, Jason.
Yes, I'm following you. Not being a messiah, but actually being a part of the trick.
Right? Is it a plasma event? And is because for so long I considered I thought it'd be a pyramidion shape, but it'd have to be a sphere, not a cube, or you know, rhomboid, wouldn't it, to be the actual cornerstone of the thing. But yeah, so what is it still? Yeah, what's your stance on it now as a thing? Is it a field now?
I'm not really following you. I did cover it for about 20 minutes with the other guy about the. I'm not really following what your question is. Somebody had asked me about the church chief cornerstone earlier, and I gave the whole variant idea that we're dealing with a Paul Harvey situation. If I were the devil, then this would not be a good thing. It'd be like a reset machine.
Yeah, I have been around long enough to know that. My phone's been dying on and off, so I've missed parts of people's questions.
Yeah, we talked about that about 2 hours ago.
Yeah,
at length. At length.
Yeah. I did hear that. So, sorry. Yeah, I don't know why I asked that question. But yeah, man, I've been laughing for months about Billy Carson saying Jason's about a 75. I'm twice that. I'm 140. For his IQ.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I remember. I remember the old 140 comment.
But,
I don't even have an IQ. I had an IQ test in prison, and I was 17 years old. They give everybody an IQ test coming in, and at 17 I was 119. I had an IQ of 119. Nothing spectacular. I've never claimed to be a genius. I'm just well read.
Yeah, you've owned that you are well read, yeah, man. Yeah, when I was in junior school, I had an IQ test, and it was after they plugged us into a Monroe Institute thing called Sound Lab. It was for the allegedly gifted, and but it was a mixture of supposedly gifted kids, and also kids who struggled a lot as well. You know, broken homes and.
So stop right there. Stop right there. Captain Kickass, did you just tell me that you were at the Monroe Institute?
No, that at my junior school, part of the classroom was sectioned off, This came into my consciousness because another channel, Ryder Lee's Raised by Giants, was asking about people who at school had Monroe Institute experiences, and your IQ test made me remember that because I had an IQ test as well involved in it. But I remember Bob Monroe's voice as I've listened to.
Yeah,
Monroe
I've heard of Raised by Giants. I can't remember anything about them, but I do remember the name.
Yeah, he has some good stuff, and he's. I don't think he's had time to really take in your stuff, but his guests have. I've written so many things down. Assertions, with the moon being something. To my mind, it's inhabited. Those craters, they're hexagonal and diamond shape. It's when you look at a high res picture of it. Have you seen those?
I have. I really don't go by any type of photography concerning anything outside of our atmosphere. I find it highly suspect. NASA is in control of any telescope that can take a picture of anything outside of our atmosphere. So I'm really suspicious of it all. But I can add value to the comment. There are many references in occult literature to the origin of demons having come from the surface of the moon. There is in Sumerian text, the Igigi were a branch of the Anuna, and they had come from the moon. The moon as being a source of the jinn's power is also an old tradition. So I don't know. It seems that our oldest traditions concerning the moon do not consider it a moon. The oldest traditions concerning the moon considered it another planet, and that something had happened to it, and a bunch of the materials had fractured off, almost as if it was the whole entire moon was actually a planet. And what we see now is everything that's missing from the oceans and topsoils and everything removable was basically fractured off, and a bunch of it rained down to earth, caused a cataclysm here. But like I said, this is all speculative. This is all just in traditional material and a bunch of researchers like Hans Bellamy and Emanuel Velikovsky. But I do know this. The Russians have some really interesting studies on the moon where they have seen, they swear up and down that some of those craters, the bottom of the crater opens up like an iris, and they've seen things go in and out of those craters, and they're like giant doors that close back just like the iris on an eye. So yeah, I have seen that research. The Russian material is pretty compelling. The Russians went as far as even saying that the moon isn't really there. It's a hologram hiding something else, but even the hologram has evidence that the moon is being used as an observatory watching the surface of the world.
All of the things that you talk about, it's like you're the end of level boss, because everything that I've learned about is pertained to your work, like my brother being a mineralogist and bringing home different types of rock and crystal from all over the world, and teaching me about mining and tunneling and my trade as a heating, ventilating, air conditioning pipe fitter and coded welder and CNC bender, and understanding the concept of three-dimensional graphics and three-dimensional spaces, X, Y, and Z axes, and higher dimensional fields interacting. I want so a lot of us have put 138 after our names, and I'm that as a group of people that exists somewhere, and it's my whimsy that that is a weight of consciousness. It has some validity, veracity exists somewhere outside of the screen. You know, we're a unified community. I hope to goodness we get to build a physical community somewhere. Land's cheap in Lincoln, by the way, people. Yeah, and yeah,
You got too much information there, man.
yeah, I've got millions of questions, points on what everyone has been talking about. Yes.
I say, you better not be trolling me, man.
I'm not to go yet. Or maybe I am. From
You very well could be.
It's my contention that we're in this co-creative environment where we're dreaming social meta egregores, but there's also this force of like perception perturbation that has us losing our shit. And there is a grey alien theme outside of people in suits, and I feel like a heretic for saying this, Jason. There's some stuff that because I've been so integrated to what you've been teaching, it's it's become my world. I've followed you into Auschwitz. I'm over my head with that because I'm still watching your stuff, trying to retain it. YouTube.
Well, have you got it? Have you got any of the free downloads? Have you downloaded any of the? I got a lot of free stuff. Hell, I got one download that's over 1,000 pages of Archaix research, all free downloads.
Jason, everything that you do it's already been said. Like, are you cloned? Like, just even as a consumer, it's hard to keep up, and you're the bloody producer.
I am in overdrive, and I apologize, but there ain't no slowing down, man. You guys are just gonna have to keep up in 2026 because I got no slowdown in me.
Oh man, I know. I don't know if anyone else can relate to this, but I've got to admit that since YouTube existed, I've got lazy about reading, and it's changed my consciousness, like my attention.
Yeah.
People used to remember phone numbers, but they don't anymore. We used to remember area codes and landline phone numbers, but people can't remember phone numbers anymore. I think in Britain we have an attention deficit hyperactive disorder thing.
Captain Kickass.
Yeah.
Is your name Adam?
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Do you know what? I turned the chat off just in case I had another meltdown. They're telling me to shut up. Yeah.
Yeah, man. You'd have been a great Gandalf, man.
Do you know what? That was my aim with this majestic hooter. I look like bloody Sauron, the evil one.
Yeah, you could have played Sauron. Yeah, man. I invested quite a bit. I normally don't do that for like fiction. I'll spend money on nonfiction, but I went ahead and bought a massive collection. I'm talking about, it's a whole shelf and a half of nothing but the entire world of J.R.R. Tolkien, because in 2026, I want to go deep. Now that I got the big major projects kind of out of the way, as soon as I'm done with Archaix Academy, I'm going to finish the C.S. Lewis Chronicles of Narnia. I'm going to do those pretty fast because I want to get into J.R.R. Tolkien because, man, when he goes into in the Silmarillion, when he gives the history of the elves, and man, he talks about the two worlds and the mist and the fleets of ships and the twilight period. Man, he is giving us the business, man, on world history. He's clothed it in Middle Earth. But I need to go. J.R.R. Tolkien's my next project.
I'd imagined that you'd have been more into sci-fi at points as well. That it seems Arthur C. Clarke, with his World of Strange Powers, and his works, that futurism, it's like that. Previous generations that have passed on now, it's like that they're dreaming this egregore that we're living in now, there's been things that I've read in Arthur C. Clarke books that are just ipso facto now. Kids in face masks and this porn proclivity and stuff like that. But anyway, that's not my bag. I'll short just in case I incriminate myself.
That's all right, man. Well, Adam, I know who you are. I'm glad to have you on the team, bro. But I do have 6 or 7 people still in line I need to get to, man.
Yeah.
And I got moderators worried about my butt. I got all kinds of things going on the side.
Oh, can I? A joke.
I'm
Darth
listening.
Vader says to Luke Skywalker, "I know what you've got for Christmas." Luke Skywalker goes, "No." Darth Vader goes, "I know what you've got for Christmas." Luke Skywalker goes, "Why?" And Darth Vader says, "I felt your presence." And that's that, Led Zepp.
That was terrible. You could have saved that one, man.
It's my monotonous nasal drone, man. It's my monotonous nasal drone.
Yeah, you should have stuck with a Hobbit joke. Yeah, man. All right, Adam. Good to talk to you, man. Good to see who you are.
I love everything you do, man. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Love back at you. I thought he was trolling me for a minute. I know Adam. He's been in the community for a long time, too. All right. Hang in there, Keith. I know Joseph popped in like 6 times and popped right back out. What's going on, Joseph?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yep.
Jason, okay, good. Thank you. Yeah, I tried a few things there because I'm going to have another new laptop in the coming year. And I think I'm going to do better with this old one here. Yes, sir. And Jason, thank you so much to be, take this Christmas time with us. And it's really appreciated from all of us. Now, I have so much to say, but I want to congratulate all the modes, of the team, and Jonathan. I mentioned to Jonathan about to have a new shirt for Archaix, you, Mr. Tice, and your our dear grandpa dad, Danny.
Yeah.
Can we have it? Because I mean this thing here, Jason, if it was not for Danny and for Mr. Tice, where were we, the oversoul over us? I mean, we have no beginning, no end, right? We are immortal.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. What's really interesting about it is that when I was in prison and I was sending my research to Paul Tice and I was sharing it with my dad at visitation and in letters, I wrote my dad too. Neither one of these men thought I was sane. but they
Mhm.
listened to me, Dad out of love, and Paul Tice out of curiosity, and because I ordered so many books from him. But neither one of these men actually understood or followed me in any way until several years had passed, and my dad had some aha moments, and he started listening a little bit more. But Paul Tice, it took about a good 6 or 7 years before Paul started realizing, holy shit, this guy's going somewhere with this information. But yeah, they share that in common, that neither one of them would have ever been able to foresee what Archaix has become. And it's a little humbling too, because I didn't quite envision this. YouTube was not on the menu. Doing YouTube wasn't even, when I was in prison, it was all about writing books and giving speaking tours and even challenging people to debate, but not YouTube. YouTube was almost an accident.
Yes, sir. Oh, Jason, you're precious, and you are the mighty warrior among us. We are blessed, and we know where we go for the future, right? And what about those 2 pyramids you have at the back of yours? Yeah, I see that on the top shelf there.
Up here, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
It's 3. Yeah, it's 3 pyramids actually. One of them is the third one is real small. You can't really see it, but it's green. It's like a semi-precious stone.
What did you
I
got?
have all
2?
all 3 Giza pyramids up there.
Yeah. Where did you got those 2 that I see it on the shelf?
I don't know, man. Are you going to tell me you sent them to me?
Yes, sir. I give it to you.
Yep, I figured that was coming. I
I'm
remember
blessed.
I remember you sending me an email saying, "Hey, man, how come I don't see those pyramids on that shelf?"
Yes, sir. Hey, Jason, in Canada, by the underground, we are so blessed by the underground, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Since September, we are able to reach more people near us. And
So-
it is a mighty blessing.
Oh yeah. The underground's awesome, especially personals, where you can find out where everybody's at if anybody's close to you. Yeah, Archaix Underground is just going to grow. It's just going to get bigger and bigger. More people are going to get involved. It still needs a lot of my
Yes,
stuff.
sir.
I have a lot of stuff that I haven't yet uploaded to it because I've been busy with Archaix Academy. But yeah, it's a phenomenon, no doubt. Allie and Jasmine do fantastic in there with some of the mods.
Yeah, they do. Also, I'm back with that shirt there. Are we going to have an Archaix shirt, Mr. Tice, you, and I want you to be the middle with all the shoulder, all the arm. It can be good,
Yeah, I don't know how many people would want to buy that shirt, but I could probably have one made.
I will take the first one on it for I will take it. So, Jason, I don't want to take too much of your time. You have quite a few there beyond me.
Say that again.
Do you have much more people, Aaron, on the screen coming to come to you?
Yeah, I got 2 more people after you. I'm not gonna call in any more from the emails. I still got more emails, but I'm not doing no more after that. I just got 2 more people, and one of them, yeah, he's a long-winded youngster, so I'm gonna keep him for last.
Yes, sir. Hey, brother, we are a family here, so I don't know, but I mean, 2026, what a blessings coming to us, and
It's gonna
with
be
the
it's gonna be an
wisdom.
awesome year. This is gonna be a year where we
your
put
wisdom,
together
yeah.
a whole lot of stuff.
Yes, you have the wisdom of it. Ha, man.
Thank you.
Okay, well, that's it for now. No question. Just
right.
know that your material is perfect. The
Thank you, man.
chronology Yes.
I appreciate those copper
And
pyramids too,
Canada.
man. They do look good.
Yeah, they look good, and I have it for my brother-in-law when I got my wedding in 1992.
Wow.
It's from an antique store. Yeah, and I think the Oversoul have it for us.
So before you go, where are you from? Where are you headed
Canada,
from?
Eastern Canada. Eastern Canada. We have we have the first fan in Toronto, Mississauga, and we are looking for a second meetup in Toronto of the one
Okay.
who want to meet up in
All right.
September
Eastern
2026.
Canada. Well, Eastern Canada is like
New
Toronto,
Brunswick.
Calvary.
New Brunswick. No, New
Okay.
Brunswick by the coast, the Atlantic coast.
All right. Awesome.
Yeah.
Got a lot of
it is,
Canadians in Archaix.
Yeah. We call them the Maritime Eastern Coast. Yeah.
All right,
Jason,
then.
bless you.
All right, Joseph.
Bless you
Good talking
always.
to you.
Thank you,
Until next
sir.
time.
Thank you, brother. Next time.
Yeah, man, you can feel his appreciation for the information. People are genuine. That's why I like doing these holiday deals like this. Get to see people from the community. Man, you guys got some stamina. Yeah, I do this for a living now. You guys rode this out with me like this? Wow. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. All right, so real quick here. Let's see. All right. Who is this dude hanging out in the background right here? Man, listen. We're going to lay some ground rules real quick. All right. I see how you look right now. I see the shirt you're wearing. I see the sideburns. Listen, we're not doing any Elvis impersonations. You can we can just clear the table on that right now. Hey, I can't hear you. You mean you waited for 2.5 hours back there, man, and you still? All right, nope. Hold on. Maybe it's my volume. No, it ain't. It ain't. I don't know what. No, I do not have you. You have no volume right now, and I did forget somebody. So hold on real quick. Stay right there. Figure out your volume. You're still on screen. Just figure your volume out. Is LT Uncommon Sense still here?
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, I'm great. Well, I've been waiting for a while, and this is probably the dumbest call you got in the whole night. But you know what? You know what I want to hear.
Listen,
Come on, man. Just lay one. It could be anything. You don't need to get yourself banned. Just you got one. Come on, just tell us a joke.
Oh, you're asking me to tell a joke?
Oh, yes.
Oh, listen.
Yeah,
listen.
Nobody wants to hear my jokes.
Okay, I get it, and I appreciate your faith in me and my ability to tell jokes. But I'm going to tell you now, you don't do over 2 decades of maximum security and be able to tell the public jokes. That's not going to make every woman in this chat blush. There's no way you're going to ask me for a joke.
That's even better.
I don't have
Look.
any clean jokes. There's nothing I can say on this chat. There's no joke I can provide, man, because the jokes that I know.
No joke is really off limits.
Yeah,
okay,
they are.
Nah. Well, that's people that don't have a sense of humor.
Uncommon sense. I have a lot of people here who let their children listen to my chat, and I'm not going to say any of the jokes that I know. They're not. Can't say them.
Come on, okay, man, but it doesn't. You don't
need. But I can
tell
you this. I might be able to do a private, a private video off of YouTube somewhere if somebody just wanted to hear me go off, because I could have you pissing in your pants laughing.
You have the whole underground. you have the whole underground to listen to you.
Yeah, I would do that, and with a disclaimer that anybody who gets offended cannot listen.
Well, I tried, you know.
Oh, I appreciate the effort, man. But I'm just telling you, I can't say none of mine here.
Would you let me say one?
Oh, it all depends on what you're trying to say. Yeah, this is YouTube, man. You got to keep it YouTube friendly.
Okay. It's not gonna be anything too bad. I promise. So how I've already told this one in the underground, but you know. So how was the copper wire invented?
How was the copper wire invented? I don't even like where this is going. Go ahead and tell me.
Two tiny hats were fighting over a penny.
Oh, yeah, man. I already knew that was happening. You got to go right now, man. You got. Yeah, man. You're not. It's bait and switch. You about to hit me with something heavier, dude. You're not finna get me, man. Bye. I've heard that. I heard that 30 years ago. All right. So, yeah, man. I thought he had named himself Uncommon Sense for a different reason. There is a series of books by a man named Dr. John Coleman. And if you're really into the founding fathers and you want to see what the congressional records, the congressional globes, and the congressional annals really have to say, you want to read the actual letters of Thomas Jefferson, Benedict Arnold, George Washington, James Madison. You want to see what these men were really writing about to each other and all that, and what the reason the Constitution was written the way it was, and the Bill of Rights, and when the constitutional amendments were employed, what the exact reasons were, and what the founding fathers even said about the Jews and why they needed to keep them out of American government. It's all in the congressional annals, congressional globes, and congressional records. Dr. John Coleman has a series of books where he goes into detail in this material. So Thomas Paine is one of the writers of the original constitutional law and all. He's one of the founding fathers. Thomas Paine wrote a famous book called Uncommon Sense. And when I saw his name, LTO, Uncommon Sense, I thought he was one of those guys that's real big in the law and real big on the origins of the patriot movements and stuff like that. So I just give you a little history lesson that I know some of you really appreciate that type of early American history. And if you really do, you need to look into Dr. John Coleman, because his books are fantastic. And this is what he talks about: natural law, tort law, congressional law, all this. It's really interesting stuff going all the way back to the founding fathers of America, quoting them and showing in our own government records where these men actually said these things. Yeah, anything that's really interesting to me, guys, I just never forget. I can't even believe I just pulled that right out of my head. Dr. John Coleman, Uncommon Sense. Because one of his books is called that too, Uncommon Sense. Let's see. All right. Keith's not on screen. He will be in a minute. I think. Oh, who's this came back? Who's this came back?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh yeah. That entire time I was researching and kind of have a new very cool thing to present to the community.
All right.
It's kind of deep though. I don't know. If you have 6 minutes.
6 minutes that's a good time. Let's do it.
Alrighty, here we go. So everybody, my name's Jared Green Cologne. This is my newborn.
You can introduce that little soul right there.
Oh yeah, this is Lowen. Yeah, I haven't run his numbers or anything, but yeah, he's definitely really special. He'll be 14 for the Phoenix event, so he'll at least be of age, kind of. But yeah, so basically the Mongol fleets, both of them were in the window of a 60-year window, Nemesis X window. But here's the thing, that the second one, 1298, was directly halfway in the Phoenix event, 69 years after 1212. 1281
Wow, that is interesting.
It's 69 years. So what this means, and I don't mean to be too presumptuous, but I think this might be, you know, my thing here. But so we have an imposter Phoenix that happens, and I'm sure there's more than one, but the first one I've discovered occurs in these 69-year cycles. So here we go with my presentation. Phoenix and Nemesis X, real and imposter chronologies across history. Chronometry is not astronomy. It's symbolic pattern mapping. Phoenix represents the fire of renewal, Nemesis X, the shadow of judgment. Both recur in real and imposter forms. The real cycles correspond to catastrophic resets, overhauls, and true rebirth, while the imposter cycles echoed those energies inside the narrative without actual transformation. So what this means is we have the imposter Phoenix that have cultural rebirths, except without the disruption. So basically they try to 52, not only are they trying to 52 fake us out with a false Phoenix chronology, which is where you started, but they are serving, they're trying to make it seem like they're giving us an out, but they really entrap us more. So we have also, so yes, the imposter Phoenix is offset by 69 years, and the imposter Nemesis X is then offset by 696 years from the anchor year with the 60-year nodes. So the Nemesis X imposter deals with ideological and technocratic judgment. The Phoenix imposter tries to give you a rebirth, but it's really entrapping you more. And so we also have the convergence of the imposters with the real things. So, and then we have 20-year window. So when imposter Nemesis cross with the real Phoenix, we have the rise of Neo-Assyria and Babylonian legal theocracies. The first codified divine bureaucracy, religious ritual merges with taxation. So it's power disguised as a sacred order.
So you're talking about 1163 BC period to 1063?
No, it's 720 to 660 BCE. It's saying that
oh, okay. So yeah, there was 721 BC was a Phoenix date.
It's a real Phoenix event, but also you have an imposter Nemesis where they get close to each other.
Right.
So yeah, it's just a whole new can of worms. So we have when two imposters cross, which is in the Enlightenment, 650 to 750. Reason enthroned as God, and empires expand under banners of liberty. Next time it happened is the digital age. Information treated as truth, data is deity. And so what's happening is when we have an imposter cross with an imposter, humanity mistakes refinement of the cage for escape. Progress becomes its own dogma. Now,
yeah, this is something you need to email me so I can add more to it. So far, it's like an interesting skeleton, but we need to add a lot of meat and bones to it. We need to add a lot of meat. It's very interesting. I like it.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there. And then when a real timeline crosses with an imposter timeline, we have what's called hijacked revelations. So genuine upheaval gets rewritten as punishment or morality, and it preserves the existing hierarchy. So we have the collapse of the Crusades, which is a real geopolitical crisis reframed as a divine trial. We have the fall of Rome. And so we have material collapse, mythologized as moral decay, birthing the church's dominion. And then real versus real, when you have the Nemesis and the Phoenix collide, you have all that covered. And, you know, we got the Bronze Age.
I can already add something to your 69 year, the disparity, which is the exact epicentral year in any 138 in any 138 year period. 69 years after a Phoenix year of 138 years is always the dead middle. 69 and 69 is 138. So you just mentioned that event was exactly the halfway point between two Phoenix years. So what's interesting is in 1764, which was a phoenix year, because in May, astronomer Hoffman saw the phoenix, and so did 500,000 Europeans. And there was all kinds of atmospheric fallout, red rain, red mud. I have a lot of stuff for 1763 and 1764, but 69 years later is still the largest meteorite shower in world history in 1833. That's exactly 69 years after 1764 and 69 years before 1902. But 1833 is the largest meteorite shower ever seen in history. Yeah, it went on for hours. I've even showed you guys pictures of it. There's artists of the time who drew it. Whole sky was lit up for hours.
That's so awesome. And then, yeah, I'll just conclude with the takeaway, which is that the imposter timelines repeat the gesture of transformation without its substance.
Yeah, you should email me, man. The Archaix 138.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, no, I'm in. We have years of correspondence and emails that I've lost, and then recent correspondence in my personal and then my wife's.
Awesome.
So
if you've lost emails, I haven't. All you have to do is tell me which emails you sent it in, and I probably still have copies.
Nah, see, I think when you earlier, I was under my wife's account, and I don't know if you remember, like 7 hours ago, I had asked about the pricing of PSYFR, and I did try to do so in a polite way. I said, if you're able to disclose, and you said normally you block people for that. So one of them, I think I probably got blocked that just for my PSYFR inquiries, which is fine. I get it.
All good.
So yeah, I'll email you from my wife's account, Kathy Garvin.
Awesome.
My wife's email.
All right, man.
But
I
yeah,
see you
it's really
multitasking
cool.
there.
Thanks for having me. And so yeah, it just keeps unfolding.
Yeah, it does. It does sound interesting. That might be a full video. I got to look into it. But
awesome.
It looks like you got a full house there.
Oh yeah, I got my Phoenix soldiers, man.
All right, man. Till next time,
right.
Jared.
Until next time. Take care, all Aaron's.
Yeah, man. Yeah, he came back to share that. It's not often you hear somebody in a video say, well, 7 hours earlier, when we're in a video. That's a long-ass video. Yeah, man. Where's this guy, Keith? This dude hanging out, man. Oh, there he is. Come on in here and show off them sideburns. All you got to, there you go. I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, I tried to do it from a different computer just because there was more space. I think it was because I was never logged into the thing.
I don't know, but I'm getting real frustrated. 6 hours ago, I tried. Look at this. I tried to open this. The bag is just humid, man. I can't even grip the bag without my fingers slipping off. I do not believe this. I am in front of thousands of people, or will be by tomorrow, and I can't open a plastic bag.
I think they'll forgive you, man. It's been an 8-hour workday.
Oh my God. You know what? I'm gonna cheat. Corn nuts. They don't want you getting in these things. So what you been doing, man?
I got all kinds of directions that we can go if you want. I pulled up the X-Men issue 137, 138, and then the issue that would fall for 2046.
Oh shit! Hold on, man. You talking about doing something that would take a whole video? Because you and I can do a whole video on this.
I just thought it might be like a nice little refresher or whatever, because I've heard so many things tonight that like apply to it.
Listen, man. I'm ride or die, man. So go ahead and do it. Share that screen. Share that screen.
Hey, what do I got to do?
Allie Wilkin, you get out of my diet. Corn nuts are not stinky, Lacey. Stop it. All right, here we go.
What are you seeing now?
I got the screen right here.
Okay. And then if I switch tabs, like, do I have to? So I would need to present each time to throw the picture up there. Is that how that works?
Oh no, you have to put the picture in a window on your desktop, and then you can share the window.
Okay, yeah, I think that's the one that you're in right now. I just was trying to switch tabs across the top. It doesn't change on your screen when I switch tabs, does it?
Nope.
All right.
No, sure, one window at a time.
Okay. Like hit present for each one, you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this was just issue 137, 138. It was called Death of the Phoenix. And I just think so, like.
Did y'all catch that? X-Men. Issue number 137, fine structure constant. Issue number 138. And what's the subject matter?
Death of the Phoenix.
Death of the Phoenix. What the hell is going on? I can't believe how many people are worried about what I'm eating. You stop that.
So what you were trying to figure out last time is if this double issue is 2040 and then we move out to 2046, that issue is called Kidnapped. And you were saying that it's called Kidnapped because that's when the ecliptics will jump. Oh, shit.
You can just share your screen again.
45.
Allie, worried about my diet.
Is that coming out?
What? I don't even have an email from you, Allie, from that Christmas present I sent you.
Yo, is it showing anything?
Oh yeah, it is. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, you're good.
I'm over here.
So
trying to come up with a good comeback for this woman who's convicted me about my diet.
So if we went from 2040 out, this would be 2046. And you bugged out when you saw the title of Kidnapped. And then we kind of read through the plot a little bit.
That is weird. Issue number 137 and 138 are about the death of the Phoenix. So issue 45 would be the last year of the timeline.
This would be 145.
Huh?
It's issue 145.
Oh, I know, but this would be, but we're talking about from like 1902, the Phoenix year.
Oh, yeah, this would be 2046.
Yeah, we're talking about 2046.
Right. So scroll down and see what like the synopsis is or whatever. Or can you not do that? Is that me? That's my job.
You have to scroll down. It'll scroll.
That's my bad.
See, look.
I don't know who these people are, but they go to Royal Ballet. Yeah, I mean, you can get at this yourself. I don't want to waste time and read through all this stuff, but it's just it's crazy.
So basically, just give us a synopsis. It's no coincidence that the X-Men comics, 137 and 138 are about the Phoenix.
So just, I don't want to jump ahead, but just to show you like what, so the next one would be 2047, right? And that, damn, I did it again. Okay, so the next one, this would be the year after 2046. It's called Murder World. And
whoa, really?
The description isn't in there, but there's a description of it, and it kind of seems like what the world would be like after.
Absolutely, absolutely. There would still be law and order after 2040 in the West, but not in the East. But yeah, after 2046 in the West is not going to have that law and order. And if you have an issue for 2047 called Murder World, that's really interesting, man. These people that release all this, we've already seen so much evidence that Marvel Comics and DC Comics are giving us the business all the time. It's all
right, click on that one. So that's a description for Murder World, and look where the setups are.
Read it to us because the screen's a little too small.
So they set up like little places of headquarters. So one is Coney Island. Before becoming a supervillain, Arcade began developing deadly proto-Murder World style games in the arcade on Coney Island. These devices lay unused for years until Arcade revisited them and encountered She-Hulk, Hellcat, Telekinian, and Tom Hale. The first known Murder World was built beneath an amusement park near North Beach Landfill in the Throgs Neck neighborhood of the Bronx. A large portion of this Murder World was a large-scale pinball machine, but it also contains trapdoors, mazes, booby traps, and a variety of killer robotics. When the Magi,
it's like Squid Games, Maze Runner,
right? So the names, so the Magi hires Arcade as an assassin. Spider-Man, Captain Britain, Courtney Ross become the first to visit Murder World. Although the pair escaped and destroyed a large portion of it, the Arcade vowed to rebuild it bigger and better than before. So Arcade is a person. I don't know nothing about this, but Arcade is a bad guy. The other places, oh man. Trying to find the other places. It was Coney Island, like all the places that the Phoenix event is going to hit. It seemed like those were the ones where they set up locations for Murder Worlds.
Well, Coney Island, is that near New York?
Damn sure is.
Okay, well, so in Nostradamus' Quatrains, New York goes under,
and China,
so
and
does London.
And
both
right,
New York and London go under in
there's one
2040.
in London. I think California, China, like it was all like it lined up. So, and this is just another. The Magi, I guess, is like the head bad guy, and what happens is there's a place called Earth 616, and in light of what, Jason, tell the people about 616.
That's the number of the beast.
Right.
The church changed it to 666 because the Roman Catholic Church wanted to identify Nero. They wanted to identify Nero as the beast or as a type of Antichrist. And his name in gematria, his full name in Latin in gematria equals 666, so they changed it. But the original number of the beast in the original Greek apocalypse was 616.
Common misconception, right? So it's weird that these guys would have Murder World and then they're going to Earth 616. So the Magi was an international crime syndicate that originated around the 13th century in Southern Europe under influence of Satanish, which obviously has Satan at the beginning of the name. And, I got to share that one too. That's it's another bad guy, but it's basically like a dude with flames and he's burning everything up. And okay, so this says it pretty much describes like how things are. There's a bunch of families, bloodlines, blah blah blah.
Thank you, Just a Ride. I don't think I know you, man. Appreciate it.
Here is Satanish, and again, what did you just say about 616? And here we're going to fight Satan.
So the whole concept of like the Squid Games, Maze Runner, the Colosseums. So in Nostradamus' Quatrains too, there is an incident that happens after 2046 where a Colosseum full of people, something happens to it real bad. I think it's part of a massive destruction or terrorist event, but it's a Colosseum. There's a I don't remember if it was Cesar Ramadi or there's so many different Nostradamus scholars that I've quoted that I've done the research to, but there's a scenario where the Colosseums after 2046 are no longer used. I can't remember which study this was, but it's a study that I did. And I provided it to you guys. I don't remember the video. I don't remember if it's in one of my writings. I just remember doing the study and showing all the calendrics on it. But it shows after 2046, all these superdomes are going to be used for blood sports, just like the Roman Colosseum.
It's not Stephen Jones, right?
No, it wasn't Stephen Jones said that. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with Dr. Stephen Jones. I think he's offended over the fact that I'm not a Christian.
Yeah, he loves Jesus.
I've taken his 414-year theory, the cursed earth period, and I actually found the origin of it in the 138-year Phoenix phenomenon. I think he's offended by the fact that I'm not a Christian, and I have taken this research far beyond anything he did in his own book. I've tried to get him on my channel. I sent him emails. He's totally ignored them. So I don't know.
How old is he now?
He's still doing a ministry. He still has his own Christian ministry
called
God. It's called God's Kingdom Ministries.
He's another one in
both of my emails.
He's in another one in his bedroom cursing you. God damn it!
You know what? My research is a long way proving, because he got the chronology of the world dead to the right.
From the
he got it to the year. He just didn't know he was using a Phoenix timeline.
Yeah, he's got too much on the line to get into this.
Sad, man. He could have worked with me. He could have been on my channel.
Right. Well, you never know, man. We still got a few more years of the internet.
Yeah, it's just like that. Hey, it's like that dude, Dr. Barry Warmkessel. Because he's a doctor, and because I'm unlettered, I'm an uncouth, educated East Texas, Southern Baptist bastard. At least at the time I was. Right. And I had contacted him, and I sent him all the research I had that showed that what he had discovered is the Phoenix phenomenon. But he didn't want to hear it from me. But he's got actual astronomical data. He's a scientist. He's got all this material showing that there's a massive period of destruction in our world based off of a 1,242-year cycle and a 4,968-year cycle. And I'm trying to tell him, says, dude, these numbers are commensurate with 138. He says there's a difference, though. These cycles seem to change by a number of 552, which you guys know of as the Phoenix deal. So I try to tell the man, hey, man, I'm in prison and I'm writing him letters, and I still have those letters today. And I sent them to him, and he just sent me everything back with a nice little dismissal. I appreciate you, man, but I'm good. I really can't use any of this data. And I was giving him, I offered him sources. I offered him everything. I wasn't even trying to charge him. I wasn't even trying to get famous. It's just my discovery in prison, and I sent it to him. He just politely sent it back. Didn't want to hear it.
He didn't want to hear it from anybody, though. It could have been, could have been you, could have been anybody. He didn't want to hear it at all.
Well,
damn, what else did I have? In that vein, if I send Big John some Eric Dollard stuff, and can you guys check that out? I think that would be pretty cool. I told you about him before, but
hold on just a second. Go ahead and get you some rest, Allie. I know it's late in the UK. I got some Pacific Islanders and some West Coast and West Canadians in here. They'll hold it down.
Satanish was one of the most powerful demons that Earth had ever known. He was created by Dormammu, who placed him in an undercover agent inside the Hell Lords. Satanish lives in a dimension adjacent to Earth, of which he is the ruler. In spite of not dwelling on Earth, Satanish has had contact with humans throughout the centuries. The demon promised superhuman powers to his followers in exchange for their souls. Some of these followers formed a cult that was dedicated to the demon known as the Sons of Satanish, while others formed the organization crime syndicate named the Magi. Does this sound familiar to anybody?
Well, I like the idea of a realm adjacent to Earth. I mean, we are talking about planes now. We're kind of off the planet shit.
This is Murder World. This is 1 year after 2046.
Yeah. Well, technically, 2046 begins the Nemesis X convergence field. So anything goes after that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Satanish resides in spite of not dwelling on Earth, Satanish had contact with humans throughout the centuries.
Yep. Oh, man. I got a Texan in the house. Lano, Texas. Man, thank you, man. Appreciate it, JP Weld. JP Weld. Man, I got JP Weld in my tool barn.
All right, this is the guy, Dollard. So Dollard is like.
Okay, that's Eric P. Dollard. So
Right.
somebody masquerading as this guy used to be in contact with me and had me thinking I was talking to him.
Okay, so
Then people that actually know Dollard contacted me and said, hey, we have it on good authority from Dollard himself that whoever you're in communication with is not the real guy because
Okay.
this guy's antisocial and he's not talking to you.
So who you're looking for is this Aaron Murakami dude. He's a younger guy that handles all his stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there's so much stuff that this guy talks about that lines up. He talks about how speed of light is bullshit. He was actually working for RCA between 79 and 82, I think. And there was some planetary alignment where he was watching what happened and communication, like the ionosphere shut down for a year, he said. There was no communications for like an entire 12 months, like within this period. But he was in RCA early on in, I want to say radio astronomy, but I'm not 100% on that. But the government, man, he had like I think it was 1.5 million facility. They came in, bulldozed everything, knocked it out.
I really don't know this guy's story. I heard the guy is somebody to listen to though.
I'll send it to Big John and see what you guys think.
Yeah. I would have to go through. I would have to at least listen to one. I mean, I've never invited anybody to the channel that I didn't first try to determine the rhythm of their ways by at least listening to one presentation they have. And if they don't have presentations and they're an author, you guys already know, I will always order their book first before I put them on the channel.
There's like a 5-10 minute video where if you find that particular, you'll know pretty quickly, in or out. But
I've heard nothing but good about him. Yeah,
I wouldn't be throwing it up
stressed
here if I
out
thought it was
that somebody had. I was kind of embarrassed, man, that somebody had to correct me that I wasn't talking to the real guy.
That's how life is now, man. These people are crazy. Like, why would somebody do? Like, what's the advantage of that?
People mimic me all the time. Every once in a while, I get an email from somebody crying about losing $200 or $300 because they thought they were sending it to me. I have impersonators on every platform, and they're not me.
But you're saying somebody's impersonating this guy.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, interesting stuff. Again, he talks about like the cycles and then, what's going on Earth during this period where he's working for RCA, watching it happen in the sky and what's going on with like volcanoes and hurricanes and this stuff that happens here. It's pretty intriguing. How about I watched all the games tonight, hit the bets that I didn't bet. They say you can't lose what you don't put in, but you can't win what you don't put in either. So
we're gonna be in PSYFR. What is today? Thursday?
Yeah. Well, technically, who the hell knows? Yeah, I'm on to the next day. I'm on the East Coast. I'm in Florida.
Hold on, man. You got me confused now.
It's after midnight where I'm at.
Yeah. So tomorrow we're going live. Tomorrow we're going live in PSYFR. We're going to be doing this weekend's NFL predictions.
Right, and I'll be there.
Let's see.
Yo,
all right, man. You can take him off the screen. I feel like he's looking at me. He has a present.
Yeah, right. Have you ever seen any of the pictures, the moon stuff pictures that I put up on the underground?
The ones that show the hexagonal craters.
There's all kinds of stuff. I put like a little video up there of like something flying, like the stuff that you were talking about, like the stuff opening up and stuff flying around.
Opening up like an iris.
Yeah, I put stuff on there that shows all that, like that I did myself.
But you can show a picture here. I don't care. Matter of fact.
Yeah. I'm pulling up my iCloud to see if I can.
I said I was going to go 8 hours, but I'm going longer because I still have a file. I still have a file here I haven't even shared, man. I got like 40, 50, 60 pictures in that file.
Man, my moon stuff is very unorganized, but let me see.
Yeah, man, I broke a record today.
Oh, yo, how about the Sea People's Federation thing? That's kind of crazy. Like, Jared's kids found out and you couldn't do it? Is that what's going on?
It's weird. It's weird. So what are you looking for right now?
Just trying to find a picture that might get people thinking.
I'm gonna look real quick. So hey, just so you guys know, I'm gonna answer all your PSYFR emails. Those of you asking about it, don't worry about it. Don't worry. The deadline was the 26th. So all through the 26th. Well, I'm gonna honor that deal. But after the 26th, yeah, all the bets are off. But if you already sent me an email, then you're locked in. Just because I haven't responded to your email doesn't mean you're not locked in. You already responded before the 26th or before the 26th is over. So there's nothing to worry about. There's no sense of sending me panic emails.
Click on that one down there when you get a second.
Oh, actually, yeah.
So can you see what I'm looking at there?
I forgot. I got a file here. I was going to show pictures of me when I first got out of prison and what I was doing and different stuff like that.
Go ahead, put it here. I'll get rid of this shit. Put it up.
No. We're going to look at this first. I'm not that much of a hurry, man. I'm going to ride till the wheels fall off.
Can you see that?
Kind of blurry, man. It is kind of blurry. Hey, what happened?
I took it off. I'm putting another one up.
Oh, okay.
You didn't seem pleased with that one. I gotta do another one.
It's just it got nothing to do with me. I'm just saying it's kind of
here. Try that one.
That's a little bit more clear.
Now, usually, like if you go to my channel, like I'll flip them up the other way. So like if like you'd be looking at it from the horizon.
Yeah. So, there's so much there. I mean, there's so much effery, dude, in the camera. I mean, you know that some of these cameras now are designed with software that actually renders the image you're trying to look at.
Right.
Did you know that?
Yeah, no, I make sure I use a telescope.
Yeah, the telescope images I will trust more than I will anybody with these megapixel cameras on these smartphones, and they're taking pictures of the moon, and they're like, "Man, look, my camera's so badass. Look at the resolution I got on the moon." And I'm like, "Are you nuts? You have rendering software in your phone that once your phone identifies what you're trying to photograph, it literally uses the information from other pictures of the moon to fill in all the details. Your lens and your camera is not really seeing all that. It's being rendered by the computer in your phone."
Yeah. Well, would it matter if it's a phone camera or like some other camera?
No. So I'm talking about the phone cameras are designed to do that. They have this rendering software. A lot of people with these telescopes, like these P1000s and all that, they're taking some badass pictures.
I use old telescopes. Like I don't want any digital stuff. Click on that one.
Runaway train just jumped in here. Man, you're like 8 hours and 15 minutes behind, bro. You got some catching up to do. Yeah, man. I'm gonna wear y'all out tonight. I've got nothing but stamina. Come on.
Man, I got so much.
Man, those are good pictures, dude. I'm all in your business.
Nah, you're good, man. I got so much stuff. This is a weird one. No, actually, it's.
Igor Dova said the wheels are not falling off. Crow 777 has a hydrogen alpha telescope. I've never even heard of one of those. Damn. He's balling.
Yeah, I think his thing's like 40 grand or something, or 20 years or 10 years ago, his thing was like 20 or 30 grand.
You know what? I need somebody to donate one of those. That's too steep for me.
I threw another one down there.
It's too steep for a telescope.
So this is kind of like a zoomed out shot with like me messing with the picture a little bit.
Yeah.
Of that little entrance that I showed you earlier.
Yeah. It's just amazing, man, that from this distance we can still get detail.
That's what I'm saying. Like, is there any scenario where we could set up where like I'm looking from Philly to LA? That's at like a couple 2,000-3,000 miles, and this is like supposed to be 238. Come on, like.
Yeah. That's a good point, man. You should be able to, from the top of the Sierra Nevadas, to get a powerful enough telescope to see New York City. I mean, assuming we're on a plane,
right?
I mean, even the plane has different elevations. I understand you still got the Appalachians in the way, Appalachian mountain range.
Right, but even if you didn't, like
Sierra Nevadas, you should be able to see. In California, you should be able to at least see the mountains of New Mexico.
Jason, I can't see from Sarasota to Tampa.
Yeah, man, it's a good point. I mean, it's a good point because it shows that the distance. Yeah, if you can't see that distance here on the plane, what makes us think we can see these distances, man? Looking up into the sky. I mean, you already know my opinion. My opinion is the sun and moon are local.
Right. Agreed.
We got too many things from the historical record that don't make sense if the moon was truly 239,000 miles away and the sun was 93 million miles away. There's a whole bunch of stories from the historical record that would never make sense ever.
Look at this little guy next to the sun that I catch last couple years.
Is that a orb?
No, man. I think it's one of your things that you talk about. I got a whole bunch of these pictures, and this little thing is like, but you have to do something with the photo to like bring it forward. You won't be able to see it because the sun blocks it out.
Yeah. Now that's a good picture. Yeah.
If you can save these and zoom in closer, you'll see some pretty wild stuff. I think anyway. Who the hell knows?
Yeah, what gets me though is the pictures that we have seen that actually show stars through the dark shaded parts of the moon.
Right.
Yeah,
no, I've seen that myself too.
Yeah, those photos are like, holy shit, it is holographic. Yeah. You're not, just because it's the dark side of the moon doesn't mean the moon's not there. You're not supposed to see no stars through it.
Right. Dollar gets into that too, like about not being able to see the stars from free space.
Yeah.
I know this is sideways here, but you can see. I mean, again, if you imagine, like, if you're looking at this out on the horizon, this thing's just kind of like hanging in the air, like. And I've been looking at these for a long time too, so who knows if I'm seeing what the hell I think I'm seeing. Here's a zoomed out shot of that same situation. We're going back in.
Yeah. Somebody corrected me on the Sierra Nevadas. They said the Rockies are higher, so I would put a telescope at the top of the Rockies. You should be able to see Houston, Texas.
Like I said, I mean, I can go out to the highest point in Sarasota. I can't see, an hour away. Florida's flat.
Yeah. Yeah, we can only see a certain. I know this when I go to the truck stop, when I leave this area and I go down this long road, Calvary, and I get to the interstate. If I take a left and go toward New Waverly, it's the next little town over. If I go to New Waverly, when I'm entering New Waverly, there's a small bend in the interstate, and then I can see a full like 9 miles. I got 9, and the Sam Houston statue is real tall, and it's on a podium that's real high in the trees, but it looks like a tiny little sliver of white from 9 miles away. But you can see it. Not on a clear day, you can see it from 9 miles away, but it's super tiny, and that's only 9 miles. It's just 9 miles, and this is a gigantic statue in Texas of Sam Houston, of General Sam Houston.
Oh, yeah, this is a weird one. This is so random. So, do you remember? Oh, wait. Do you remember when Elon Musk, or no, not Elon Musk, when Nancy Pelosi's husband got hit with that hammer? Or they said he got hit with a hammer?
Yeah, hell yeah.
This thing here was up like 18 hours before that supposedly happened.
No way.
You see what's in the background?
Yeah, I see the hammers. Yep, Elon Musk and the hammers. What's the other symbol?
That's a good question. I don't know. What do you think it is?
I have no idea. I can't. It looks like a little bird.
Right? Yeah, did you ever get to watch the 138 video that I made?
Did I reposted a link? Or
No,
something?
no, not reposted. Did you ever get to watch it like at all?
I don't remember it. What is it? A clip?
No, it's just like it's probably less than 10 minutes, but it's just like a little thing on 138.
Oh man, I need to be reminded, man. I got a lot on my plate. I'll throw that on X.
See this? Look like they got church up there. See the cross?
Yeah, I see it.
I'll send you the link for the 138 video.
Is it on YouTube?
Yeah. I always say I always got 5 more videos in me, you know?
5 more. Yeah, man.
Oh, here's a good one.
Yeah, I can now. You can. This now. See this. This can be argued though. This can be argued that this is the digital rendering that's actually done by the camera.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
I mean, that's what people are going to argue when you try to say it's anything like they're like it's not really a crater, it's a hexagon. They're going to argue the camera rendered that.
That might very well be, man. But so back in the day, I used to watch this dude John Lear. And he had all these old moon photos and stuff. Is it the same situation back then? Like whatever, like it's rendering whatever it thinks you're trying to see or something?
No. I'm saying that our devices today, okay, a straight up telescope that doesn't have any type of computer attached to it. You understand?
Yeah.
Like I'll give you an example. Night vision goggles, they're all computerized. If you have night vision goggles, it's actually a computer.
Right.
So this any type of telescopes that are using any type of computer, they can render. Rendering is when you're given the specific coordinates of where Saturn is supposed to be, and you take your highly advanced telescope that you've paid all this money for, and it's got this inbuilt computer system that helps you navigate the coordinates in the heaven to find what you're looking for. That damn telescope will literally render the image once you hone in on it.
Yeah,
once you hone in on the area that Saturn is supposed to be, it will slowly blur into resolution in high definition Saturn with the rings and all. You really think you're looking at the real thing.
I don't get no rings when I look at Saturn.
Yeah,
I get Jupiter, some of Jupiter's moons, but I don't get.
That's
rings
because you're not using a computerized telescope, or you're looking at a real telescope. When you use a real telescope, it's nothing but refracting lenses and mirrors and all that. When you use a real telescope, all you're ever going to see are oscillating fields of light that pulse.
I took this picture early in the morning actually, and there was one star left in the sky, and it's this one right here. And none of this black shit was here in real life. I was just taking a picture of the sky. And it just like I didn't catch you till way after I took this picture, but it reminds me of super constructions or something that you've talked about before.
So what am I looking at?
I have no idea, man. I have no clue. I took it to a camera expert. He said, it's just a guy in Sarasota, but he says he's never seen anything like it. Because I took it like multiple times.
Okay.
Oh, this is a cool one. So if you look close, you'll see that my camera was still. All the stars in the background are staying still. And then when you get closer, you see this little squiggly thing. And it ends up going off the page.
Wow.
Can you see that?
It is weird.
Right? And then if you come down, there's another little one right here kind of doing the same thing.
Space tadpoles.
Right? All right. You tell me, man. Oh, do you ever see this one? Do you have this? San Francisco in the vicinity, 1906. Tiny little thing.
I've never seen that. No, I have 2 hardback books on the San Francisco quake, but I've never seen that. Oh, that's devastation right there, man.
Man, it looks like they dropped a bomb.
Yeah. Martin Leakey's done some good videos showing close-ups on the photos of the devastation, and he likens the devastation to what happened to Los Angeles and what happened to Hawaii, the DEW weapons.
This is the same block before and after.
Yep. Yeah, it's like, damn, how the hell? It's not like a fire destroyed the city. It's like the actual stonework was obliterated.
You know what else is weird about all these pictures around these times? Nobody looks broke. Everybody looks like they got money. Like even with this. You know what I mean? Again, same block. Before. After. Jesus.
Wow. Crazy.
And then the buildings that make it are, the stuff that was.
Isn't it weird? Isn't it weird the things that we're told about all these things? It's just so weird.
And it's also weird that the post office and the mint were the only 2 buildings to survive. Like, and they say this was 1902. Of course.
Right. All right, so this is my Christmas 8 hours and 30 minutes. We're not done because I'm about to show this last file, Keith.
All right. Oh, wait, one more. I'm sorry, one more.
Where you at?
Union Square in San Francisco. This lady is holding, it appears to be a naked lady holding a trident and maybe a wreath. Also a 1902 thing that I was just checking out while I was sitting around. But it was there before and it's still there now, or some version of it. But you can see that it survived the situation.
Wow. Huh, so it remained intact.
Yep.
I'll be damned. I'll be damned. Yeah, that X-Men shit, I might order those too. I might order those too. No, issue number 137 and 138 of what series?
I'll send you the link. I think I closed everything out after I showed you.
No worries.
I'll send you the link.
Ain't no worries. I'm gonna see how I can share this. I'm not sure how I can share this right here. So I've gotten in different videos I've done over the years. I got show pictures of your childhood, show pictures of when you got out of prison, show pictures of just different stuff in your life and all that. So I'm gonna do it all in one video right here. Let's see. You know what? I'm gonna have to go in that way then. So I got to do it this way. Hold on.
Take your time, man.
So weird, man. StreamYard's so weird on what it allows and what it doesn't allow. It's just so dumb.
I sent you a link to the 138 video in the private chat.
Awesome.
And then I'm going to send you the two 137 and 138 is in there too.
All right. Oh, we the people are fed up. I know you see that. There we go. I'm looking for that right there. All right. So this is the inside of my van in San Diego, and Big John's holding the camera, and I'm just going through in a video a couple years ago showing some of the treasures we got in antique shops on the way to San Diego. I remember that. I should have checked this file. I don't know. I got a lot of pictures in this file. I got to be careful. Hold on.
Yeah, I took a picture of my girl's butt. I saw in there too.
Let's see here. We don't want to show anything we don't want to show.
No, she had clothes on.
There's me holding the mystery machine. Yeah, man, we got to solve those mysteries. Hell yeah. This picture here is the one I used for my advertising. This was taken Michael Karsten's. I'm going to tell you a story about him and some other pictures. This picture was taken at Mardi Gras in Galveston in 2019. Right here, very beginning of my YouTube channel. I'm talking about I hadn't started YouTube yet, but this is about within 6 months of that. That's Mardi Gras. This is Lord Vader. You know who these are. You know who all those are, don't you?
Is Natalie Portman? Natalie Portman here? What's going on right now?
Natalie Portman. That's a young Mark Hamill right there. And there's Carrie Fisher.
Oh shit.
Yeah, man.
That's weird.
Yeah, man. I got an extensive family, bro. Let's see. I can tell by looking around that this is not the Vulcan facility. This is Splendora Pipe Services. And I started in the pipe yards, and they're all a bunch of teenagers and guys in their early 20s. And I was fresh out of prison. I'm 40. This is about a year after I was out of prison, and I'm like 44 or 45 in this picture, and I just accelerated all the way up so fast, and they ended up putting me on the CNC. That right there is I'm doing manual and CNC pipe threader. I'm running millions of dollars worth of pipes through the threader, and it's really sad, man. It's really sad because that facility, man, works the shit out of people and doesn't pay them what they're worth. So I left and I went to for what I was doing here, I should have been making $60 an hour. But I went ahead and I moved to I moved to the Vulcan facility, oil and gas. I left the Splendora Pipe Services.
Did you bug out when you heard the name Vulcan? Like,
no, but I knew it was related to Phoenix. But this is all before I started my channel. This is all. I mean, I'd already had several books published by this time, but I'm also an ex-con, just trying to make some money. And a good way to stack up some good money was in oil and gas.
I didn't know if you had already.
I did make good money. I mean, I used to train men on how not to kill themselves on heavy equipment, and you'd be surprised. You'll be surprised how many dumbasses operate overhead cranes and forklifts, and a simple mistake just costs somebody their life. Yeah, when you're moving weight that's in the tons, there is no room for error. None.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's a buddy of mine, Michael Karsten. He's a clown. I'm gonna tell you a story about him because sometimes I'm a hard-headed SOB. And dad picked me up from prison, and I was on house arrest, and I had an ankle monitor, and he and I and his wife used to get in the hot tub at night, and I'd have to keep my ankle above the water because I got this ankle, and I'd have to sit back with one leg sticking out the water because of the ankle monitor. And anyway, this guy Michael Karsten, he was the head guy at Ideal Furniture in Montgomery, Texas, on Highway 101, and I Listen, Dad and I have an awesome relationship, but I'm hard headed, and you're not just going to keep feeding me and giving me money and keeping the. And I'm not trying to hear it. Well, I had an attitude. And let me tell you why. I'm going to show you the pictures. But I ended up going to work for this guy. I left home. I got out of the house with Dad. I couldn't take it no more. I love the man to death.
How old were you?
I'm fiercely independent, and I can't sit here and just mooch off somebody. And it was really driving me mad and nuts, and I had to leave.
I'm sorry. How old are you at this time?
This is Michael Karstens.
Oh shit. Sorry.
Yeah, this is Michael Karstens. I ended up.
How old is he at
for
this
him.
time?
Here he is, right here at Ideal Furniture. Well, no, there's somewhere else. All that ice cream.
So he leaves that. How old is
These
he?
are the two owners of Ideal Furniture, and it's real strange because Michael Karsten left as manager of Ramada to go run this Ideal Furniture store, and he ran it with this guy here. And the reason I'm showing that is because I'm about to tell you a badass story I've never told before. But this is what happened when I left my dad's house. This is a buddy of mine. So crazy. Just so crazy. This big old boy right here, and he and I were in the penitentiary together, and ran into him on the streets, and just like, what? And I found out how good he was doing. I was like, yeah, man, that's badass. And later that day or the next day, he sent me this picture of him and his girlfriend. But it was just a freak deal, just running into somebody I knew in the joint.
Small world.
Yeah, man. So this is
a Baron.
No, this is an Alante. This is a Cadillac Ferrari hybrid. But
oh shit.
Yeah, they didn't make but like 5,300 of them. This is a 1993 Cadillac. It's called a Cadillac Alante. I'm gonna show you the side. It's got Ferrari symbols on the side. It's the only time that Ferrari and Cadillac did a joint venture together because they were trying to sell Cadillacs. This was my get out of prison present from my dad.
Shows my ignorance on vehicles.
Oh shit, that's me. That's a young me. That's about a year and a half before I went to prison. That's a school picture. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's me. That's me back in the day. Let's see.
I'm not sure I even have any pictures that exist of me as a kid.
I was a cross country runner.
Me too.
That's me when I was young playing soccer.
That's crazy.
That's my little badass in school. Yeah, man. This is before I found out I had a whole mouthful of teeth on the way. Little did I know. That's me as a little slugger.
Willis.
Yeah, man. I showed you those other pictures because there's a story here. I just got to get to these other pictures to tell it. I didn't put none of these in order. So this would be, I was born in 1973. I was adopted at 5. I'm probably 6 right here. Yeah. I'm going to say this is late 1978 or 1979. This would be Disney World or Disneyland. I'm also going to say that this old guy right here was probably born in the 1800s. Right here. Let's see. So this is my dad. This is dear old dad that you can hardly recognize now. That's dear old dad from all the pictures. He just had his birthday. This is me. This is my baby sister. We have the same mother and same father. This is my baby sister. This is my adopted brother. That's Lewis. He's alive and well in Fort Worth, Texas right now.
I got 2 brothers that were adopted that got to stay together actually.
Yeah, man. I've had a romantic relationship with this girl right here for a very long time. I paid for this from oil and gas, money I made in oil and gas right here. This is a new picture, actually. This is a brand new picture because this was recently added. I just put this sissy bar on here. I just put this back seat right here on there. I didn't have it on there before. Let's see. That's the front of it. There's dear old dad right there. We've come a long way since 1979. I came, I saw, I forgot what I was doing. I went back, got distracted, and have no idea what's going on. Is this my cup? I have to pee. That's my dad. Only he would drink out of a cup like that. All right. This was on a trip to Galveston I took one time, and I just had to take a picture because I'd never seen anybody. I seen Jeeps with rubber ducks and all that, but this is a little excessive. Look at this guy.
That's crazy.
It's a guy. That's a guy in there.
It's a dude.
Yeah, man. I took 3 or 4 pictures of this. Blew my mind. I'm like, what in the hell? How in the hell did you ruined your paint job because you glued these on? There is no way at 60, 70, and 80 miles an hour these rubber duckies are staying on there unless you glued them and you ruined that paint. Yeah, man. Dude, he's serious about his rubber duckies. That's Texas for you, man.
I've seen him in the Jeeps.
You ain't seen them like this.
Definitely not.
Yeah, man. Hell yeah. Look at this crazy. It's crazy. This is crazy. Imagine going through a car wash with all this shit.
Damn. What are we looking at there?
One of my dream vehicles, man. It's a Mercury. Man, dude. Dad got a new vehicle. He got a 1979 Cadillac Eldorado, and I just, you know what? I was kind of disappointed he didn't get this Mercury. Yeah, sunset vehicle. It's a sunset vehicle. I love this Mercury. You know what? One of these days, man. Right now, I just can't do it.
Hey, man, enjoy it while you can, if you can.
It's too late to be polite. This is the inside of one of my barns on my I have 2 barns on the property, and I've turned them into like hangouts, you know what I mean? Insulated them, did all kinds of shit. It's badass. Yeah, you know I'm country as hell. I got a copier right here underneath my TV over here by my coffee pot. Yeah, yeah, man.
You remember what's on the TV right now in that picture? Like what you were watching?
I don't remember. I probably wasn't even watching it. Sometimes it's on. It's just on for the dogs.
I was curious what.
I got my Archaix cups over here. But no, it's just on for the dogs.
Yeah, I know you don't watch that much. I was just curious what it would be if you were actually watching it.
Yeah, there's different things people donated to me. Yeah, man. Rest in peace. Look at that big old tongue. Old Tank, man. Rest in peace. That's Sassy. I swear that dog looks like a squirrel. Man, this is my property years ago. All this middle section, you wouldn't even recognize it now. That whole area of trees has all been built out. That whole area of trees now is a huge building.
Damn.
And the trees are inside the building.
That's awesome.
That's my girl, Bella. That's my girl. Let's see. Oh, I'm showing off my light kit right now. I got a little light kit that makes it look like the engine's breathing. Yeah, man. I don't ride as much as I used to. It mainly just sits off to the side, which kind of feel bad about. I do enjoy riding.
Can't imagine you had that much time.
I don't. I really don't right now.
You gotta
2026, I would love to make some more time.
Yeah.
I've just been in overdrive lately, just trying to get things in, trying to get things done, man. 2025 was a setback on a lot of projects because of the first part of the year I was just under assault from multiple fronts in my personal and professional life. I didn't get a lot done.
Oh, that was crazy. You got a ton. Like maybe not what you wanted to, but you still got a ton of shit done.
Yeah, man. So this is my old studio. This is my very first YouTube studio. It was real small in there, man. It's now a storage closet. It's now just a storage closet. But this is my original old. It's on this property here, but this is my original studio.
That's cool.
That's all that could fit in there was me in that chair. That's Angel. Angel is the other two dogs' mama. Angel was a rescue dog out of a Walmart parking lot.
Damn.
Angel looked bad. Angel looked terrible.
I just had spent like $2,000 on my dog, $900 just for an X-ray.
Wow.
Got a little dash out.
This is just. I don't have any other work in here. I got hundreds of pictures of all my work and all my jobs and shit. This is back when I was contracting. You see the van? The van don't look anything like it does today. This is back when I was holding that van out. I was muling rock and flagstone. Had cheap ass tires on there because I was always running those tires to the ground. I always had thousands of pounds of materials in that van.
Right.
The van right here doesn't even have solid wood interior like it does now. It was terrible. You open up that van, it just looks like a work truck.
I think I vaguely remember like when you redid it. Is that the one you redid?
Yeah, it's the van I have now. It's all been rebuilt, remade.
Now it looks like a spaceship inside.
It's me at Galveston. I can't remember what trip this was. I've been so many times. I don't remember. That might have been, hell, it might have been Martin Leakey who took this picture. I don't remember. He and I were on those, we're way at the end of these piers, these big old stone piers.
Yeah.
That's what I look like when I ride in the winter.
Looks like the purge is coming.
Yeah, man, listen, man, dude, hey, I'm telling you, I'm not embarrassed about it. Yeah, when it's 30 something degrees outside and you're on the interstate going 70, 80, 85 miles an hour, it feels like it's negative 10. On a bike, you got to leather up. Oh, this is Vulcan. Yeah, when you first get to the facility, before they'll even put you on some of the machines, you got to work in this department. You're making the crates for all the product that's leaving. So they would tell me the dimensions, and in just a couple hours, I'd make a whole crate. I'd have that whole crate made, ready for them to lay pipe, lay all the stuffing in there, lay the wooden brackets in there to lay the pipe in there. If a flatbed 18-wheeler would come in, and I'd lower it, I'd use the overhead crane, and I'd lower that whole thing on there, and then we would tie it down, and the dude on the truck would supervise it, man, and he'd drive off. And this is our routine, man. And we moved pipe like you wouldn't believe it.
That's crazy.
Oh, my sister. That's Michelle. I don't tell y'all everything about my family and all that, except those who want to be seen. My dad loves to be seen. My brother's too far away. My sister's local. She's here, but she's not. She's not wanting to be public. You know who this is? That's Big John. Yeah, man. This is when you can see the pipe yard. You can see parts of the pipe yard in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all.
I read this whole thing about how
look how dirty I used to ruin my clothes. Whatever clothes you wear in a pipe yard, they belong to the pipe yard. After that, then you can wear them. You can wear them for nothing else after that.
Yeah, it looks like it.
None of that oil and grease is ever going to come out. I used to specifically buy all that clothes just to ruin it.
Have you ever seen what Howard Hughes' dad invented in light of the drilling stuff? Yeah, his dad was like one of the first inventors of these drills. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah. So here, I'm going to tell you the story. I showed you Michael Karstens, and I showed you his the Ideal Furniture partner. So it ties in with this picture here. So when I first got out of prison, I hit the ground running. I wasn't going to sit around and do nothing and all that stuff. I am not trying to hear it. I've too much of my time has been behind bars. Now that I'm free, I'm on parole. I got to check in every week with a parole officer. When I first got out, and then after a while, it was just once a month. But when I first got out, they had their foot on my neck. And I went out and I bought 2 pressure washers. And my dad gave me this Mercedes ML 430 right here. So I had a car to run around in, which was my present getting out of prison, which was the Cadillac Alante, which I got more pictures of. It's the Cadillac Ferrari hybrid. This Cadillac Alante is what I drove to parole and what I drove to the store and all that. But this Mercedes ML 430 is the tank. It's like a real heavy duty Mercedes, and it's old. It was already like 10, 12 years old. So Pops gave me the old Mercedes to use as a work vehicle. So I bought a little miniature trailer and I pulled it everywhere with these 2 pressure washers. And these 2 pressure washers, I rotated them, and all I did was advertise on Facebook, and then turn around and started doing pressure washing locally in the neighborhood. And I was bringing in $1,000 to $1,400 a day, and I was stacking the bank because I'm working from early in the morning to late in the evening, coming in the evening, and I'm learning how to do Microsoft Word. I'm teaching myself how to use a computer, and this is my life for about a month, and I'm stacking a bank. Right. And then my parole officer, she says, because I came in and I paid my fees, and she had mentioned, well, you look good on paper. I mean, you're paid up for your fees and whatever else. I had to pay for other shit too, but you're paid up and all that. And I said, well, I'm not going to have any problems paying. I'll always pay my deals. She said, oh, okay. Well, what are you doing for work then? You got any check stubs? I can see and all that. See where you verify that you're actually working a job. And I told her what I was doing, and she said, well, how much? She didn't have a problem with it. Oh, she said, oh, you're just basically doing like landscaping, lawn services, pressure washing, stuff like that, cleaning up. I said, yeah. And I didn't tell her the full extent. I'm pressure washing 18-wheelers. I'm pressure washing people's cars, vehicles. I am washing whole houses. Some people pay me to do their fences. I don't care, man. I'm really good at drumming up business. I can sell myself. And man, this woman changed on me when I told her, because she asked me. I just told the truth. So she said, oh, okay. Long as you'll be able to make your fees and pay your parole fees and all that, I really don't have a problem with what you do. Until I told her that I bring home $1,000 to $1,400 cash a day. She went to her supervisor and they decided that someone who spent over 2.5 decades in prison should not be making that much money because it's going to create too many opportunities for me. And they ordered me to stop doing that type of work. So
that might be one of the craziest fucking things I've ever heard.
I was pissed. Yeah, I was livid. I was super pissed. And so I spent the next 11 months basically on house arrest and living with my dad. He has a real nice house in Windsor Hills, so we weren't pressed for space. We could always stay out of each other's way. I stayed upstairs most of the time, but I ended up just losing a lot of faith in the system after that. Like, God, damn, it took the air out of my tires.
I think your faith was lost before that. Shit.
But it did afford me the opportunity to start going through all those bags of research I did in prison and start putting them on computer and organizing all the that's what I did for those 11 months before I left. So Dad and I had some arguments, and a lot of it's my fault. I'm just pent up. Just did all this prison time. Now I get out. Now I'm restricted on everything I can do. So I basically just left, and I called my parole officer and said, I'm not living here anymore. I'm not staying here anymore. And the parole officers can't tell you where to live, but they do have power to choose, tell you what you can, where you can and can't live. But under emergency situations, man, they're always going to default to the situation. And the situation is not going to stay with my dad, so they don't want to press the issue. They don't even know if there is an issue. So it's like two bulls living in the same house. Man, you can only give me so much before I'm starting to feel uncomfortable. And I just said, man, I'm just leaving. So I left with $27 in my pocket, and nothing personal to Dad or all that, but I'm just tired. I'm fed up. I'm ready to go. So I packed up all my stuff, put everything in the Mercedes. I got a friend of mine, Michael Karstens, who I'd met, and I met him through my dad, actually. And Michael Carson's the guy I showed you eating that big old hamburger.
Yeah.
So I leave and Michael Carson says, man, come on over to Ideal Furniture. This is at my dad's place. He had that. This is a big TV screen he had upstairs. So, anyway, I'm sitting there talking to Michael Carson at the Ideal Furniture, and they got badass beds and bedroom sets all laid out. And the whole front wall faces Highway 105 in Montgomery, Texas. So I'm just looking at the whole scenery and all that. And he's got a bathroom in the back and a shower, emergency shower, and he's got an office in the back. And customers come and go and all that. And I don't have anywhere to stay. I got $27 in my pocket. And this is before I started my YouTube channel. And I'm about to start doing some work anyway. I'm about to go back to pressure washing. I'm going to do something. When he says, "Hey man, look man, we make good money here. You can go on truck runs with me. We're going to be going to Home Elegance and these gigantic furniture warehouses." And this is when I learned the scam attached to furniture in America. The scam. You're going to want to hear this. This is where I learned all the BS that comes with the mattress and the furniture industry in the United States. The two largest distributors of all furnitures in the United States are in Houston, Texas. One of them is called Home Elegance. Home Elegance and something else. I can't remember. It's been 7 years. But this man and I, twice a week, would get in a truck and we would go down there and I would watch him go through the warehouse and sit here and point out to guys with forklifts, and they would put all these things and load them in our truck. And he would shit out a few $1,000s for a truckload full of shit. We got back to Ideal Furniture, and my job was to take all this apart, get these Allen wrenches out, put this furniture together, set it up, stage it up, put the box spring on there, put the mattress on there, make the bed up, and then that mattress cost $3,600. This bed cost $2,200. I know damn well for less than $900 he just got both. So. Right. I found out that mattresses in America have a 550% markup, and every single mattress carrier is on board, and they do. And they snitch on each other. If anybody's selling mattresses in America, mom and pop stores or anyone,
I actually saw it up north,
dude. I'm telling you, man, they have mattress police. They've got people that will walk into your store pretending to be a someone who wants to buy mattresses and furniture, and they'll get the pricing just to go report, because they have like a union, a secret union it's an agreeable template. Right. Where all the furniture stores and all the mattress sellers agree to sell everything at 500 to 550% markup from what they're paying from these two huge distributors in Houston, who get all their shit straight off the Houston shipyard channels, with all these boats coming, all these barges coming from China are unloading into these two massive factories, and everybody in America gets their stuff from these two factories. And at the factory, they pick up Ashley Furniture, Home Elegance, Rooms to Go, all these brand names, but it's at those factories that individuals, when they get a contract from like Rooms to Go, they have to go in there and put the Rooms to Go tags on everything that's going on the Rooms to Go truck.
Right.
Dude, it's incredible.
I'm sorry, man. Keep going. I can't hold it anymore. I got to go to the bathroom.
Go ahead, man. But it's so crazy how they've got this whole thing. I wasn't enchanted like he was. He was all in the business. I wasn't enchanted. I was disgusted. Like, golly, man, you just bought that mattress for $43 and put a $2,000 price tag on it. It's crazy. Yeah, man. Or buy a dozen mattresses and don't even pay $600, and then every one of those mattresses has a $3,000 price tag. It's amazing. They were doing everything with the bedroom sets and the vanities. Everything had this immense markup, and the same vanities for two different Rooms to Go would have the same thing Ashley has. It would just be in different colors. It's the exact same stuff, and they would put different tags on them and ship them out. So crazy. So crazy. I learned that working for them, Michael Carson's and all that. There's the Cadillac symbol on the front. That's a Cadillac Elante right there, 1993. It's got a V8 in it, 32 valve power. It's a powerhouse North Star engine. It's a racing engine, and that sucker was fast. There it is right there. Oh, there's the Ferrari Pininfarina symbol right there. That's Pininfarina, who designed this car from the Ferrari. These cars were designed. All the body work was done in Italy by Ferrari. This was my car for the first 2 years I was out of prison. Yeah, I know. I thought I was a badass. I'm running around. I'm going to parole in a Cadillac Ferrari hybrid. Thought I was a badass. Beautiful car. Look at that. Look at that. I used to go everywhere in that thing.
I only seen you get up twice. How like you don't have to go to the bathroom?
I told you, man, I got stamina. I can go.
Damn.
See, there's my tank. Can't really see the back of it. The back of these, it was old. It was a Mercedes, but it was like 14, 15 years old. Mercedes ML4. It's called an ML430. It's a heavier duty.
They had a lot of those in North.
So the story behind the reason I got my motorcycle, I didn't have a motorcycle when I had this car here. I'm embarrassed to admit it. I left home. I left Dad. I wasn't going to stay there anymore, guys. It just wasn't in my nature to stay there and be up under somebody. I had to leave, and I told my parole officer, I'm going to make it out here on my own, or I'm not going to make it at all. I said, I'm just not staying there. So I'm broke off my ass. I got $27, and I start working for Michael Carson at Ideal Furniture. At the same time I'm working for Michael Carson's Ideal Furniture, this car starts developing all kinds of problems, and I don't have the money to pay for the parts that go to a North Star engine. I don't have the money to pay for it. So you already know what happened. You already know what happened. Until this day, I'm still sick. I'm still sick about it. But I wasn't going back home, and I wasn't asking for help. And I went ahead and found a collector, because these are collector's items car. I found a collector in Austin, Texas, and we did a deal, and I sold the car.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
I just want to try to grasp. You're leaving Pop's house because are you getting out? Like he's telling you just chill and relax or whatever, like no rush, and you're just like, I gotta go.
Yeah, in a way, but we're also bumping heads about little things, and it's because two bulls are in the same house, and it doesn't work, man.
You were in prison with 100 bulls.
It's his house, so it's his rules, and you know what? I'm just not that guy. I'm never going to be the guy that stays home. I'm gonna go out, and if I got to live in a tent in the country, I'm going to make it on my own. It's just the way it is. So, well, yeah, man. It hurts my heart. It hurts my heart about that car, man. But it's just one of the dumb things I did, just trying to make it when I got out of prison.
How much did you get for it?
Oh, $16,000 minus the cost of the parts the dude needed.
Damn.
Yeah, man. It was good for a down on a motorcycle. Yeah, man. One of the tattoos on my legs.
That's a leg?
Yeah, that's the top of my thigh. My knees at the bottom.
The quad, all right.
This is in my dad's backyard, matter of fact. I don't know who took that. Oh, my nephew Asher took that picture. Or one of my nieces. I'm not really sure, man.
Some of your pictures.
You know what? It is my nephew. There he is. Yep. That's my nephew. Yeah, that's my nephew. He took that picture. Yeah, I got out of prison. I thought I was a badass.
Like shit can jump off at any second.
That's at my dad's place. That's when I got out the joint right there. He gave me an office upstairs. He had an office downstairs and an office upstairs. It's like his office downstairs was so big, he and his wife shared it. So they just gave me the office upstairs. It's another tattoo. I used to carry a knife everywhere in prison. See? Oh, I got all my tattoo. Hold on. I got all my tattoo pictures in here. That's my leg. That's one of my legs.
And somebody's doing all this with like a couple rubber bands and a Bic pen and a battery or something?
No, man. I'm on maximum security, man. On maximum security, we have everything the free world has.
Oh,
it's not like medium and minimum security. The prison guards on maximum security will bring you anything you want if you got the right cash. That's the other part of the leg. Still the same leg. My calf. That's my other leg.
Damn, you got everything in there.
That's a koi pond back here. I used to help my dad clean that koi pond. Big old giant fish in there. Let's see, that's part of my back. Babylonian calendar. Got the old state of Texas down here. Got a lot of old shit on me, man. Like it's a lot of it's old ink. Some old tattoos from, all my life. My chest, and I think that's my left arm. Yeah, that's my left arm. Ain't nothing changed. It all looks exactly the same way. None of it's changed. That right there is a burn mark. You see where that mastodon got burned right there? You see all that right there?
Yeah.
Well, where it's smeared?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I was working on my bike, man. And I laid my arm down on the tailpipe.
Ugh.
Melted my tattoo right off my body. It did not tickle.
I've done it on lawnmowers and pressure washers, but never on a bike.
Yeah. Huh. You ever seen American Horror Story? You ever seen American Horror Story?
Yeah.
That's her down. That's her down here.
Oh shit.
The nun in the black Cadillac.
Right. That's wild.
There's my push to start button.
That's what I thought that was.
I used to tell people in the penitentiary, I said, look, man, you talk a lot of shit, but I'm gonna tell you what, all you gotta do is push this button and you're gonna find out.
Is that a weed leaf and you don't even smoke weed?
I did smoke in prison.
Oh, you did?
But it was like 20 years ago. It's a long time ago. I quit doing that in my late 20s.
Okay.
And it wasn't much. It's more of a pattern than anything else. No, it's not. That's it. I think that was it, man.
That's crazy, man.
So this Michael Karsten, I'm gonna show him one more time.
Yeah.
Well, I don't need to show him. I'm just gonna tell the story. The ideal furniture. So I told my parole officer, man. She said, "Well, where are you gonna go? Where are you gonna sleep?" So I had met this girl named Stephanie.
It's always a woman.
Yeah, I met this girl named Stephanie, and I had met her at one of the old bullshit ass programs that they make you go to while you're on parole. So I had thought about that, and we weren't even dating. It was just one of those things where she and I both knew there's absolutely no future between us. But from time to time, we kind of worked out. I'll just leave it at that. But it was talking to my parole officer. She'd asked me where it was, and I told her I don't know, but I'll tell you before the end of the day where I'm going to be. And she said, "Well, technically, that's really all you have to do." I said, "What are you talking about?" So this is the first time my parole officer's telling me something good. She's been telling me nothing but bad shit since I met her and restricting me and all kinds of stuff. So I'm like, "What are you talking about?" She says, "Well, I mean, you've already gone through all the procedures to make parole. Therefore, I mean, I can't tell you what you can and can't do and what you can and do. I have to let you live your life to the best of your ability. I can't restrict you in any way." And so I'm like, "You already restricted my ability to make money." And she kind of
money, right?
No, she was wrong for that. But it was pure jealousy because of how much money I was making every day. So I said, almost a year ago, you already did that. That's why I'm in the predicament I am now. You let me alone. I've already bought my own place by now. So she's like, well, you just let me know where you're going to be. I said, so you're telling me that I can live here? She says, Montgomery County is huge. And it is. Montgomery County is huge. So she says, you can go anywhere you want to in Montgomery County, but the only thing you have to do by law is call me and tell me where you're at so I'll know. So I'm responsible for you while you're out. I said, so the whole time I'm pissed. The whole time I'm living at home in a secure environment, and you're always visiting and got your foot on my neck. And you act like you got to police me while I'm in a residence with family. But now that I'm out here doing whatever I want to do, all of a sudden you don't have to police me anymore, and I can do what the hell I want and go where I want when I want. She says, "Yeah, that's pretty much it." So I'm like, "Man, this is the ass backward, effed up state I've ever. It's crazy." So I said, "Okay, I'll tell you where I'm staying." So I don't know where I'm going to stay, but later on that day, as I'm at Ideal Furniture, watching everything going around, Michael Karstens just tells me, "Hey, man. If you want, you can crash out here." And this is the first time I ever slept on a Stearns and Foster bed. As a matter of fact, for weeks, I slept with traffic going by on Highway 105, right there in the middle of Montgomery. I slept right there on a Stearns and Foster bed in a setting in front of the windows. You know what I mean? They can't see me, but I can see everything out. And I slept in Ideal Furniture. I worked there and I lived there in a furniture store on parole. I called my parole officer and told her, and all she said was, "Look, I don't have an issue with you staying in a furniture store.
What the fuck?
But I need you to tell the sheriff's department that you're there." So I said, "I don't have a problem with that. I'll call the sheriff's department right now." So I called Montgomery County Sheriff's Department and said, "Hey, I'm going to be sleeping in this furniture store right here, Ideal Furniture, owned by Michael Karsten." I can't remember the other dude's name. It says, "I work here during the day, and right now, temporarily, I'm also staying here at night." I says, "There's showers, office, and bathrooms." I says, "You can send a sheriff and an officer to check on me at night. I don't care." I says, "But this is where I'm at." So Montgomery County Sheriff's Department says, they just told me straight up, says, "Well, we don't care about you staying there." I says, technically it's not a residence, but if the owner of the store is having security issues, I don't give a damn about you staying there. I said, "Well, they're having security issues. That's what's going on." They said, "Well, by all means, stay there." So I called my parole officer and says, "I just got off the phone with Montgomery County Sheriff's Department, and they said they don't have a single problem with me staying here." So there was no issue, and that's where I stayed until I found a place way out in Magnolia. But where I started working for the Vulcan facility. But anyway,
she would have been better off letting you take the $1,500 a day and extorting you for 20%. I don't understand.
That woman hated on me, man. She hated on me, but listen, it's just like anything else that ever happened in my life. I was pissed, but when would I have ever put the Archaix material together if I wouldn't have had that 11 months?
Had to unfold the way it did, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I got a few juicy stories to tell in between all that, but I can't fill the cracks in, man. I'm going to leave that stuff alone.
9 hours and 15. You broke 8. Did you contact Guinness Book or anything?
So it's been 9 hours and 15 minutes? Wow.
Yep.
Doesn't even feel like it, man.
That's impressive, man.
Doesn't even feel like it. I wonder how many of my mods stayed the whole time.
So all these hoodies and shirts and drywall operation, that's actually a green screen. It's not really back there.
Really?
No. I'm suing the homeowners insurance company right now, so we're like at a standstill.
Wow.
Yeah. How about that?
It's badass.
It's almost over, though. Worst is out of the way.
Come on, Jason, spill the beans. No, I'm not. I've had some very interesting. I'm not gonna lie. Shoot, I've got some. I can't even believe out of all those pictures, what happened? I thought I was gonna show pictures of me straight out of prison. I didn't see them. I must have hit them in another file. but they weren't in that file. So I don't know what happened. Yeah, man. What happened, man? They're not in here. I'm going to have to save it for another day because
You'll find them. When you find them, you got to bring them out, though.
Yeah, man. Damn. What the hell? All right. Well, that's no big deal. But yeah, you're not getting the juicy. I'm sorry. You know, yeah, I've had some pretty interesting, I'll say dates. Yeah. Pretty interesting dates since I've been out.
You know, it just popped in my head when you said that. You ever see Coming to America, the first one, Eddie Murphy and Arsenio Hall?
Man, isn't that like from the 90s or 80s?
That's from the 80s. I thought you might have caught a glimpse of that one.
I believe I've watched it, but I just don't remember anything about it.
They go on speed dating at the bar, and the woman's like burning her hand. I was Joan of Arc in a past life. They dress Arsenio up as a chick, and that's like another speed dating person. I don't know why it popped in my head when you said that.
Yeah, my stories are going to be a little different. There would be the type of memories that I wouldn't have a problem sharing with chicks, but I wouldn't share them with dudes at all. Yeah, man. Just leave it at that. Let's see. Yeah, man, that's it. That's it for me. I'm done for the night.
I'm good if you're good, man. You did it tonight. Good shit. As usual.
9 hours and 16 minutes. I cannot believe it. It's going to take a while for this to process. The chat feed doesn't appear until it's done processing. And a 2-hour video normally takes like 12 to 15 minutes to process. This because YouTube goes through the chat. YouTube goes through everything.
Right.
It's going to take hours for this thing to process.
Yeah, I think my longest video is like maybe 10 minutes.
Damn, Pamela made it. Jeffrey Bailey made it. Justin made it. I know he's been here from the beginning. Damn, Tone Deaf made it. The One Tux. You guys made it to 9 hours. Wow. Nancy Neal, I know she was here from the very beginning. Lacey made it. Not of this world. I don't know, man. I don't know if you made it or not. I don't know if you were here at the beginning. Damn. I got some diehard mods. I know Tone Deaf's been here. All right, now all the names are repeating. So they're the last ones. Clay's Pigeon's been here the whole time. I don't know about Sweet Oversoul. Wow, man.
All right, man. I'll let you go. I just click off of this, right? That's it.
Yeah. I'm gonna do my little outro and I'm done.
All right, cool. Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate the shit out of this, as usual.
Yeah, man. It was fun. We need to come up with a different topic, man. Something specific, and just do a YouTube video on it.
Okay, well, it's funny because now I know who the hell Soren is. I just learned that because I started watching him. Remember?
Yep. Hell yeah.
The books sound a lot more involved though, so I'm curious to see what you got there.
They are. But you said you sent me the email on issues 137 and 138.
I put it in the private chat.
I'm tired for you, Jason. Stop it.
The private chat and StreamYard, I sent the links in there.
Yeah. I'm not even going to sleep. I'm not tired as in going to sleep. I got other things to do. Not in here. I'm finna go outside. But yeah, I'm not tired yet. I am tired of sitting here though.
All right, man.
I kind of pride myself on my butt and I don't need it getting flat.
All right. Appreciate it, man. Love you guys.
All right,
Thank
later,
you.
bro.
Later.
Yeah, man. Let me get out of here before I get in trouble. Let me find me a good outro. That was good though. We'll do the second Jimmy video. That's what we'll do. Love you guys.
So thick, spinning tales, his clever trick. Atlantis calls, but he can't see a sunken myth of fantasy. Oh, Jimmy boy, audience laugh, the crowd will cheer, but you just smile and sip your beer. Lost city calls, but you don't know. The cracks in truth begin to show. Shill it hard, let the questions fly. Truth's a shadow you pass by. Intellectual dunce, they say, but you'll keep spinning, come what may.